Chapter 1265. When Wang Wei saw Li Yi's painting, he was stunned. He had never thought that a painting could make a person look like a real person. He looked at his painting of Du Wan again. He thought it was pretty, but compared to Li Yi's painting, it was over. "Dr. Li, Du Wan is yours tonight." Wang Wei decided to let Du Wan accompany Li Yi. "Why? You want to say goodbye? You want to entrust your woman to me?" Li Yi looked at Wang Wei with a strange expression. In his heart, he thought, "Are you stupid? Who is next to me?" Wang Wei was stunned again. Just kidding, just kidding. Don't take it seriously." As he spoke, he started to sweat in the cold weather. "Let's go, Wen Tian and Xiaolan. Let's get in the car. I'll paint for you too." Li Yi pulled the two of them into the car. It was cold outside. The next stop was Mao Township. Although it was called Mao Township, it was actually a county under the jurisdiction of Guo State. It was very close to Hongnong. The distance between the two was less than 50 miles. The sky was dark, and most of Mao Township was plains. There was Jing Mountain in the south. It was said that this was where the Yellow Emperor built the cauldron. However, according to the information, it was only recorded nearly 100 years later. Now, it was just a matter of word of mouth among the people. Mao Township was in a good location. It had mountains and plains, and a large population. Due to the decline in the price of silk, which was replaced by coupons, the local people started to plant greenhouses. They also planted 2 batches of indica rice. They didn't know what to plant after harvesting the second batch of indica rice, so they soaked the fields with water and soaked the roots of the indica rice. They planned to replan next year to see if they should spend more labor and fertilizer to plant 3 batches of indica rice or save the trouble and plant 1 batch of winter wheat. If they planted winter wheat, they would have to harvest 2 batches of indica rice next year. There wouldn't be enough for them to plant other crops, so they would have to cultivate the land. Or they could plant rape. They would eat vegetables without picking the seeds. Picking the seeds belonged to winter rape, just like winter wheat. Obviously, it was more cost-effective to plant winter wheat as it was the main grain. Rape produced oil and couldn't replace the main grain. The fields of indica rice was filled with water. Now, there was a layer of ice on it, pushing the snow away. The children were playing with ice carts on the ice. Their small hands were red from the cold. They put them in front of their mouths and blew on them, or stuffed them into their bosoms to cover their hands. Some of the older children rubbed the snow. They grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed it quickly with their hands. They rubbed the snow and melted it, making it feel less cold. For snow to turn into water, the temperature had to be above 0. Snow was a heat transfer medium. Rubbing the snow would warm it up a little, but the water would gradually freeze and the skin on his hands would crack. The best way was to put her hands in her bosom to warm them up and then slide them with the ice. There are so many children, but they don't wear gloves. Princess Yongmu also played with ice carts and could even skate. In the summer, he didn't play with pulleys, so the supply of bearings was insufficient. The few bearings he had were used on ships and grinding equipment. There's no point in wearing gloves. Wool and fur gloves are warm, but your hands are hot and sweaty. You won't be able to hold the ice drill. Even if she wore ordinary thread gloves, her hands would still be frozen, and she wouldn't be able to hold the ice drill. For things like rubbing snow, after rubbing, one's hand would stick to the iron drill. It would be fine if one just held on for a while, and a layer of skin would not stick off. It's the most troublesome to lick it with one's tongue. If it sticks, you have to open your mouth and exhale. When Li Yi was young, he saw his neighbor's children licking the well. They got stuck and pulled, and their mouths were full of blood. It took a few days for them to recover. The parents told their children not to lick, but the children were curious, including Li Yi. Li Yi once licked the iron of the iron gate. He was dumbfounded when he licked a little. He didn't dare to pull and exhaled. It took him a lot of effort to remove his tongue, but it was numb for a whole day. It was like the feeling of speed gel sticking to his hands. Since then, he stopped licking. In the past, there weren't many children playing with ice carts. Wang Wei looked at a group of children playing with ice carts and recalled the situation in his county. Do you know why? Li Yi followed the topic and asked. Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper didn't publicize it. Publicity is very important. Wang Wei wanted to be a good official, so he analyzed the reason. Li Longji turned his head and looked at Wang Wei. He was hesitating whether he should continue to ask Wang Wei to be the deputy county magistrate. Li Dan said, "It's because there isn't enough iron. There are 2 iron rods under the ice carts. The drill is also made of iron nails in the wooden rods. The iron of an ice cart can be made into a kitchen knife. Who would be willing to make an ice cart for their children?" Wang Wei lowered his head slightly. He didn't guess it right. It turned out to be iron. His family never lacked iron. Noble consort Lu added, "Nowadays, there is a lot of coal, and it can be stewed. It's easier to smelt, so more iron can be used. It means that the Tang dynasty doesn't need to deploy soldiers. We can also make more chainmail." Empress Wang started to talk about military affairs. The common people have a lot of iron tools. It's convenient for them to work and harvest crops. They don't need to borrow sickles from others. They can also use iron for plows. It's many times better than bamboo and wood. Wu Jieyu continued to analyze from the perspective of the common people's work. Wang Wei was even more hurt. He realized that he was too stupid. Anyone could understand it. He was still thinking about how to smelt iron. He didn't think about it carefully. These people were always in Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi talked about various ideas and social and economic relations all day long. The kind of people you were with, naturally what you learned, even if you didn't take the initiative to learn. Dr. Li, do the officials of Lantian County know about these things? Wang Wei felt pressured. He was chasing after the emperor and finally met him. The opportunity was in front of him. He could directly become a county deputy and take the imperial examination. It was an early training. In the end, if he didn't know anything, how could he be trained? Would he be abandoned? You're mainly going there to learn. There's a county deputy there. Lantian County is very stable in all aspects. There's not much to worry about. You have to learn the economic development arrangements and adjustments under the new tax system. Li Yi comforted Wang Wei. To be honest, if one expected a person to know everything, then why would the person who took the imperial examination need to learn again? After passing the examination, those people had to learn in the Ministry of Personnel Affairs. The reason why aristocratic families and big clans were powerful was that their children watched the elders in their family govern the place. It was precisely because of this that the children of a high-ranking official would learn from him. Not passing the imperial examination didn't mean that they didn't know how to govern the place. Those who could pass the examination were valued more. The others were not useful at critical times. After telling Wang Wei to learn, Li Yi suddenly reminded him. "I'm asking you to learn, not to let you enjoy leisure there. You can't play with monks and Taoists when you have nothing to do." Li Yi considered the things recorded in the information. Wang Wei was an official and spent all his time fooling around with a group of people who had nothing to do with politics. A person's energy was limited. If he spent more on one aspect, he would naturally spend less on another. Wang Wei frowned. He wanted to study these things. If he wasn't allowed to communicate, how could he learn? "Dr. Li, I think we should do nothing." Do nothing to govern, right? The so-called inaction is actually called a market economy. However, a market economy needs to be adjusted by a planned economy. If you really don't do anything, why are you an official? If you don't do anything, you can get a salary as an official. Can the commoners eat without doing anything? Li Yi interrupted Wang Wei's words. If you don't do anything, it would be useless. Chapter 1266. Li Yi emphasized to Wang Wei what could be done and what couldn't be done. The children rushed over with ropes tied to the ice cart. Someone called them over to eat skewers. One by one, they scalded their hands with hot water before washing them with soap. Their small hands were black, especially the area below their thumbs. They couldn't be washed off with soap. They used a brush to scrub hard before they managed to get rid of the dirt that had accumulated over a long period of time. Then they applied hand cream. Their faces were also the same. Once they were washed, they would feel a burning pain. Their necks were black, the result of not bathing for a long time. When they sniffled, they looked as dirty as they could be. They weren't likable at all. Compared to the children in Zhuangzi, the difference was like heaven and earth. Due to economic conditions, if it was summer, the children would be clean if there was a river nearby where they could swim. There was no way to bathe in winter. Only the rich could do so. The temperature in the house wasn't high enough. If they took off their clothes to bathe, they might catch a cold and die. When Wang Wei saw the dirty appearance of the children, his eyes revealed a look of disgust. The children in Lantian County are clean, but it's not because of you. Look at the children these days. Their eyes should have determination and compassion. Li Yi educated Wang Wei. Instead of looking at the children who didn't bathe, it was better to think of ways to change them. Wang Wei quickly changed his attitude. He knew that if he acted like this a few more times, he wouldn't be able to become an official in the future. Songda. Li Yi called out. Dongzhu. Songda appeared like a ghost. Along the way, work with the local forces to build bathhouses. Divide them into ordinary and high-end bathhouses. Follow the 5-year plan. Li Yi instructed. He saw the change. All the counties in the capital, including Weinan County, had many bathhouses. Some were arranged by Li Qingqi, while others were built for the local rich. The most profitable seasons were from late autumn to spring. When the weather was warm, ordinary people could bathe anywhere. In the high-end bathhouses, they could lie down and sleep. There would be people who would give them pedicures, foot massages, and ear cleaning. They would also brew a pot of tea, add some dried fruits and snacks. Beautiful. They earned the money of these people and subsidized the big bathhouses. The price for a single trip wasn't high. There were monthly tickets. Working in the winter was tiring and sweating profusely. After getting a monthly ticket, every day after work, he would soak in the pool to relax. It would take 5 years to recoup the cost, which meant that brothels were not included. Otherwise, it would take 1 year to recoup the cost. My house is also fine. Once Wang Wei saw that he could make money, he felt that he could build some bathrooms in his house. 5 years to recoup his capital, 20% profit a year, was not a small amount. The most important thing was that he didn't have to worry about it. The Li family Zhuangzi was handling things, and he only needed to help out a little. Who would dare to make trouble for the Li family Zhuangzi? If anyone tried to trip up the Li family Zhuangzi would bury them. Li Yi nodded slightly, indicating that he could do it. Wang Wei was overjoyed. With this, his family would have another way to earn money. He would have more money if he were to wander alone outside. Otherwise, with so many maids and guards, it would cost a lot to travel all the way. Let's go. Let's also eat some skewers. Li Yi was hungry. Under normal circumstances, he liked to eat proper meals. When he was outside and the weather was cold, he wanted to rob the children when he saw them eating happily. The children weren't allowed to eat immediately. Each of them had half a bowl of chicken soup. They drank the soup first to warm their stomachs. When they were playing, they didn't wear masks, necklaces, or scarves, so they choked on the cold wind. If they ate the skewers directly, they would have a stomachache and vomit due to the cold air. Some children's hands were so cold that they couldn't even hold the bowl. They warmed their hands by the stove, their eyes never leaving the place where the skewers were. Li Yi said that he wanted to eat skewers. When they arrived, he began to check the children's hands and faces to see if they had frostbite. If they did, they had to take medicine. If they had frostbite since childhood, they wouldn't have a good life in the future. Frostbite delayed work in the winter. The key to the location of frostbite was infection. Lacerations, pus, blood, and bacteria would grow. Wang Wei wanted to eat, but when he saw that Li Yi didn't touch it, he could only follow Li Yi. If you think you are a talented prime minister, then you have to be open-minded. If you think you are a monk who can see through the world, then don't waste your position as an official. If you take the imperial examination and become an official as a capital to show off, I promise to punish you to death. The Tang dynasty is gradually increasing the salaries of the officials to make their lives easier. If you want to reach out for greed again, then use your hands to mine. Li Yi warned Wang Wei again. He didn't care if Wang Wei was angry or not. At this moment, he was speaking on behalf of the people of the Tang dynasty. He felt that he was qualified to speak on behalf of a large group of people. Li Yi looked at people and paid attention to their thoughts and behavior. If they met the requirements, then he would give them a higher position. If they didn't meet the requirements, then he would take them down and replace them with someone who met the requirements. Li Dongzhu, I will work hard. Wang Wei was touched. He found that Li Yi's talent was much higher than his. At the same time, Li Yi's wealth was incomparable. If you want money, you have talent, you have quality, and you have power. Such a person always thought about the border soldiers and the people of the Tang dynasty. When he saw Li Yi doing things, he wanted to help. Wang Wei didn't understand personality charm, so he was willing to learn from Li Yi. You can't hold the ice drill with your hand empty anymore. Look, it's cracked. You can use a brush to brush it, and the red skin inside has been exposed. Purple jade. Li Yi took the small hand of a 7 or 8-year-old child and looked at it. The child's knuckles were cracked behind the middle finger and index finger. When the child washed his hands, he brushed it himself. Now it was swollen. The cub ran away. Qing Song opened a big box and took out frostbite ointment. Li Yi carefully applied it and bandaged it with gauze. For him, there was no place he couldn't cover. It just depended on how it didn't affect his movements. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. I have to work at home. I can only skate for a while these 2 days. The child looked at Li Yi and said with trust and dependence. Good boy, I'll give you 2 boxes of frostbite ointment and soap. All the children have some. Li Yi understood that the injury on the child's hand was not caused by playing, but by working. The cub came back after a while with a pair of wool gloves and a pair of cotton gloves. The glove had 5 fingers, and the glove had a thumb and a 4-finger glove. Whether it was the gloves or the gloves, they were all connected by a rope. The rope was hung around the child's neck so that it wouldn't be lost. Wear gloves when you eat skewers and gloves when you work. Li Yi handed the things to the child. The child put on the gloves. Li Dongzhu, how can I repay you? His Majesty asked me to do it. When you grow up, listen to His Majesty. If you have money and ability, help others in need. Li Yi said to the child with a gentle smile. While Wang Wei was sighing in his heart, he looked at Qing Song and the cub, then at his own people. Why were they so stupid? Wang Wei followed Li Yi, and Li Yi called the cub's name. As a result, Qing Song and the cub moved at the same time, knowing what Li Yi was going to do. Purple jade, these 2 words, contained so much content. Could it be that something was missing, and that was why? In that case, should his men? Chapter 1267. Chew before swallowing. Don't be in a hurry. Drink some soup while eating. It's soup made from chicken and meat bones. Princess Yongmu was busy telling the children to eat slowly. She liked the feeling of taking care of others. When others were happy, she was happy too. Some people were happy to be looked up to by others after they had money and power. I have power, I have money, and I enjoy the flattery of others. It's only right for others to treat me this way. I can use others' thoughts to gain more benefits. Princess Yongmu was not like that. She had power and money, so she didn't need to deliberately show it to gain benefits. She was more willing to help others. Her sense of achievement came from giving, not taking. Her interests were long-term, throughout her life. When she was happy at the moment of giving, it was the greatest gain. Xiaolan helped from the side. In the past, Xiaolan relied on Princess Yongmu and thought for herself. Now that she had one more person to rely on, she felt that she had to work hard to protect her family. The moment Li Yi picked her up, she decided to give her life to Li Yi. She was very thoughtful and would always understand how other women lived at home. It was better to be beaten up if she did something wrong. She had to serve her husband well. Also, her parents-in-law had to be obedient. When she had children, she had to take care of them. Her husband usually didn't care about anything. He was either earning money outside, becoming an official, or preparing for the imperial examination. In her heart, there were many types of women. In the end, she realized that none of them overlapped with Li Yi. Li Yi's attitude towards people was different. Li Yi never hit anyone, not his own people, but he had killed many people. Li Yi could write poems and poems, but most of the time, he was researching medicine and teaching. Li Yi could eat black bread and free soup. It would be better if there were pickles. At the same time, Li Yi's cooking was delicious, especially the braised pork. Li Yi could play sad songs, but there was no sadness in his daily life. He was always so sunny. This person was too interesting. He was different from other men. Which of you planted cucumbers in a greenhouse? Li Yi ate the mushrooms and asked the children around him. I have some at home. I'll go back and ask my father to send it over. A boy stood up and said. My family has some too. My family has 40 mu of greenhouses. I read in the newspaper that they're planting them in batches. A girl also stood up. Go and pick it. You don't have to pay. It's delicious if you add some cucumbers to the skewers. There's a little too much pepper in the skewers. There are also dozens of small chopped peppers. Li Yi ordered and explained why he was eating cucumbers. This was a hot skewer. Eat some shredded cucumber or something. If it was a cold skewer, it should have been filled with luohan fruit, licorice, and grass fruit when it was boiling the soup. The winged knights took the items and went out to trade with the others. When Li Yi said that he did not want to pay, he meant that he wanted to exchange with him, not rob him. Trading and buying were essentially the same in terms of trade, but they were absolutely different in terms of emotions. There are many ways to trade. If I were to use these things to trade for your things, it would be a pure business transaction. In other words, the cucumbers in your house are too delicious. Take a look at our skincare cream and try it. The nature will be different. The winged knights had been taught by Li Yi for a long time, so they had a good grasp of this. They were iron-blooded to the outside and gentle to the inside. Li. Can I eat it? It's spicy. Wu Jieyu was hungry. She wanted to eat chili. She had a child to breastfeed. Yes, it's not a problem with food. But don't eat too much, especially not too much soy products. Eating too much will make your stomach uncomfortable. As for protein, we have meat, eggs, fish, and bean worms. Calcium and other things, with the support of seafood and bone soup, it's easy to absorb. Dried fruits have been ordered for you every day. Don't worry about eating spicy food. Li Yi guaranteed. Eat it. If there's any problem, it's on me. Wu Jieyu directly used her chopsticks to pick up half of a small pepper in the soup and chewed a few times. It was so spicy that she stuck out her tongue. Her mental state was better. She trusted Li Yi and believed in Li Yi's character. Li Yi would not harm Empress Wang's son just to protect her son. She knew that Li Yi would not do such a thing. That belonged to the weak. Li Yi was strong. If Li Yi wanted someone to be the crown prince, would he need to play any tricks? Even though Li Yi had helped Empress Wang a lot, Wu Jieyu did not believe that Li Yi would harm a child. Okay. With Li Yi's guarantee, Wu Jieyu felt relieved. She started eating. I just bought some lamb liver. Eat some. I'll test Bao Er's blood in the carriage later. I'll take the blood from her ear. I'll also test her milk to see if there's anything missing or if there's too much milk. Then I'll adjust it. Li Yi was thinking about Bao Er. Bao Er was always sleeping. She was chubby. Her chubbiness was healthy. I'm coming. I'm coming. Last night, the west wind blew. Lu Ping's horse galloped. The weeping willow branches disappeared. The frozen lotus stems were still there. There were few animals in Jingshan Mountain. There were many vegetables in the fertile soil. I'm willing to be a farmer. I'll get rid of the fence. A group of horses galloped over. Someone among them was shouting. It was a 7-word poem. In the eyes of Li Yi and the others, it was just an ordinary poem, even if it had rhymes and rhymes. Meng Haoren is here. Wang Wei listened to the poem. It was the same as before. He was happy now. Oh, my God. I've finally met someone who doesn't talk about the people's livelihood all the time. Meng Haoren was afraid of Li Yi. Li Yi always talked about ways to improve the people's living standards. He would directly implement them. Meng Haoren was always writing poems and living in seclusion. Like many people, he pursued an official career. Li Yi's evaluation of Meng Haoren was that he did not have a solid foundation. One was his ability to memorize scriptures, while the other was his ability to grasp current affairs. To put it bluntly, Meng Haoren was an artistic talent. He was not an administrative talent. However, whether one was artistic or administrative depended on their future development. One could not deny others from just one aspect. Li Yi was willing to give those famous people in history a chance because they were really ambitious. Of course, Li Yi did not think that those people in the Anlushan rebellion had good ambitions. Ambition referred to doing for the people, not for oneself. Those who did for themselves were selfish. Those who used the banner of doing for the people and dug holes for the next successor in the general trend was impossible were politicians. Politicians were not politicians. They were far from being politicians. Li Yi was very disgusted with such self-centered people. The reason why they could be like this was not because they had strong willpower, but because they were cowardly. They were incompetent and had no ability. They used the country's interests to do things for themselves. Li Yi knew the sorrow of other countries. So, he did not want the Tang dynasty to be so stupid. Now, Meng Haoren was brought here on horseback. Looking at his physical condition after landing, he knew that he had a hard time traveling. Arrange a meal first. Asking him now is bullying. Li Yi did not see Meng Haoren, but he was willing to give him a chance. Meng Haoren was the same as Wang Wei. He wanted to become an official. Wang Wei's family was close to Chang'an and had a lot of money. It was convenient for him to take the exam. Meng Haoren failed the exam time and time again. It showed that he was deficient in some aspect of the imperial examination. Chapter 1268. Li Yi found that many students in the Tang dynasty did not know how to take exams, so they usually looked for people to recite poems. Rich people would organize poetry gatherings, or members of the royal family would look for them to drink and play. For example, Wang Wei would meet the Prince of Qi, Li Fan, and drink with him. Meng Haoren would not meet him because Wang Wei was from Hedong. Meng Haoren's family was not big, but he was rich. This year, he did not meet Zhang Shua. When he saw the newspaper, he wanted to go to the capital. He did not know that his fate had changed. He looked for Zhang Shua, but Zhang Shua could not help him. If Li Yi knew about him becoming an official, it would depend on Li Yi's opinion. Li Yi decided to give Meng Haoren an official position in the capital. Wang Wei's nominal age was 17, younger than Li Yi. Meng Haoren's nominal age was 29. It seemed that both of them were born in the year of the ox. Meng Haoren had made quite a ruckus when he shouted the poem. When he saw Li Yi, he began to feel ill at ease. Li Yi had civil and military officials. The military official was too young, so he did not care about him. The civil official was second rank. A civil official was his position. Like Li Yi's senior official, it was a rank. A senior official was a position of authority. In the Tang dynasty, it was easy for a civil official to become an official with real power, and they were allowed to impeach others. If a civil official from second rank impeached a fourth-rank official with real power, once the impeachment started, the imperial court would investigate. Meng Haoren wanted to see the emperor. In his opinion, a civil official should have seen the emperor. If the emperor could introduce him, he would enter the official career. Dr. Li, Meng Haoren cupped his fist and bowed. After that, he thought for a while and bowed again. Li Yi calmly accepted the bow and bowed to the civil official. Haoren, since you are here, you should not have eaten. Come with me to eat some hot pot and drink some hot soup to warm up. Li Yi smiled and greeted Meng Haoren. He did not need to care about the winged knights who brought Meng Haoren here. They would go find food by themselves. When there was no serious business, the feathered forest flying cavalry and Li Yi were impudent, laughing and joking. When it came to serious matters, the winged knight's attitude changed completely. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Li. Meng Haoren was still very reserved. Wang Wei stepped forward and sized Meng Haoren up. Haoren, I'm Wang Wei. I've long heard of your great name. It's my honor to meet you today. Wang Majie, said Meng Haoren, his eyes shining. He looked at Wang Wei and smiled. Let's go and eat. The Li family Zhuangzi's food is delicious. Wang Wei pulled on Meng Haoren's sleeve and went to eat. Meng Haoren first drank half a bowl of soup and then ate a string of enoki mushrooms. He immediately fell in love with the taste and felt that it was more delicious than the night market in the southern part of the city. Actually, there was no chili in the soup. Everything else was the same. Wang Wei went to find wine and boiled 3 bunches of yellow wine. It was not very strong, so he drank it. Haoren, you're too smart. You knew to write a letter to Li Dongzhu. I followed behind you. If I had known, I would have written a poem and sent it to the Li family Zhuangzi. Wang Wei praised Meng Haoren. As he said, he chased after Meng Haoren. I'm really desperate. I don't know anyone else in Chang'an. I heard that Dr. Li was easy to talk to, so I sent a letter. Meng Haoren admitted that he had lowered himself to go through the back door. It's not shameful. Everyone does this. Yes, Li Dongzhu is easy to talk to. Li Dongzhu is very kind. If an official makes a mistake, Li Dongzhu won't say anything. Usually, he'll just go mining. Wang Wei joked. After saying that, he laughed. Meng Haoren was slightly surprised and then laughed. He knew that Li Yi was able to deal with an official. Ma Jie was very kind. Dr. Li, how does His Majesty look? Meng Haoren gathered his courage and asked Li Yi. What does His Majesty look like? I've never seen him. Li Yi shrugged and shook his head with an apologetic look. Ah. Meng Haoren was dumbfounded. You've never seen him. You've never seen him. How did you become a second-rank official? Yes, Haoren. Li Dongzhu has never seen His Majesty. You want to see His Majesty and then ask for an official position? There's no need to do that. You can find Li Dongzhu. I'll catch up with Li Dongzhu's team. Li Dongzhu will give me the position of county deputy of Lantian County. I'll take the imperial examination next spring. Wang Wei sincerely promised that Li Yi had never seen His Majesty and did not plan to see him. Dr. Li, do you arrange an official position in the government? Meng Haoren was in awe. The position of county deputy of the government was close to His Majesty. I'm mainly familiar with Old Bai and Old Song. Li Yi found an excuse for himself. Who is Old Bai? Meng Haoren was confused. Wang Wei explained, Bai Gu is in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. And Su Yi. Everyone in the government knows them. They always go to Li family Zhuangzi. Ah! Meng Haoren was even more surprised. Zai Fu went to Li family Zhuangzi. And often went there. If that's the case, I can get an official position. Li Yi nodded and took a sip of wine. Haoren, follow them to Hongnong first. When we return to Chang'an, we'll see if you want to go to Xianyang or Xinfeng. These two counties are close to Chang'an. It's convenient to go back and forth. Xinfeng can take the canal, but Xianyang can't take the river. It's too far away. Meng Haoren's hands trembled. They had just met and he was already given an official position. How could he choose between the two? He was a little doubtful. Have you discussed this with others before? Do you think I'll give you an official position just because you said so? He looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei nodded. There was nothing wrong. Wang Wei thought to himself, if you know who is in this team, you will think that not getting Chang'an and Wanyan counties is looking down on you. Meng Haoren swallowed his saliva. What is the position? Same as Ma Jie. You will be a deputy county magistrate. You will need to see how the deputy county magistrate and other officials work for the people. Li Yi had already thought about it. A deputy county magistrate was neither too big nor too small. He would be able to get in touch with the administration of the county. The arrangement was a learning experience. If he had any good ideas, he could also raise them. It was a test. Meng Haoren raised his head and wiped the sweat on his forehead, a county with 2 deputy county magistrates. Does the imperial court allow this? If you want to be with Ma Jie, go to Lantian County. 3 deputy county magistrates are not a problem. They will just give you an extra salary. Li Yi nodded and said casually. Meng Haoren took a deep breath. He was too shocked. He couldn't understand. It was understandable that a secondary grade 2 civil official would be given an official position. Of course. Adding an extra official position in a place, do you think you are the emperor? Even the prime minister wouldn't dare. Haoren, why don't you go to Lantian County? It will be more convenient for you and me to meet. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu will not be happy if you want to leave after becoming an official. Wang Wei liked Meng Haoren and wanted to discuss knowledge with him. He thought that knowledge was to compose poems and take the imperial examinations next year. If he could pass both exams, it would be a good story. Meng Haoren was still excited. He had an official position. He didn't even get to meet the emperor. Wang Wei urged him to drink. Haoren, it's settled. Let's go to Lantian County. It's the most prosperous place. Why don't we go to Weinan together? It's close to my house. Meng Haoren drank a big mouthful of wine and felt a little dizzy. He didn't know if it was because of the wine or because he was tired from the journey. He thought for a while and replied, let's go to Lantian County. I heard that Dr. Li has a business there. Deal. Ma Jie, introduce my 3rd brother to Haoren later. Remember, keep it a secret. Li Yi agreed. If the 2 of you are willing to be together, it doesn't matter. Chapter 1269. Li Yi raised his head and gulped down the rice wine as if it were beer. He got up and went to look for Princess Yongmu. Meng Haoren hesitated but didn't do it in the end. He took a sip and asked, Mo Jie, who is Dr. Li's 3rd brother? Wang Wei chuckled to Meng Haoren's goosebumps. He lowered his voice and said, Li Dongzhu's elder brother is King Song Li Chunqi, big brother. Meng Haoren was shocked. King Song is the elder brother, but the third brother is also a king. The eldest brother is King Song, the second brother is King Shen, the third brother. Ah! Meng Haoren arranged the positions for Li Dan's son. After the eldest and second brother were done, it was the third brother's turn. He finally knew who he was. How could this be? Meng Haoren's voice suddenly became louder. Shu. The retired emperor, noble consort Lu, eldest Prince Li Tan, first Prince Li Jianyao, Empress Wang, Wu Jieyu and her son Bao, Princess Yongmu, Princess Yongmu's mother, Lu Jieyu, and King Song are here too. They address. Wang Wei explained patiently. Wu Jieyu and Lu Jieyu addressed each other as Jieyu. Everyone else had their own way of addressing each other. It would be troublesome if they addressed each other incorrectly. Meng Haoren was sweating profusely. His inner clothes were drenched in sweat. He was scared out of his wits. What kind of lineup was this? Why are they all here? Meng Haoren stuttered. They came out to play. They usually live in Li family Zhuangzi and don't have time to wander around. Li Yi had some matters to attend to in Hongnong, so everyone followed him. Wang Wei introduced. There was an old lady in Lantian County. Her eldest son died and her daughter-in-law remarried. She didn't have a good life in her husband's house, so Li Yi wanted to help bring Lan Bao's sister-in-law back. Meng Haoren was stunned. The cause of this was actually a woman who remarried. Based on the lineup, did the woman's new husband's family have any chance of survival? Meng Haoren ate and drank in a daze. Li Yi helped Princess Yongmu feed the children. Children loved to eat tofu skin and dried tofu. Li Yi put in a few bundles and turned to go to the kitchen. He had cooked a pot of flour paste at the last minute, but it hadn't fermented, so it couldn't be called sweet sauce. The color of the paste changed when soy sauce was added. She also got some sesame seeds and cumin and brought them to the place where the children were eating skewers. She took the skewers to the tray, brushed the paste, and added sesame seeds and cumin. When the children ate it again, they instantly fell in love with it. Is it good? Xiao Lan was busy preparing the food. She smacked her lips when she saw a group of children fighting over the food. Li Yi gave her and Princess Yongmu a string of tofu skin. The two of them tasted it and found that it was indeed different. The texture was much better. Li Yi took out a skewer of streaky pork and put nothing in it. There was seasoning in the soup, so he ate it directly. Only those who didn't know how to eat would use extra seasonings. The seasonings of the soup itself were used to enhance the taste. If other things were added, the taste would be suppressed. The children by the sea ate sea melon seeds, which were sea cones. They weren't fried with spicy food and were boiled with salt water. After cooking, there were two ways to eat them. One was to use a small iron wire as a toothpick. The other was to use a small hole at the back of the key. Put the sea cones in, break them, and suck them. The more local specialties were, the simpler the locals would treat them when eating them. For example, roasted mutton with red willow in Xinjiang. The authentic way was to sprinkle some salt. Then, each person would have a skewer. Liaoning's tussa pupa was not cut into shreds of chili, coriander, and other things to fry. It was just to add a little oil in a pot and press it with a spatula. When it was cooked, the water would be out, and some salt would be added. The fish from Guangdong and Guangxi were also made into soup with some salt and slowly boiled. The oysters in Minnan didn't have eggs in the beginning. They were all fried with sweet potato powder and some chives. It was called frying, but in fact, there was no oil. It was called frying, and it was called boiling. That was why only the poor would eat that. Sweet potato couldn't be used as a staple food, so it was better to eat potatoes. Li Yi knew what the children needed, so he didn't have to give the children the original food. When the paste was applied, there was a bit of a jelly taste. In winter, their greenhouse didn't grow cherries, unlike Wang Xing's imperial plantation. They couldn't eat cherry cakes, but there were hawthorn cakes. They didn't have time to make hawthorn cakes. Seeing the children eating happily, Li Yi, who thought of jelly, slapped his forehead. Oh, there's something good. How could I forget? I have to find Big Brother, plant it, and throw it into the sea. Natural growth can't be compared to picking dried spores and sowing them. It's a medicine, and it can also be used to make jelly. Li Lang, what is it? When Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi's vexed expression, she knew there was something good. Pomegranate. Pomegranate can be used to make jelly of various flavors. It's not worth much. There are many of them growing on the reefs by the sea. If there's a big demand, people can participate, and a lot of them will grow every year. I'll ask Big Brother to write a letter to Jiangnan East and ask them to pick them, transport them back, and dry them. They can be preserved for a long time. Li Yi turned around and went to find Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi was in charge of everything in the sea. Li Qingqi made money, and now that he received dividends, he could make new investments and build ships. The remaining money could be used to set up a fund to help the people. Pomegranate was the same as seaweed. People by the sea didn't like to eat it. If there were fish to eat, why would they eat seaweed? However, seaweed was expensive because they didn't know how to grow it. Li Yi told Li Qingqi what pomegranate was like, what benefits it had for the body, and what it could be used to make things. Then, he ran away again. Li Qingqi wrote a letter to the people working by the sea and asked them to make arrangements. There were many pomegranate in Hangzhou and Fuzhou. In fact, there were many pomegranate in Dengzhou and Bohai Bay, but it was cold now, so it was inconvenient to salvage them. After the letter was sent out, Li Qingqi said to Li Longji, who came to ask about the situation, in Brother Yi's eyes, there's nothing in the world that can't be used. There are also people who can be used, but there are more and better people. Brother Yi doesn't want to use people who are worse. Li Longji was just curious about Li Yi's new ideas. As for the thing itself, he didn't care. He had never eaten pomegranate before. He didn't feel well, and he didn't need pomegranate to take medicine. It wasn't written in the medical books in the past. Later, it was written in the medical books written by Brother Yi that pomegranate could drive away roundworms. It could also treat some special typhoid and swollen throats. Now, it could be made into delicious food. With Brother Yi around, it seems like I have nothing to do all day. Li Longji suddenly complained that he was too idle. Every day, the winged knights sent memorials to him for him to review, but the number was small. The reason was money. In the past, he didn't have money, so he needed money everywhere. There was also the mobilization of the border troops and the baggage. Now that he had more money, all the problems related to money were no longer a problem. The border troops were in place, and the baggage was even less of a problem. As for the mobilization of the officials, it didn't matter. Anyway, there was a group of people from the Tang dynasty's inspection team keeping an eye on it. Generally, when a place was hit by a disaster, should they open up the warehouse? Should they reduce the rent? It was all troublesome. Was there a need to ask now? Open up the warehouse and give things to the people. They didn't even need the rent. It was just a little money. When the seeds come back next year, maybe the annual financial income can reach 50 million yuan after deducting the rent. Li Qingqi also found that he had too much money. He himself had nearly 10 million yuan in assets. How did he get so much money in the past few years? It was like a dream. It was unreal, and he was afraid to wake up from it. Chapter 1270. Don't eat too much. Otherwise, your stomach will feel uncomfortable if you kneel and skate later, Li Yi said to the children. He tried to let the children drink more soup as the soup was digested quickly. After drinking the soup and playing for a while, they would go out. The children's ice skates were all kneeling on it, unlike many of his ice skates with benches for sitting. The difference between the two was in speed, safety, and flexibility. When kneeling on the ice skates, the child's waist would be used for support and the center of gravity would be lower. The ice skates could suddenly accelerate, brake, and change directions. They would not fall on their heads. Usually, they would not be able to control the direction well when they were moving at high speed. If they flipped, they would not be able to drift well. If they flipped, then so be it. If the child was kneeling, they would be 10 to 20 centimeters away from the ice surface. Once they flipped, they would slip out or sit on the ice. If they used benches, it was easy to fall back and fall on their heads. The speed would not be as fast as kneeling, and it could be 3 to 4 times slower. The children listened to Li Yi's words and nodded while continuing to eat. For them, it was not easy to eat a delicious meal. They would be sorry if they did not eat until they were full. Li Yi looked at them and sighed. Fortunately, he let the children drink the soup first. Moreover, the tofu skin they ate was soaked. There were also frozen tofu and oil bean soaps. There was a lot of water in them. If they ate until they were full, they could still be digested quickly. Li Lang, why do Wang Wei and Meng Haoren always like to visit? Princess Yongmu realized the situation. In the past, she felt that those students were always looking for this and that to see her father. Some even used her aunt's connections and even slept with her aunts. Zhongnan Mountains, Lucangyong. Li Yi said 2 names. One was a place and the other was a person's name. Lu Cangyong was a low-ranking official. He went to Zhongnan Mountains to live in seclusion and was promoted. Later, he was chased away by Li Longji because he relied on Princess Taiping. Princess Yongmu knew about this. She thought for a while and said, Wang Wei. Li Yi, he looked at Princess Yongmu in surprise. That's right, Wang Wei was always looking for those religious people. Was he also thinking about this? But as he learned, he fell into the trap. Official, you can't always work with your head down. You have to look up at the road. Sigh. Li Yi was unhappy again. He realized that no matter what era it was, the officials were all the same. Including Yao Chong. Yao Chong was recognized only because he wrote a letter to Li Longji. As for Song Jing, he had used Yao Chang's connections. After Zhang Shua was demoted, he used Su Yi's connections. Bai Gu also frequently submitted petitions. Officials had to have channels and connections. They had to get money from the ministry. At that time, he was in charge of medical affairs. As long as he had some real power, his family would be rich. It was impossible to reach that level with just his salary. It was impossible for a section chief to not have tens of millions of assets in his family. Li Yi had given her a lot of money, and this was the case in China, and it was the same abroad. In the past, Princess Yongmu would never have understood. At this moment, with Li Yi's words and sigh, she understood. Li Lang, you can't solve the problem of governance. Princess Yongmu thought that Li Yi had a solution for everything. Solve what? Solve people, or solve the people's livelihood? Don't talk about others. Talk about me. I'll be the Suzhou provincial governor. In the past, I increased the people's income by 5 times in 1 year, 10 times in 2 years, and 20 times in 3 years. In the first year, I coveted 1,000 taels. In the second year, I coveted 5,000 taels. In the third year, I coveted 10,000 taels. You are the emperor. Tell me, what can you do to me? I can promise you that in 2 years, I will pay 5 million taels in taxes in Suzhou. In Suzhou, I can do it without picking up lost things on the road, without closing the door at night, without caring for the old, without educating the young, without looking at the shabby rooms, and with the whole province happy. Li Yi spoke of his true helplessness. You had to arrest according to the law. After arresting, the income of Suzhou's people would greatly decrease the next year, and Suzhou's people would curse the court. Li Lang, you can earn a lot of money on one hand and let the people earn a lot of money on the other, like the governor. Princess Yongmu was worried sick. How to choose? It was too difficult. I can do it, but others can't. Others put their mind on making money for themselves and earn more money. Putting their mind on the people, they don't have the time and energy to make money for themselves, so they can only be greedy. Otherwise, in the end, the people's income will be much higher than their salary, and the prices will be high. He won't even be able to eat meat. The people eat big fish and big meat. After they order it, they eat a bite or even throw it away if they don't eat a bite. Do you think he should eat this meat or not? The children of the people wear silk and satin, while his children wear sackcloth. Li Yi spoke of some of the situations of the good officials he had at that time who truly worked for the people. Were there any good ones? Yes. The good ones didn't have the money to communicate with their superiors and couldn't get promoted. What was even more terrifying was that when this official had governed the place well and was ready to prove himself with political achievements, a transfer order was given and he became an official in another place. Then, officials who didn't have the ability to do anything else but had the experience of using connections with the higher-ups were transferred over to pick the peaches. This kind of thing wasn't accidental, but common. At that time, people said that Western countries were clean and honest. When a country's leader brought his country to flatter the so-called strong. Could his country be clean and honest? Wasn't it contradictory? Princess Yongmu pouted. She didn't know about Li Yi's past. She just wanted to cry. This world was too unfair. Li Yi held her hand. Even if the night is dark, there will still be sunshine. If the sun and moon can change, why not walk in the light? Wherever you and I are, there will be children's bright smiles. Princess Yongmu suddenly raised her head and stared at Li Yi. Then, with tears in her eyes, she smiled sweetly and threw herself into Li Yi's arms. Bring me along, bring me along. Xiao Lan was anxious and also rushed forward to hug them. I'll hug too. A child put down the skewers in his hand. He didn't know the situation, but he just hugged. The group of children hugged each other, one by one, hugging each other. There are so many people hugging together. Li Longji saw this and snorted twice with his nose like a horse. It's warm. It's cold. Li Dan held Noble Consort Lu's hand and said with a smile. Noble Consort Lu said, it's said that Fan doesn't like to use a heater to warm his hands in winter. Instead, he reaches into the arms of a maid. Not since last year. I have someone watching. Every time he warms his hands, 10% of the money will be deducted. After 70%, his hands won't be cold anymore. Li Longji was talking about his younger brother, Li Fan. When Li Fan's hands were cold, he would reach into a woman's arms to warm them. Li Yi hated this kind of thing the most. So, after he found out through the intelligence personnel around his younger brother, he deducted 10% of the money every time he warmed his brother. After 70% was deducted, his younger brother became more sensible. The intelligence personnel didn't reveal anything. They just told you that they had people around you. Would you dare to deal with these people? After saying this, Li Longji reacted. Were they talking about Li Fan? It was his eldest daughter who was hugging another man in broad daylight. Princess Yongmu hugged him for a while and quickly found a topic to talk about. Li Lang, do you have any tricks for the imperial examinations? Yes, many people who can't pass are stuck at key points. They spend all day thinking about writing poems and don't understand the standards of the imperial court. Li Yi let go of his hand and patted the heads of the children. Chapter 1271. Once again, the group bade farewell to their hometown in the early morning and headed for the last stop, Hongnong. Instead of walking along the Yellow River, they walked on land. The terrain between the two places was flat. If they were to take the Yellow River, they would first have to go to Taolin County and then take the Honglu River in the southwest. Meng Haoren, Wang Wei, and Li Yi were in the same car. Meng Haoren didn't seem to be in a good state. His concentration wasn't focused enough, and he was often distracted. Li Yi could not help but recall what was written in the information. He went to Chang'an to look for Zhang Shua to see His Majesty. His Majesty suddenly went to Zhang Shua's house and Meng Haoren hid under the bed. Haoren, although I have never met His Majesty before, I have heard of His Majesty's character. Li Yi's voice was calm, for fear of scaring Meng Haoren. When he heard Li Yi's voice, Meng Haoren gradually recovered from the tension caused by the difference in their statuses. Wang Wei sat upright. He also wanted to understand. It's fine to write idyllic poems. Many people yearn for a leisurely idyllic life. However, no one likes to listen to other people's sad stories all day, unless it's an enemy. Li Yi knew that Meng Haoren was in a hurry. He was already 29 years old. If he hadn't run into Zhang Shua, Meng Haoren would have written a poem the next year when Zhang Shua changed locations. Isolated from the clamor of the dust, the first thing to do is to live in peace and tranquility. The 30s have not met yet. Calligraphy and sword writing are getting late, the sun has already set in the Chiu garden. In the morning, one's heart is filled with joy, sitting during the day, one often lacks comprehension. Who can be Yang Xiong and recommend him to Gongquan? The whole poem first described the scenery, then his own situation, then his thoughts, and finally his wishes. He was already 30 years old. It was too late for him to learn the sword. He wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol, hoping that someone would recommend him like Yang Zhuang, who was from the same hometown as Yang Xiong. At that time, after Yang Xiong was recommended, he wrote Gongquan Fu and became famous, directly becoming the assistant minister of the Yellow Door. The rank of an official was not the highest, but he could always accompany the emperor. Meng Haoren always felt that his talent was unrecognized. In fact, he knew his own shortcomings. If he didn't take the imperial examinations, he wouldn't have been able to pass. It wasn't until he was 39 that he couldn't find anyone to recommend him to take the imperial examinations. After that, he continued to write poems and play around. In the end, he only worked as an aide for a few days. He wrote many poems in his life and left behind a large number of pastoral works for later generations. Writing frontier poems. Wang Wei was happy. He knew how to write frontier poems. A poem that praises the good life of the people of the Tang dynasty is also fine. Li Yi felt that Wang Wei's starting point was higher than Meng Haoren's, and at the same time, his overall talent exceeded Meng Haoren's. Wang Wei didn't pass the imperial examination the first time, but he passed the examination the next year. Li Yi poured tea for the three of them and said, "Poems and essays are of little use in the imperial examinations. The Buddhist scriptures are memorized and cannot be faked. Haoren is lacking in current affairs." Meng Haoren's expression flickered, and he looked at Li Yi with fear in his eyes. He had never told anyone that he was a bad strategist. He had memorized all the things he had to memorize, and when he wrote poems, he could come up with allusions at his fingertips. When he was asked about his current affairs, he was immediately dumbfounded. "Can Li Dongzhu teach me?" Meng Haoren already regarded Li Yi as a god. "It's very simple. Stay in my Zhuangzi for a few days, and you will understand the affairs of the Tang dynasty, including the contents of the current affairs examination." Li Yi once again understood why people from aristocratic families could always pass the Jinshe exam, while ordinary people couldn't. Without newspapers and the internet, where could one learn about national affairs? Who could he ask about the border and the war in Tubo? Without knowing the specific situation, and with the current affairs examination, how could he make it up with his eyes closed? Is that so? Meng Haoren found that it was too simple. Staying in the Li family Zhuangzi was enough. Did they leave out the questions for him? Good, good. Next year, there are a few things that must be done in the Tang dynasty. Tell me about them. Li Yi didn't want to tell them directly. He wanted to see Meng Haoren and Wang Wei's level. He himself could influence the questions, and he could even come up with the current affairs. How he operated the general trend of the Tang dynasty was something that others had to test. The border. Wang Wei and Meng Haoren spoke at the same time. Where is the border? Li Yi asked. Tubo. Both of them still spoke at the same time. What should Tubo do? Li Yi didn't say whether it was right or wrong and continued to ask. Meng Haoren and Wang Wei looked at each other, and Wang Wei spoke first. We should continue to attack the interior of Tubo while the Tang dynasty has enough logistical supplies. Meng Haoren also said, the elites of the Tang dynasty are all at the source of the Yellow River. They have adapted to the local climate and can advance. You two will fight with knives. Where does the Tang dynasty get its money? Doesn't the Tang dynasty need money in other places? Next year, the Tang dynasty won't attack Tubo. Strategically, attacking Tubo will consume our national strength. Do you know that the tribes from the Yellow River in Tubo to the source of the Yellow River have surrendered to the Tang dynasty? This is called information asymmetry. You can't understand it at your level. It's written in the newspaper, so write it out. Read more newspapers. Li Yi shook his head. If they didn't attack Tubo next year, the Turks wouldn't attack either. Once the Turks started to fight, they would definitely end their internal strife quickly and target the Tang dynasty together. The Turks and the commandos won't start a war unless they provoke them first. Tubo is cooperating with us to make money. Li Yi explained the current situation in the north, northwest, and west to the two. The northwest needed to grow cotton. Tubo's land would be given up for planting and breeding. When the time came, some money would be given to Tubo first. It wasn't the money that was given out, but the Tang dynasty's goods that were bought with the money. The Tang dynasty would gain a little bit of advantage. The commandos were continuously injured by the Tang dynasty. It wasn't clear whether Tubo would attack Sulu or not, but Sulu had to attack the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate. If he didn't attack, the internal situation would be unstable. The losses suffered by the Tang dynasty would have to be made up for by the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate. The Tang dynasty could even trade with them and ask them to help open up the Silk Road. Meng Haoren and Wang Wei looked at each other again. Does being in a high position have such benefits? Meng Haoren thought of Li Yi's position. The strategy of the Tang dynasty is not easy to come up with. Wang Wei's expression was solemn. He thought that if he was in the same position as Li Yi, he wouldn't have thought so much. Born in the Wang family of Hedong, he knew all too well how difficult it was to formulate national affairs. One careless mistake could cause problems for the entire country. When Li Yi said this, it seemed that everything was under control and nothing was left out. What kind of situation would the enemy of the Third Corps be in? What kind of measures would they take? How would the Tang dynasty deal with it? It sounded simple. But how did this situation come about? Who pushed for the current situation to come about? Wang Wei was still convinced. His family was close to the capital, so he knew how much the Li family Zhuangzi had sacrificed in the war. Otherwise, why would His Majesty live in the Li family Zhuangzi and not his Wang family Zhuangzi? Yes, it's not easy. Meng Haoren reacted. Indeed, it had little to do with one's position. Only with ability could one have a position. The next question is about the chitin, shi, and bohai trade. How do you explain it? Li Yi asked again. These were all current affairs policies to be tested at the beginning of spring next year. From the northeast to the northwest, each faction would come up with a solution. Didn't they surrender? Meng Haoren's meaning was that they were on the same side. It was just business. What was there to explain? Make a lot of money from the trade and restrict the people there. Otherwise, they will rebel again. It's not credible. Wang Wei didn't think that the situation there was stable. If it's only a problem of money, I have countless ways to solve it. Economic warfare is just as important in war. There's also a kind of war called cultural warfare. Li Yi once again gave a new idea and a new term. Chapter 1272. Li Yi told them to use economic exchanges to promote cultural invasion and ethnic integration, including promoting and changing the economic model there. If the Khitan and she still used livestock as their property and lived a nomadic lifestyle. If they changed to using farmland as their property, their lifestyle would be settled. The settlers had permanent property and were unwilling to give it up. They needed peace. Then he talked about the importance of Guangzhou's shipping department and the urgency of the Tang dynasty's own overseas trade team. He also talked about the urgency of road and water conservancy projects, and the necessity of the future rent of land. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. God, so this is how the Tang dynasty will develop in the future. Am I involved in the affairs of the political affairs hall? Does Li Yi usually tell His Majesty these things? Meng Haoren wanted to cry. Why didn't anyone talk to him like this before? He didn't know what to answer when it came to the current affairs policy. Listening to Li Yi's explanation, he felt that it was very easy. Just by linking them together bit by bit, it became the national policy of the Great Tang. What about next year's imperial examination questions? Meng Haoren was still thinking about the imperial examination. Wang Wei was anxious for his brother who was older than him. Haoren, the imperial examination is secondary. Knowing the national affairs is the most important thing, and local governance is the foundation. You and I are officials. After the imperial examination, it's legitimate. Meng Haoren was persistent. He wanted to take the imperial examination and get the first place. Li Dongzhu didn't take the imperial examination. Who looked down on him? His disciples all got the first place. Wang Wei shook his head. Wang Wei found a new world. Zen or not, he wanted to learn the strategy of governing the country. Listening to Li Yi, he felt that every aspect was simple. The strategy was mature, so of course it was simple. How many aspects should be considered when coming up with a strategy? It was almost not feasible. Haoren and Ma Jie have a discussion. Li Yi said, jumped out of the car, and rode outside. He almost twisted his ankle. Even if the car was not fast, the angle of support when landing was not right, so he could still get hurt. Climbing on a fast train is like riding on a galloping horse. We climb on the train like a machine gun. Li Yi got on the horse and hummed a song. Li Yi sang the song, Railway Journey. He felt that it was indeed possible, because when he created the steam engine, the speed of the train was not fast at the initial stage. However, when the speed was increased, the danger of trying to climb onto the train increased. The train's speed was relatively fast, and it was more difficult to climb the train, but it was still possible. At the thought of climbing on a train, Li Yi somehow thought of India now and India in the future. That train thief was simply unbelievable. He remembered that when he was young, he would ride the train, and there was no such phenomenon. At most, he would put some goods on the train. Then the people taking the train, whose luggage could not be placed on the luggage rack, would stuff it under the seat. The aisles of the train were full of people, including the smoking compartments. Many people didn't bring much, so they simply lay under their seats. I wonder if the people of the Tang dynasty would jump on the train. I don't think so, because the cost of riding the train is higher, and the train's speed is very fast. Li Yi thought of the situation when the train was in operation. For example, if someone suddenly jumped on the train carrying coal, would anyone check carefully? It was not a bullet train. Even if the train was stopped at the station, no one would pay special attention to it. Including the years before that, it was easy to get a free ride on the train. He was in high spirits, and he felt that he had changed the fate of others. That Meng Haoren, according to history, was indeed not good. It was too difficult for ordinary students from poor families to succeed. The children of the aristocratic families could understand the country's affairs, and ordinary people could not. There are still some shortcomings in the newspaper. I should find more people to comment on the country's affairs in the newspaper. Li Yi rode on the horse, but he was thinking about Jimin. The people could be manipulated, but not known. There were many ways to interpret the situation. From Li Yi's point of view, it was better to let the people know about the situation, and the people would support it. Tell the people the actual situation, and the people would understand and cooperate. If the people of his time could do it, the people of the Tang dynasty could do it too. The people wanted very few things, and that was to eat. It did not matter if it was cold, and they could wear more clothes. Just bear with it, and spring would come. Li Lang, can we reach Hongnong tonight? Princess Yongmu came. She and Xiao Lan were riding on the same horse. She was in front, and Xiao Lan was behind. Can't each of us have one horse? Li Yi looked at the horse and felt sorry for it. The horse was indeed a good horse. It was tall and big. When people stood on the ground, the horse was taller than them by 2 heads. This was a stallion. Who brought it here? No, it will bite. Just now, there was another horse beside it, and it bit. Princess Yongmu patted the horse's head. Li Yi looked at the horse, and the horse looked at Li Yi, but it did not bite the horse that Li Yi was riding. Li Yi's horse was bitten. Its whole body was red, and it looked like a flame. Of course, this was not the point. Li Yi was riding a mare, and the taller horse was a stallion. This was the problem. You better behave. If you dare to pounce, I will marinate you. Li Yi warned the stallion. He found that the stallion's eyes were a little strange. He did not know if it understood Li Yi's words or felt that the weather was too cold, but the stallion looked at the mare and obediently followed beside her. Li Lang, it is very obedient. When I feed it carrots, I can see the smile in its eyes. Princess Yongmu said as if she could communicate with it through extension. It's normal. When you eat braised pork, you also smile. Li Yi said and laughed. Of course, the horse was happy when it ate carrots. If you feed it a handful of pepper, you will be its family. The key was who brought the stallion here. This horse should not be ridden. Who brought the horse? Li Yi raised his voice and shouted. Tao Hong was dressed in red. She rode a date red horse and chased from the side. They gave it to us when we exchanged cucumbers. They exchanged it for 2 bottles of perfume and 10 soaps. Wen Tian, get off the horse. Let me check. Li Yi heard that it was given by someone else. He quickly stopped them. Soon, the whole team stopped. Everyone waited for Li Yi. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan had already stood 10 steps away. The 2 of them were also afraid that if something happened, it would affect Li Yi. A few 2-meter-tall winged knights followed Guozi and Li Yi to stand beside the horse. The stallion looked at them curiously. Li Yi grabbed a handful of pepper and put it in front of the horse's mouth. Dama licked it and increased its speed, eating all of the pepper. Li Yi beat another duck egg, sprinkled pepper on it, and continued to feed it. The stallion ate. After eating, it lowered its body and rubbed its head against Li Yi. Li Yi took a blood needle and stabbed it. The stallion trembled slightly. It looked at Li Yi again, as if asking Li Yi, why did you stab me? After the blood sample was collected, Li Yi handed over another handful of pepper. The stallion instantly forgot its doubts. I don't think there is any problem. Go and investigate who exchanged it. The other party definitely knows what kind of horse this is. If there is a request, there will be a response. Li Yi did not know the purpose of the horse seller. The other party's actions were too vague. Chapter 1273. In terms of value, a good horse could be exchanged for 2 bottles of perfume and 10 pieces of soap. This was considered a normal trade. The perfume in the glass bottle was not cheap at all. In terms of practical use, the other party was a gift. The big stallion was indeed useful. The winged knights had a lot of horses and used them for breeding. Even if it was a gift from the other party, a person with such a big horse would not use it to exchange for perfume. He must have other horses at home. Not long after, a large group of people came over. They were all riding horses. Judging from the condition of the horses, they were all good horses. They did not have weapons in their hands, but they had earthen baskets with eggplants, cucumbers, and other vegetables in them. The winged knights went up to receive the baskets and checked them. The group of people dismounted. There were a total of 33 people. Judging from their clothes, they were living a good life. However, after a person in his 50s dismounted, he was placed on a rattan chair and carried away by the others. A young man in his 20s who was at the front waited for the search to be finished before he came to Li Yi alone. Greetings, Li Dongzhu. My family's surname is Wang. We are originally from Yinzhou. My name is Wang Ling. My family rears horses for a living and is proficient in riding and archery. 20 years ago, the Turks attacked Xingzhou. My father gave 10 horses to Andomai's troops to resist the Turks. The situation on the battlefield changed. When my father arrived, he was coincidentally involved in the battle. The cavalry from both sides were like shooting stars. My father sent the horses out while he drew his bow and attacked the enemy with the Tang dynasty's border army. They won. My father killed 3 enemies. His right thigh was hit by an arrow. He was in a hurry to remove the arrow and thought that he had removed it all. Wang Ling explained the situation. When his father removed the arrow, the tip of the arrow was broken and remained in his body. At that time, his father was in his 20s. He also had a fever. Gradually, the wound healed. He continued to rear horses. Due to his contributions in killing the enemy, even if he was not a soldier, he was still a meritorious officer. It was not easy to kill 3 enemy cavalrymen. His father even gave him 10 horses when they shot at each other on the battlefield. He gave his father a rank 3 meritorious officer, a winged cavalry captain. Shenzhou, Liangu County. Li Yi's hometown was a little north of Shenmu County. It was cold in winter and the weather was not good in spring and autumn. In the past 5 to 6 years, his father's leg hurt. He could not continue living in that environment. Hence, he moved to the south of the Yellow River. There were plains and mountains here, so they could continue to rear horses. Nowadays, in addition to some vegetables, alfalfa was usually planted in greenhouses. He didn't care what other people's horses ate in winter, but his horses had to have grass and silage. His father's leg was in pain. When he heard that Li Yi's team was coming, he hurriedly gave the best stallion in the house to Li Yi, hoping to meet him. Sure enough, he made the right bet. You want to take it out? We don't have enough equipment in the car. You need to follow me back to Zhuangzi. I want to see the situation around the thing clearly. Li Yi agreed after hearing that. This meant that the tissue around Wang Ling's father's leg continued to grow. The pain was probably due to the pressure on the nerves. Otherwise, it would be fine. It was like a pearl, wrapped up layer by layer. Li Dongzhu, how much do you need? My family will give it to you now. Wang Ling heaved a sigh of relief. He was indeed a godly doctor. No one else dared to touch it, but the godly doctor said that he would take it out when he returned. I will keep your stallion and use it to breed with the winged knight's stallion. I will also give you 2 diesel lamps and provide you with 50 caddies of diesel every month. Li Yi said the price, gave the item, and always provided diesel. Wang Ling recalled that he had asked for how much to treat his father's illness, not how much to exchange for the stallion, right? Li Dongzhu, I just asked for the price of removing the arrows for my father. Wang Ling emphasized. When injured for the country, the treatment is free. Coincidentally, your father is also a winged cavalry captain. The winged knights also have the word winged cavalry. This is fate. Li Yi waved his hand. He couldn't accept this money. Wang Ling was kind enough to give him a stallion. When he was involved in the battle, he immediately joined the battle and even killed 3 enemies. If he didn't go, he wouldn't have encountered the enemy. If he didn't help, he wouldn't have been injured. Wang Ling went and fought. Now that he was alive, he fought with his life on the line. How could the Turks' equestrian archery skills be bad? It could only mean that Wang Ling's father's equestrian archery skills were better. Of course, the Tang dynasty would take care of the injuries they suffered when fighting for the country. He represented the Tang dynasty. He just needed to take a metal object, take an X-ray, cut a hole, take it out, and raise it. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Wang Ling bowed to the ground. When he raised his head, his eyes were red. I should be the one thanking your father for fighting for the country. Without your father and others' blood, how could there be peace in the rear? Your father will go with the troops to Hongnong first. I will check the situation on the way. 2 people from your family will be enough. In the future, if you have any problems at home, you can go to the Li family Zhuangzi to find me. Li Yi promised that he would take care of things if he had any problems. Xing province was north of Yinzhou. Wang Ling's father was obviously afraid that Xing province would be lost and then the Turks would attack Yinzhou. He might as well give him something. He couldn't lose Xing province. He was very smart and dared to fight for his own survival. If he didn't give such a person benefits, the other soldiers would be bitterly disappointed. Wang Ling hesitated and said, I want to plant carrots and feed them to the horses. He knew that carrots were already planted in the south. They needed to wait for seeds to be planted. In the north, it was very difficult to extract seeds for carrots. They didn't need seeds and could be eaten. He wanted to plant a dozen seeds in the greenhouse and reward the horses with carrots. His family also raised poultry, hatched them on the stove, and planted soybeans. Everything was to serve the horses. If pepper wasn't too expensive and couldn't be planted in the north, he would have used pepper to reward the horses. Okay, I will send someone back and send you a batch first. Cut the carrots and leave some behind. They can still grow. You have horses that need to be bred. Bring them to Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi has good quality materials. Breed them and raise them before coming back. This. Li Yi suddenly paused when he was talking about breeding horses. He slapped his forehead. I forgot. How could I forget such an important thing? Your big stud horse is good. It looks like it can breed 1,000 maras a year. Ah. Wang Ling's eyes widened as he stared at Li Yi in disbelief. His family raised horses. He had already memorized how many horses he could breed a year. 1,000 horses a year. 3 horses a day. In less than a year, the horses would be useless in half a month. No, it was impossible to breed 3 horses a day. That wasn't urine. Manual. I have the technology to help with manual labor. Your horse can breed 1,000 a year. It's easy. My technology is mature and very convenient. It just needs someone to operate it. It's a little troublesome. Does your family want to learn? If you do, I can. Li Yi thought of inoculating horses manually. No, my family doesn't want to die. Wang Ling shook his head quickly. He didn't want to learn. A male horse breeding 1,000 maras a year was a heaven-defying ability. After learning it, he would be taken away. It was fine as long as he could breed. When the time came, he would send his maras over. Li Dongzhu, my family still has a few stallions. Although they can't be compared to Big Gao, they are not bad. I will send them to Zhuangzi. They can breed a few thousand horses a year. Wang Ling was willing to offer his horses. Big Gao was the name of a big stallion. It was easy to understand. At that time, the number of horses in the Tang dynasty would increase rapidly. Even donkeys would be used to breed mules. Chapter 1274. third brother, I suddenly remembered something. Li Yi didn't care about the Wangs anymore. Wang Ling's father, Wang Xinshou, was assigned to the team. Wang Ling accompanied him personally, along with his wife and 4-year-old son. Li Yi found Li Longji and told him about the artificial insemination technology. Horses, cows, sheep, and donkeys are fine, but pigs are fine. Pigs have a lot of litters. A good stallion can breed 1,000 mares a year. Li Yi reported the data. A good stallion can breed 1,000 mares a year. Li Longji stared at Li Yi with a complicated look in his eyes. After a while, he frowned. Brother Yi, why didn't you say so earlier? I just remembered. If I hadn't met Wang Ling, I wouldn't have remembered. Li Yi shrugged and spread his hands. He was equally helpless. Who could think about everything all day long? Li Longji rubbed his temples. He felt that he received the news 100 years too late. When he first met Li Yi said that in the next few years, the Tang dynasty would add a lot of livestock. Cows and donkeys could work, sheep could eat, and horses were even more so. The selection of a good breed immediately increased the overall capability of the Tang dynasty's livestock. Just like what was said in the second year of the Kaiyuan era, the newborns could now start to give birth to calves. In addition, the previous cows would give birth to a second calf, and the number would increase. For example, there were originally 10,000 cows, but now there were 30,000, and 15,000 of them could continue to give birth to calves. The newborns couldn't all be cows, and the ratio was 50/50. In another 2 years, the total number would be 45,000, and at the same time, 20,000 cows would be able to conceive. That's too much time to lose. Brother Yi, why did you? Li Longji wanted to cry. You didn't disclose the key technology and only remembered it today. You're such a scammer. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. What could he do? He wasn't idle at all. He threw out all kinds of technology, and he also had to manage the Winged Knights and the border war. Almost single-handedly, he educated the common people, dealt with the Tubo, Turks, and Tongchi, and made money for the Tang dynasty. He also had to teach students, teach medicine, and improve the industrial foundation of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji patted Li Yi's shoulder. It's not your fault, Brother Yi. I was too impatient. You have to eat one bite at a time. Li Longji realized that he could not blame anyone but Li Yi. Li Yi had done too much. This was a true matchless state scholar, not a single assistant minister in history could compare to him. Industry, agriculture, education, economy, military, foreign affairs, governance, and medicine, he was in charge of everything. Yeah. Li Yi was not moved. He wanted to train her and then take a break. He wanted to take Wen Tian out to play all day. First, they wandered around the Tang dynasty to see which officials were not doing a good job. First, the inspection team of the Tang dynasty had to investigate after smelling the news. He could just go somewhere. He didn't need to smell, he just needed to observe. He would know whether the officials were good or bad after observing for a day or two. He could even see the situation of the officialdom. He didn't need to take out evidence to deal with people. He could just transfer them away and replace them with capable or obedient people. Then, he would give the local economic and educational development plan, and the other party would follow accordingly. If anyone was not convinced, they could, but they had to endure it. If they dared to rebel, they would be arrested. If they dared to resist, they would be killed. Brother Yi, write it down quickly. I. Li Longji wanted to say an imperial decree, but he found that it was wrong and couldn't change it for a while. I'll send a letter to His Majesty in the afternoon. Li Yi helped. Yes, in the afternoon. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed. Li Yi also laughed. You'll need skilled workers to make the decree. Now, you have to do it. For example, you have to manually scoop the cow's manure. After that, you have to do the insemination and make the equipment yourself. Manual operations required a certain level of skill. When you have more experience, the efficiency will naturally increase. Li Yi began to write down the technical details. Li Longji took out the cloth he used to write the imperial decree and wrote together. The main thing was to keep it a secret. He couldn't let others learn it. With manual help, the livestock would reproduce faster. The most important thing was to breed horses, cattle, and sheep. A good breed would be of great help to future development. It would directly affect the optimization of breeds. If people from other places learned it, the threat to the Tang dynasty would increase. Li Longji wrote quickly. He didn't have many words and only had a little content. Li Yi needed to write a lot. As he wrote, he remembered something. I can put a video on the water screen for people to watch and learn. What can you put on the water screen? Li Longji was still depressed. Why were you always half a beat slower? Medical surgery. When I go back, I'll teach them immediately and show them how others operate. Li Yi thought of a good idea. Video surgery to teach people. He didn't even need to teach physics and chemistry. He could directly find a video lesson. He had a lot of lifespan now. It didn't matter if he changed a little. When Li Yi finished writing, he sent the two letters back together. A battalion of winged knights was sent to escort them. Li Yi's letter was sent back to Li family Zhuangzi, and Li Longji's letter was sent to the Political Affairs Hall. When breeding in the future, the winged knights circled a place and the Li family Zhuangzi's people went over to do it. Li Longji didn't trust the others. The increase in the number of livestock and the optimization of breeds determined the future development of the Tang dynasty. The people needed more livestock to work. If one family had a donkey and 3 families had a cow, the power of the Tang dynasty would soar. Of course, it would be better if each family had a tricycle. Bicycles would be fine too. Li Yi's blood test results came out. There was no problem, and the data was very good. If you can feel it now, don't keep touching it. Also, don't squeeze it. It will stimulate the partial nerves. It belongs to a type of hyperplasia. Go back to Zhuangzi and take a look. For surgery, you need to remove the hyperplasia together. The recovery period is longer. You need drainage and intravenous antibiotics, plus tetanus. Li Yi checked the condition of Wang Ling's father, Wang Xinshou, and saw the calluses on his hands. It meant that even though his legs were hurting, he still didn't give up his equestrian archery practice. Li Yi admired him. Without a good weapon, he felt that he lacked a trace of courage to fight the enemy like that. It was like shouting, bayonets, during a war. Bullets were scary, but the distance was far, and the pressure on people was not so strong. Bayonets were used to cut blood, and the feeling was more direct. In the Tang dynasty, there was no need for bayonets. They used all kinds of cold weapons, and even used their hands and teeth to bite. The most awesome thing was to break the enemy's formation. When both sides were in formation, a team would rush out to disrupt the enemy's formation. This team not only didn't have to be afraid of death, but also had to be strong. They had to be so strong that after breaking the enemy's formation, the enemy had no choice but to make a large-scale mobilization. If no one was sent to stop or encircle them, the formation breaker could directly attack your army. Li Yi felt that something was cowardly, but others did it. He admired it. The old soldier was not feeling well. If he had the ability to help, of course he would help. Li Dongzhu, they said you killed people. Why can't I see it? Wang Xinshou observed Li Yi. He found that Li Yi did not have the oppressive feeling of someone who had killed people. Because I didn't see them as people. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. I had the absolute advantage, so I lacked the aura of someone who had killed. Li Yi told the truth. He used a gun. If he killed someone, then he killed them. The wound looked scary, but for people who studied medicine, it did not matter. Chapter 1275. Wang Xinshu was still staring at Li Yi. In his eyes, Li Yi was a child, a very delicate child. Li Yi was handsome. If one did not look at his eyes, he would look like a handsome young man. Looking at his eyes was a different feeling. Li Yi's voice was gentle, but it wasn't soft and didn't sound effeminate. Li Dongzhu, I can't see through you. Wang Xinshu said what was on his mind. I can't see through myself. People don't need to understand others. They just need to listen to what they say and observe what they do. Li Yi continued to check as he spoke. He felt that it was not very difficult. If the veins and arteries were compressed, Wang Xinshu's right leg should be thinner than the sitting leg and there should be insufficient blood supply. At the same time, there were no varicose veins in the upper part, which meant that the blood circulation was smooth. Only the problem of tissue proliferation pressing on the nerves was left. It was normal for muscle strength to decline as one got older. The surgery was relatively simple. Incision, removal, suture, drainage, and healing. If it was not treated, the pressure on the nerves would become more and more serious, like the kind of numbness. At the same time, the water vapor was heavy and the temperature was low, causing the nerves to feel reflex pain. Li Dongzhu, after you press and press, I don't feel much pain. Wang Xinshu gave his feedback. One is the environment. It's warmer in the car. The other is psychological. You know that my medical skills are passable. I can give myself psychological hints. Li Yi was now a doctor. He spoke from a medical point of view. He did not hide anything and would not deceive the other party. What was the use of deceiving if he did not earn money? It was free. Just like when he told the registered specialist that the patient was free. The specialist took a look and gave a result based on experience. It was just a small matter, and the physical examination had already determined it. There was also the stethoscope. What was the use of the stethoscope? After listening with the stethoscope, tell the patient to take an X-ray of the lung. The patient went for the X-ray. After taking the X-ray, look at the X-ray. No, take a sectional scan because the shadow is not very clear. In other words, the stethoscope was useless. The X-ray was also useless. Then why not just let the patient take a sectional scan? At least it saved the cost of the X-ray. In reality, listening to it was more or less enough. If one had to watch it, there was no need to show the film. Just by reading it, one would understand everything. There were also oral ulcers. First, they took a panoramic view of the oral cavity. After the radiographic films were released, they said that they had to pull out a tooth. It was not wrong for such a doctor to be stabbed to death. There was also a patient with a lacerated cardia. After the gastroscopy, he was told not to drink or smoke and to eat soft food for the next 2 days. He took the list back to the specialist. The specialist gave him a note and asked him to go to a certain inpatient building. When they arrived at the inpatient building, it was very quiet. The other party said that they had to stay in the hospital, or they would die easily. It costs a lot to stay in the hospital. Can't you see that it's so quiet? If I hadn't been hospitalized and didn't die, would you have died as a doctor? Li Yi knew that most tertiary grade A hospitals in 3rd or 4th tier cities would do such things. If it was a big hospital in the provincial capital, they wouldn't have the time to let you stay in the hospital. There are no beds. I advise you to go home quickly. If there's nothing else, don't think that you can't live anymore. Don't stay in the hospital. It's a waste of time and a delay to us. We don't have enough beds. In a good public hospital, the specialists wouldn't even prescribe medicine when they saw a mouth ulcer. I tell you to spray some watermelon frost when you go home, take vitamin B2, don't smoke, drink, and eat spicy food. You'll be fine in 2 days. Li Yi was doing it for free now. He couldn't let the other party overdiagnose him. There were remnants of war in one's leg. Was he going to do an MRI scan? If it weren't for teaching, he wouldn't even take an X-ray. He would just look at the location and solve it later. Of course, he could also let the other nurses look at the X-ray together and explain. If there was no X-ray, the X-ray would cost extra lifespan. With this lifespan, wouldn't it be better to exchange it for peanuts, sweet potatoes, kidney beans, and tomatoes? For example, bronchiectasis, vomiting blood, and vomiting big mouthfuls. It looked very scary. Some hospitals would let you take a tomogram, but in fact, X-ray could tell. They tell you to just take cephalosporin when you go home. Cephalosporin is even better. This disease can't be cured completely. You just have to recuperate and pay more attention to it. All the problems were simply money. The doctors of the Tang dynasty actually didn't make much money. They were always subsidized, bound by professional ethics, and bound by public opinion. They looked at your family's financial situation. If you had more money, they would prescribe good medicine and earn more. If you were so poor that you couldn't even eat, they would try to prescribe cheap medicine and not ask for consultation fees. Or they would charge you some money symbolically and give you medicine to subsidize it later. Wang Xinshu didn't know what Li Yi was thinking, and he didn't know how many tricks there were in the medical industry. He was rich, and he didn't want Li Yi to suffer losses. Li Dongzhu, my family has some savings. You have more money than me. I can't ask for money for your injury. After your injury is treated, you can take your family to raise more horses. I'll help you impregnate the mares. You once fought for the Tang dynasty, and now the Tang dynasty is repaying you. I can't let heroes bleed and cry. Li Yi could see that Wang Xinshu's family was rich, and it was his own ability. Li Dongzhu, with your words, I have no regrets. Wang Xinshu felt Li Yi's sincerity. I also have no regrets. Because of you. Li Yi showed absolute respect to everyone who fought for the country. In any industry, mistakes could be corrected. Only soldiers had to pay with their lives for their mistakes, not to mention people who were involved in delivering things to others. Li Dongzhu, with your Tang dynasty, we can rest assured. Wang Xinshu instantly felt that his previous efforts were worth it. In the future, if the Tang dynasty needed it, there would be more children in his family, and they would all be skilled in archery and horses. Not to mention other things, the family could send out a team of 20 scouts, and each person could ride 5 horses, and they could explore deep. The horses were good and ran fast, and the people were trained since young. It was impossible to cover the battlefield. It couldn't cover the people in his family. If you can't keep up with my speed, how can you cover me? Is your family willing to try the new weapons? If they can knock the enemy down from their horses from 100 feet away, I'll give you a batch. Li Yi wanted to support a family. At least, this family had always been thinking for the Tang dynasty. Guns? Wang Xinshu asked in a low voice. He actually knew about this. How about it? If you want it, I'll give it to you. But remember that you must be concerned about the Tang dynasty. I can also give you a telescope. Li Yi just saw that the people of the Wang family were very polite. If he didn't support such a family, should he curry favor with other aristocratic families and big clans? Wang Xinshu clenched his fist. Li Dongzhu, as long as you trust my family can fight to the death. No, why should we die? Our weapons are advanced. We can hit the enemy in advance, and the enemy can't hit us. Horses are the same. Let's distance ourselves and kite. Li Yi rejected. Why should they fight to the death? Do they think the skills of the Li family Zhuangzi are not good enough? In a few years, my field artillery can hit more than 10 miles away. Will the enemy be in formation? Chapter 1276. In the evening, the convoy stopped at a village called Siping Village when they were still 15 miles away from Hongnong County. The villagers had already received the news and came out to welcome them with their family members and belongings. The imperial physicians and nurses in the convoy began to treat the illnesses of the people, regardless of whether they were sick or not. Those with symptoms were given medical advice first and then decocted on the spot. The winged knights did not dig any fortifications. The ground was frozen and could not be dug, so they set up tents in a circle. The open and hidden sentries were set up. Anyway, no army would come to attack. As for the assassins, everyone had surveillance cameras, thermal imaging, and automatic alarms. No one was allowed to enter the area. The people in charge of watching the surveillance cameras could hear the movements. They took turns to stare at the screens. Even the appearance of a mouse was clearly displayed. Li Yi strolled around the camp. The camp was like a maze. All the tents looked the same. There were numbers on the tents, and a diesel lamp hung above the numbers. Number 1, number 5, number 10, number 15. It looked very regular. He walked a little more. Number 5 in front, then number 10. Most people would start to suspect that they had walked a circle when they reached this position. In fact, they had not. At this time, if they walked to the side and changed their path, they would really have gone out. The layout of the tents was calculated by Li Yi using the hospital's computer, including human behavioral psychology and visual confusion. When there were stars, it was fine to determine the direction by looking at the stars. If it was cloudy, it was better to bring a compass. Wang Xinshu accompanied Li Yi and wandered around. He was confused. Li Dongzhu, have we been to this position before? Wang Xinshu looked around and felt a little cold. He thought that he had encountered a ghost. Li Yi smiled. Follow me. I can't tell you the details. Which is better, a scattered formation or a group formation? How can scattered soldiers form a group formation? The cavalry also has to keep up with the troops. Once they are scattered, they will be killed. Wang Xinshu had never experienced a scattered formation. In a battle, whoever's formation was disorganized would be separated and surrounded. Soldiers could not be coordinated and unified. Soldiers were faced with enemies who were outnumbered. They could only focus on the front and not the back. Our Tang dynasty's sky monkey blew up a large area. Li Yi told Wang Xinshu about the front lines. Wang Xinshu, he forgot about the pain in his leg and breathed heavily. After a while, he pulled Li Yi, who was walking in front of him, and asked, how did the Tang dynasty fight against the Tibetan army? In the beginning, there were suicide soldiers who carried explosives and charged at the enemy. Later, they changed to burning the horses' tails and letting the horses charge on their own. A group of horses with a few packs of explosives in the middle. Li Yi's expression was solemn when he talked about the death warriors. It was true that there was no chance of survival. It was just like when the city walls fell and they fell down together with the enemy. Wang Xinshu was also emotionally moved. Good idea, Li Dongzhu. If we had you 20 years ago, if we had Li family Zhuangzi and Quan Tianhou, Shengzhou, and other places would not have to die, so many brothers would not have died. 20 years ago, I wasn't even born yet. Li Yi suddenly laughed. The soldiers on the front lines sacrificed themselves for the people behind them to laugh. As long as the person laughing was not a warrior who had sacrificed himself, there would be no problem. That's right. Li Dongzhu is young and promising. Wang Xinshu came out of his sorrowful mood. Young? Yes, I think I'm 18 years old. Li Yi said as he walked out of the labyrinth and went outside. There were people outside. There were more than 200 people. The winged knights watched from the side. These people are... Li Yi was puzzled. Didn't the villagers all go in? Dongzhu, they are Lan Bao's sister-in-law's family. The one standing in front wearing new clothes is Lan Bao's sister-in-law, Madame Huang. The nearby winged knights answered loudly. When the group of people heard the Yulin flying cavalry call a young man, they didn't know who took the lead, but they all knelt down. Only Lan Bao's sister-in-law was standing. She was holding something in her hand. Call Lan Bao and the old madam over. Oh, Minamida Kazuko too. Li Yi instantly understood. He sent the winged knights over first. They would be afraid if they knew that Lan Bao's sister-in-law was here with Li Dongzhu. These few days, Madame Huang must have eaten well, dressed well, and applied medicine to her injuries. Li Yi didn't want to care. It was Lan Bao's family matter. However, he knew how to treat injuries. No matter how he treated them, there would be traces. Unless he treated them himself, and it had to be done after a long time. For example, the scar on Li Tan's face required surgery and medicine. The injury was normal. It didn't matter. It was normal for a woman to be beaten because she couldn't bear a child. If it was too serious, it wasn't a matter of compensation. Li Yi wouldn't reason with the other party. He had to make the other party pay a big enough price. Tell them to get up. It's useless to kneel to me. There are children inside. Li Yi finally knew how big their family was. There were more than 200 people. They should be direct relatives within 3 generations. Those beyond 3 generations probably didn't enter. However, all 5 of them are related, they are of the same breath and branch. The old madam's family of 3 came out by car. They were confused and didn't know where to go. When the 2 sides met, the old madam and Madame Huang hugged and cried. The old madam called her daughter-in-law, and Madame Huang called her mother. The female nurse took Madame Huang into the car to see her injuries. Lan Bao, do you want to go in? Li Yi asked Lan Bao. Lan Bao was nervous. I can't go in now. He held Minamida Kazuko's hand and looked at Madame Huang with awe and attachment. The eldest sister-in-law was like a mother. He was taken care of by her and felt that she was good in every way. Now, his feelings were very complicated. The group of people from the Zhang family were shouted to not kneel. Whether it was the adults or the children, there was an uneasy look in their eyes. They were like suspects waiting to be judged. No matter how big the family was, could it be bigger than a second-rank official? Moreover, this official could mobilize the winged knights and give millions of yuan to the border soldiers. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi came out from inside and delivered food to the children and the elderly. There were also pregnant women and nursing women in the group. They were afraid. Wang Fiki, do you hit your wife at home? Li Yi suddenly asked Wang Xinsho. Why would I hit my wife? My wife is beautiful, and she doesn't look old now. I'll hit her a few times when we're doing that, hee. Wang Xinsho gave Li Yi a look that said, you know, we're all men. Li Yi was very regretful. He shouldn't have asked this. What are you talking about? I'm not interested in your family's matters. Hit your wife, she's afraid of you. Your words are useful, so she'll listen to you. Li Yi changed the topic. Even if you don't hit her, she'll listen. Especially when she's doing that, just now, we were talking about how to deal with the skyscraping monkeys. Do you have a good idea? Li Yi made a hard turn and drifted. Dig a trench and shoot arrows in the trench. If you don't have time to dig a trench, lie down. Try to find a way to entangle them. This way, the skyscraping monkeys can't be used. Wang Xinsho immediately gave him a method to reduce casualties by using trenches and lying down. After entanglement, the long-range weapons would be useless. As soon as he finished speaking, the female nurse ran out and whispered to Li Yi, there's no trace. She said to slap her and then make her work more. She's like a beast and doesn't eat well. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. Chapter 1277. Let's go. Li Yi thought there would be a struggle, but the other party compromised first. He couldn't solve the problem of domestic violence. As long as people were in contact with each other and had family status, domestic violence would follow. All he could do was ensure that there was no domestic violence in Li family Zhuangzi, and that there was no domestic violence in the Zhang family village and the imperial plantation. Domestic violence was not only physical violence, but also psychological violence. No smile, no talking, and no sleeping were all contents of domestic violence. The greater the social pressure, the higher the probability of domestic violence. It was not only limited to families with poor economic conditions. People who could solve domestic problems were not ordinary, and it was in line with the current situation. Cultivate oneself, manage the family, rule the country, and pacify the world. It had to be admitted that in the Tang dynasty, there were very few cases of domestic violence. They didn't need to beat their wives, and their wives would naturally be docile and virtuous. Moreover, women in the Tang dynasty had relatively high status, and they could divorce. The thing in Mrs. Huang's hand was the divorce document. It was a negotiated divorce, not a divorce letter. Mrs. Huang shouldn't have the right to divorce because she didn't have a dowry, and her husband's family gave her betrothal gifts. Li Yi's intervention made Mrs. Zhang of Hongnong take the initiative to compromise and divorce. She also gave a lot of money to buy peace. Lan Bao knew that his sister-in-law only had superficial injuries. After being wronged, she didn't want Mrs. Zhang's money. Instead, she returned twice the betrothal gifts. Originally, Lan Bao wanted to return 10 times the betrothal gifts, but he had money. Mrs. Zhang didn't dare to accept and took 10 times the betrothal gifts. Was she trying to kill him? Once she got the money, the other party would take action, right? The old lady took Mrs. Huang's hand and said, "We won't go anywhere in the future. You're married to Lan Bao, and you're my daughter-in-law. I'm sorry. Mother." Mrs. Huang threw herself into the old lady's arms and cried. Mrs. Zhang's people looked on helplessly. Lan Bao said that everything was fine, but no, Li Dongzhu had to say something. If Li Dongzhu didn't say anything and just left, others would bully them in the future. Go and tell Mrs. Zhang of Hongnong that Li family Zhuangzi invested half of the money. Choose the worst 20,000 mu of land in Hongnong County and let Mrs. Zhang build it. Within 2 years, 10,000 mu of terraced fields and 10,000 mu of fruit trees will appear. If I can't do it, I will be very angry. Li Yi saw that Madame Huang didn't have any special injuries, so he decided to let the Zhang clan live. Li Yi had already written out the rest of the governance plan and handed it over to the local government. The main thing was to make use of the rivers and to change the crops in good mountainous areas. Madame Zhang had a lot of people, so she could help set the stage. They could also hire people to work. The Li family Zhuangzi paid half of the money, which was enough. Fruit trees took a long time to bear fruit. If they were planted first, they would be able to bear fruit in a few years. It would take a few years. If you don't plant them, you'll never have them. The harvesting period of the rubber tree and the pepper production period were also not short. Did they have to plant rubber and pepper this year and produce something the next year? How many years had he spent building roads in his country? The persistence of several generations? Many years ago, some people said that the desert could not be controlled and that it was natural selection. Many people believed it and were very pessimistic about it. They even listed the investment of the rich countries in the Middle East in desert management. When they looked back, they realized that other countries couldn't do it, but it didn't mean that their own country couldn't do it. When some of the smaller deserts were being controlled, a part of the desert had to be reserved for tourism. Don't plant trees all over it. The local area had to be planned, leaving a part of the desert as it was and developing desert tourism services. The second and third industries of the local area would be the pillars in the future. It couldn't be done now. They had to focus on the first industry and then strengthen the second industry, which was the development and application of minerals. The third industry was mainly concentrated on the banks of the Yellow River, providing warehousing, material circulation, and other services. Li Yi observed Wang Xinshou's leg and walked back together. What does Li Dongzhu mean? Wang Xinshu couldn't see Li Yi's plan and arrangements for the Hongnong Zhang clan. The most profitable part is the local minerals. I won't let the Zhang clan interfere. I will contact other families and attract the big families on the north bank of the Yellow River to invest. Li Yi stared at Wang Xinshu's leg and said. He found that Wang Xinshu's leg was clearly uncomfortable, but he still endured it and tried to make his movements as natural as possible. Wang Xinshu still didn't understand. When it came to raising horses, he was better than Li Yi. When it came to economic development, 10,000 of him added together couldn't compare to 1/10 of Li Yi. Using others to suppress the Zhang clan. Wang Xinshu thought. I've already let go of the matter of the Zhang clan targeting sister-in-law Lan Bao. Sister-in-law Lan Bao's body didn't suffer much damage. It doesn't matter if her heart is hurt. Li Yi knew the strength of the people of the current generation. Her husband died, she remarried, and she couldn't have children. Wasn't it just a small matter? Huang was used to it. She didn't ask for more and only looked forward to the future. The Tang dynasty was still in a state of war. Fortunately, it wasn't a war. Even if it was a war-torn country, would the people not live? They didn't have extra energy to be sad and hateful. They just wanted to live. People living in a stable country should know how to be grateful. Li Yi smiled. The Tang dynasty was not bad now. The newspapers could play a very important role, including condemning domestic violence. My family invests in minerals. Wang Xinshu knew what investment was. It was taking out money to make money in partnership with others. It was called investment. Li Yi waved his hands. You can continue to raise horses. If you want to raise cows, donkeys, mules, and other things, you can also raise pigs and poultry. You need to plant greenhouses. I'll bring you carrots. In the future, there will be other crops. Don't think about minerals. This business is not stable. The rules are strict. If the aristocratic families come to operate, I'll turn a blind eye, and then. Li Yi stopped talking. His smile looked awkward and a little ferocious. Wang Xinshu, his legs felt natural when he walked. They didn't hurt or feel uncomfortable. He was afraid. He suddenly realized that the imperial court wasn't suitable for him. This Li Dongzhu was scheming against the aristocratic families. If he was scheming, then so be it. Why did he tell him? Was he warning him? Li Dongzhu, you. Wang Xinshu wanted to say something, but he suddenly didn't know what to say. Li Yi knew what he wanted to say. He nodded. You fight for the Tang dynasty, and I protect the Tang dynasty. A man's wealth is his own ruin. The aristocratic families have too much influence. They have too much power to speak. If I don't know how to scheme, how can I fight against them? The internal and external struggles of the Tang dynasty aren't treated to a meal. Li Dongzhu, you're telling me these things. Wang Xinshu was excited and worried. I gave you a chance when you went to deliver the horses and cooperated with the cavalry of the Tang dynasty to fight against the Turkic cavalry. What were you thinking at that time? What are you doing now? Keep it up in the future. Don't forget your original intention. If one day you want to forget, remember what I said to you today. Li Yi spoke earnestly and earnestly. He had said everything that needed to be said. In the future, if anyone, including the students, forgot some things, they and their families would no longer need to exist. I'll write it in the family motto. Wang Xinshu hurriedly promised. Oh my God. Benefits can't be taken lightly. Chapter 1278. Lan Bao brought his sister-in-law, mother, and Minamata Kazuko back. Someone from Madame Zhang went to take over and explain the situation. Madame Huang was in a trance. Her uncle seemed to have changed. The cowardice of the past was no longer there. He had become a real man. After Li Yi separated from Wang Xinshou and saw Li Longji asked, "Brother Yi, how did you deal with it?" Lan Bao's sister-in-law, Madame Huang, is fine. The Zhang family. Li Yi briefly explained the situation. Isn't this letting the Zhang family off easy? Li Longji was unhappy. It's the Zhang family. Within the 5 districts, there are thousands of people. I can force them to death with a single decision. What are the consequences of a woman not being able to bear children? Will anyone speak up for her? Li Yi looked at Li Longji and asked. What he meant was, how much pressure did you bear because of Empress Wang's matter? How many times did you have the thought of abolishing your empress? Now it was Madame Huang's turn. The Zhang family just wanted to find another woman. Madame Huang could not return the betrothal gifts, so she had to work harder. Madame Huang did not have a dowry. The Zhang family's people were doing things in Lantian County. They liked Madame Huang's hard work and appearance, so they were willing to marry a widow. If over 1,000 people of the Zhang family were killed, would the local economy still develop? What if she is seriously injured? Li Longji did not have the confidence to pursue the Zhang family's responsibility. He did waver. He did not know that in history, he had abolished his empress. Then, Wu Jieyu began to cause trouble. If she is seriously injured, the main family will be punished. Whoever is an accomplice will be punished. I will give Madame Huang some of the medicine sister-in-law took. If it still doesn't work, I will check again. Li Yi decided not to check directly. If she took the medicine, it would save him the trouble. If she could not bear children, she could divorce at the age of 50. But in fact, it did not take that long. Li Yi also did not want Madame Huang to be divorced at the age of 50. Wouldn't that be the end? Planting fruit trees and building terraced fields. The Zhang family has taken advantage of us. Li Longji was still unhappy. How can there be a big advantage? It takes a few years for the fruit trees to bear fruit. I'm only investing half of the money. The Zhang family needs to invest money and people, and then. Li Yi introduced the planting of fruit trees and terraced fields. To choose 20,000 mu of land that was not good, the soil had to be improved. Li Yi had the final say on what to plant. In the terraced fields, they planted 2 crops of indica rice and continued to nourish the land. Fruit trees are like apples and orchids. Li Yi felt that this yew was not only an apple, but also a yew. The yew was quite sour, and eating it made one's teeth hurt. In the past, Li Yi's family had a mangrove tree in the mountains and grafted a hawthorn. There were also apricot trees, which were relatively small and couldn't be eaten too much. There was also a sand fruit tree, which was bigger than an apricot tree. He climbed up and ate it, even if it was sour. Otherwise, there would be no fruit. There were also cherry trees, small cherries, strawberries, which were locally called earthen fruits, with long roots. There were 2 kinds of grapes on the grape rack, jufeng and little black grain. When the grapes were not ripe, he would eat that string. It was sour. His favorite was an apricot tree, but after 2 years of eating it, the neighbor's horse peeked its head through the fence and bit it to death. The current Zihuan could be said to be as big as a dipper and as sweet as honey. In fact, it was not that big. The ancient people exaggerated it. To grow Zihuan, one had to start composting the wasteland in winter, then plowing it in spring and planting it in summer. After 3 years, he would be able to grow a big apple if he taught them how to grow a branch. Hong Nong was good at growing apples, but if he wanted to export the apples from 10,000 mu of land, where would he sell them? Li Yi had control of the sales channels, including the indica rice. Moreover, the land belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. If Li Yi wanted the Zhang family to make money, the Zhang family would make money. If he didn't want the Zhang family to make money, the Zhang family, with the Zhang family's success in improving the wasteland and the income from planting apples, other people will contract the wasteland. In the end, Li Yi talked about the benefits of cooperating with the Zhang family to guide more people. He didn't come here just to find Lan Bao's sister-in-law. Did he and Li Longji have to go out to find someone? Li Longji and the rest were on vacation. Li Yi had to look at the local situation and give a solution according to the local situation to develop the economy. Now that he had found an opportunity to let people plant the wasteland for no reason, he would be delaying others. If the Zhang family could be forgiven, they could plant anything. When will the Huang family recover? Li Longji was worried about other people's worries again. Looking at her physical condition, I think the probability of treatment is very high. She is not thin and weak, but there are many cracks on her hands. Li Yi began to analyze the condition. The specific details needed to be checked with equipment. Anyway, he couldn't feel the pulse. If someone could feel the pulse, Empress Wang and noble consort Lu would have children. This meant that the Huang family had no problem eating. At least, she could eat until she was full. It was just that she had a lot of work and was under a lot of psychological pressure. As long as he told her that she could be pregnant, her worries would disappear in an instant. The Tang dynasty women also felt wrong about not being able to give birth to children. It was as if they had made a mistake. As long as she could give birth, it didn't matter if it was a son. If she continued to give birth, she would be able to give birth to a son, right? Which woman living a normal life in the Tang dynasty didn't want to have children? If they told the Huang family that she could have children, the hardships she suffered before would not be a problem. On the other side, the old lady was telling her daughter-in-law that the eldest daughter-in-law had become the second daughter-in-law. They were all daughters-in-law. Xiaoyu, Li Dongzhu said that you can give birth. Li Dongzhu is a miracle doctor. In the future, live a good life with Bao, and Kazuko. Give birth to a few fat babies. When my eyes recover, I will bring them to you. The old lady was full of guilt. She felt that she had cheated her daughter-in-law. As expected, the Huang family's mental state was abnormal and agitated. She looked at Lan Bao, who used to be her uncle, calmly. In the future, I will be a concubine. The Huang family felt that she couldn't compare to Minamata Kazuko. How can you be a concubine? The old lady didn't agree. If you marry someone else, you will be a disciple for a year. If you marry someone else, you will be a disciple for a year and a half. If you marry someone else, you will be a disciple. The Huang family recited. She knew the situation when the winged knights found her, so she went to ask the people in charge of the law. Minamata Kazuko said, that's someone else. If Li Dongzhu says it's okay, then it's okay. No one dares to interfere. I'm Japanese, and I don't follow the laws of the Tang dynasty. She was moved by the situation of her husband's family. She knew that she was now benefiting the family. The Li family Zhuangzi's Li Yi would do whatever he said. The prime minister came to eat and even left with things. It was more interesting to talk to Li Yi. The prime ministers slammed the table as they talked, and Li Yi followed suit. Bai Gu and Bai Zaifu, in particular. One moment, they were slamming the table to ask Li Yi to pay taxes. The next moment, they were asking Li Yi what to do if they were not feeling well. Li Yi slammed the table and then checked Bai Gu's body. The Zhang family ran away. They went back to celebrate. It was fine. They were alive. Li Dongzhu was a good person. He didn't kill the Zhang family. They had to find a way to get fertilizer. Starting tomorrow, they would take over 20,000 mu of wasteland and plant things with Li Dongzhu. When the news reached the ears of the people guarding the county office, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The Zhang family had too many people. If Li Yi didn't agree, what would happen to the county? The county magistrate, Guaninda, was drenched in sweat. He had received benefits from the Zhang family in the past. It was more than 70 yuan. He hadn't sent the benefits back yet, so he couldn't spare the money. Li Yi wanted to deal with the Zhang family. What could he do? Since Li Yi chose to forgive the Zhang family in anger, he didn't need to return the money. Chapter 1279. Li Dongzhu, I am here, and Yoji. When the sky darkened, Gao Lishir and Yang Sison arrived. Behind them was Wang Xing, who was not afraid of Gao Lishir and Yang Sison. Their positions were higher than Wang Xing's, and Yang Sison was Wang Xing's direct superior. But so what? Is your relationship with Li Dongzhu as good as mine? Even if I am his direct superior, can you replace me? Can you catch me and beat me with a board? How many cadavers have I provided Li Dongzhu? I've even saved buried children. General Gao, Supervisor Yang. Li Yi cupped his fists. He had to show proper etiquette. He then said to Wang Xing, Brother Wang's complexion has been good recently. Li Dongzhu, don't call me brother. Wang Xing was not afraid of Gao Lishir and Yang Sison, but he was afraid of more powerful people. It's fine. Brother Wang has helped me improve my medical skills. This winter, I have to get more nurses. There are not enough Khitan and Turkic nurses. Li Yi insisted. Was someone who could help you steal a corpse not worthy of respect? The key was that when Wang Xing stole the corpse, he found a living child. This child was enough to offset all his crimes. Wang Xing also found time to visit Sun Er. This was the child he had saved, and he wanted to adopt him. The Su family also agreed. After the new year, they would hold a ceremony and Sun would become Wang Xing's adopted son. After Sun Er got married, his first child would have the surname Wang, and he would be Wang Xing's grandson. The Su family agreed. If not for Wang Xing, they would have lost 2 grandchildren. Now, the 2 children would always go to the drunken immortal residence to eat. The food was good, and they did not have to spend money. Old Yang, Old Gao, you haven't eaten yet, right? Just in time, let's eat hot pot. Li Yi changed the way he addressed them. Yang Sison was not good with words and nodded. Gao Lishir was kind. When Li Dongzhu came out, I thought that since Wu Jieyu and Lu Jieyu came over, I found an excuse to follow them. Yes, yes. Li Yi cheered him on. Yes, you're not here to look for Li Longji. I believe you. I don't care if others believe me or not, I believe you. The person who had once said this was said to have solved a public relations crisis because everyone was speechless. He was too amazing. He was able to promote someone who was speechless after being insulted to continue teaching others how to speak. What was the truth? Others were speechless because they couldn't speak. He. Others were bitterly disappointed. They knew some things, but they weren't willing to talk about it. It was just power, the emperor's new clothes. When he said this, he received silence, but what he lost was credibility. If such a person was praised for saying such words, then one day, once the country was invaded, there would be countless traitors appearing. This was because the other party would find all sorts of reasons to beat them up. The betrayer would say, I don't care if you believe it or not, I believe it. Old Gao, Old Yang, try your best to treat your subordinates peacefully. Don't help them find excuses just because they're on our side. The Tang dynasty needs rules. If you let your emotions affect your decisions, you'll only get a little benefit, but the damage to the imperial court will be difficult to heal. Put your heart in the right place. The history books will record it, and the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper will report it. Li Yi said with a smile. He seemed to be very casual. Gao Lishir and Yang Sison looked solemn. They were not stupid. To be able to climb to their current positions, they knew the mentality of who was talking about what. They knew that if Li Yi was angry and said that only one of them could live, they would definitely die. There were many eunuchs, but there was only one Li Yi. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. Yoji and I are reasonable people, Gao Lishir said. Yang Sison nodded and did not say anything. He was not good with words. Let's go to my third brother's place. Let's go and eat hot pot, Li Yi said and did not continue to emphasize. He did not like to say it 3 times. Saying it 3 times seemed to be emphasizing, but in fact, it meant that you were not noble enough. A noble person only said it once. Don't make me say it a second time. When I say it a second time, it's time for you to go down. Saying it 3 times was worse than a fart. When a general issued an order, would he say it 3 times? He would only say it once. Whoever did not carry it out properly would be beheaded. When the emperor issued an imperial edict, did he say it 3 times? When he killed Yu Fei, he said it more often. If Li Yi said, "Qing Song, get a hot pot. Remember to bring charcoal, remember to bring charcoal, remember to bring charcoal, remember to bring charcoal, remember to bring charcoal," Qing Song would be crippled. Then Pine Tree would be crippled. This was not an emphasis, but a dissatisfaction. Usually, when Li Yi said, Qing Song would jump out and come back with the hot pot and charcoal. When Pine Tree heard his name, he knew what Li Yi needed. At the same time, he brought along the matching items. If Qing Song did not react within 2 seconds, Ziyu would run out. "Ah! You're here too." This. Li Longji did not know how to address them. "Greetings, County Lord." Gao Lisher and the other 2 greeted him at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. They were so sensible and cooperative. "Good. Let's eat hot pot together." Li Longji was happy. The people around him were really smart. Princess Yongmu giggled and leaned her head on Li Yi's chest, her face full of happiness. She thought it was interesting. She had never encountered such a thing since she was a child. Everyone was acting, and they were very serious about it. If anyone accidentally made a mistake, the others would help to make up for it in time. If they could not make up for it, they would quickly change the topic, and everyone would choose to forget the previous topic. Moreover, acting was not important. What was important was that when they were acting, the territory of the Tang dynasty was expanding and its national strength was increasing. Princess Yongmu felt that she had someone to rely on, and she did not have to be worried all day long like when she could not eat meat. "Xiaolan, go to Li Lang's side. Don't stay close to me." Princess Yongmu became generous and told Xiaolan to go to Li Yi. "What are you doing next to me? You will also be Li Lang's woman in the future. Go, go." Xiaolan happily ran to the other side of Li Yi and was happy to stay there. She was sensible and did not dare to use such an opportunity to suppress Princess Yongmu. She knew that Li Yi understood everything. As long as she dared to have a little extra thought, Li Yi would be ruthless. Just like how Li Yi supported Empress Wang, it was justified. Rules were rules. The princess was naturally a princess, and she was just a person around the princess. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu and wanted to laugh. Did this girl forget all the hardships in the past? "When Tian, I thought of something delicious. It's called, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. I will gather the ingredients and give it to you. Make it for everyone. It's quite tiring and there are too many processes." Li Yi was enjoying his current life. He had great power and a beautiful woman to accompany him. The commoners also cooperated. As long as someone mentioned the Li family Zhuangzi, the commoners would follow the instructions and give them an example. He thought of Buddha Jumps Over the Wall and decided to make it to make money. Li Yi had eaten Buddha Jumps Over the Wall before. It was not very delicious, and many people were chasing stars when they ate it. Li Yi had eaten Buddha Jumps Over the Wall many times. To him, Buddha Jumps Over the Wall was just a stew. It was the same as fennel beans. It was not the taste, but the feeling. To put it bluntly, it was showing off. In China, the best food had always been the daily meals. Because it was made many times, no matter if it was improvement or eating habits, it was the most comfortable. Chapter 1280. Why is it called Buddha jumps over the wall. Li Longji was curious about the name of the dish. Some Buddhist disciples abstain from meat and fish. Buddha jumps over the wall has meat and fish. It's because the taste is so good that Buddhist monks who abstain from meat and fish eat it. It can also be said that the disciples jumped over the wall to eat it. Li Yi briefly explained that some people ate meat and drank wine in the Tang dynasty. Some people didn't eat meat and fish. It was said that the order to abstain from meat and fish was added into the doctrine by the previous emperor. The political power and the doctrine influenced each other. If the religious power was strong, the political power would be weak. The political power needed to act according to the local religious power. If the political power didn't listen to the religious power, the political power would be eliminated. On the other hand, the religious power was controlled by the political power. The temple occupies a lot of land and there are many monks. Li Yi thought of the temple when he was thinking about who should listen to who had more power. A lot of land belongs to the temple. They don't need to pay rent. Li Longji had already restricted Buddhism. He even chased some people out of the temple. But he still wanted to go further. He didn't need Buddhism or Taoism. The newspapers had always been promoting Chinese civilization and the Tang dynasty. The people of the capital government went to the temple less and less. They no longer gave money for incense and oil. They even stole incense and took it home to use for their longevity tablets. The land that the temple once gave was still harvested every year. They also lent money to the outside world. Some people couldn't pay back the money they borrowed. They could only give their land to the temple, which increased the land of the temple. Now the capital government and the surrounding people didn't care about the money they borrowed. The interest was high. The people were more willing to borrow money from the Li family Zhuangzi, such as buying clothes, building new houses, and buying livestock. They didn't borrow money to buy food. There was enough food to eat. They made money from picking tea leaves, wormwood, and ice storage. But they didn't have enough money for big things. They borrowed money from the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi sent people to provide livestock for Jianhe. The Li family Zhuangzi's expenses were low. The people paid back the expenses in installments. It was considered suppressing the monasteries, but it was only limited to the capital office and the surrounding areas. It was beyond their reach. Thinking of this, Li Longji's mood worsened. Let them rear pigs. Li Yi was in a good mood. Since there was a place and manpower, let's rear pigs. Raise pigs? Li Longji was puzzled. Why did he suddenly want to ask others to raise pigs? They were more relaxed. They chanted scriptures and recited doctrines. They recited them while rearing pigs. Also, their good fields are used to grow indica rice. Li Yi said with an expression of great concern for the disciples of Buddhism, the kind that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. If his eyes hadn't unconsciously narrowed, the others would have believed him. Good idea. Li Qingqi voiced his support. Yes, tell the people in the temple to raise more pigs. The common people need to eat meat. Cooking pig food, cutting pig grass, and cleaning up pig dung did not affect the chanting of sutras. Chanting sutras and serving pigs was a happy thing. Empress Wang rubbed her belly and said, yes, they don't go to war, and they don't pay rent. We don't ask them to manage the Grief Tian Square anymore. They should do something for the Tang dynasty. Good. Li Dan said. We should have done so long ago. Noble consort Lu agreed. How do we rear them? Li Longji began to consider the specific aspects. The matter of asking monks and Taoist priests to rear pigs had been decided. Cooperate. We can't let them suffer losses. Let's let Sitong Temple. Li family Zhuangzi. I'm worried that the people of Sitong Temple will be biased. Li Yi wanted to do it through the officials, but he thought that the officials were unreliable. It would be troublesome if he had to deal with them. My Zhuangzi will produce piglets. They will be responsible for rearing them. They will give me 100 pounds of pork for each pig they raise. The rest will be their profit. Keep the seeds that should be kept. Before the female piglets are slaughtered, they must produce a litter of piglets. The piglets produced will still be mine. They will continue to raise them. The extra ones will be distributed to the common people. Li Yi began to talk about the specific data. He would only produce piglets. Others would help to raise them, and he would take the meat and the new piglets. Princess Yongmu liked to eat pork, so she knew about it. When she heard that it was 100 pounds of pork, she frowned slightly. Li Lang, isn't 100 pounds too little? Xiaolan nodded on the other side of Li Yi. It should be 200 pounds. It's pork, without bones and offal. Li Yi emphasized the words he said. How big could a litter of pigs grow from the beginning of the year to the end of the year? What was the percentage of meat produced after they were slaughtered? If the sows were slaughtered, they would gain weight quickly, but they would be slow to give birth. It was the same for boars. According to the conditions he proposed, the monks and Taoist priests would not be able to recoup their capital. They would need annual subsidies. Fortunately, he did not pursue the percentage of lean meat. The common people of the Tang dynasty did not like to eat lean meat because it was not oily. If they wanted more lean meat, the pigs would have to exercise, run, and swim. All their incense money will be used. Li Qingqi gloated. He was happy. Those who believed in Buddhism and Taoism would still give money. They would give money to the temples and Brother Yi would turn them into pork and piglets. Brother Yi would not earn this money if he turned around and gave it to the common people. It was equivalent to the monks and Taoist priests working to contribute to the Tang dynasty. If anyone disagreed, they would be enlightened by the winged knights, the 16 guards, and the 30,000 soldiers. If there is effort, there will naturally be returns. I want to translate more scriptures and print a batch for them to study and preach. When Li Yi bullied others, he wanted to give them some benefits. The Tang dynasty was still working hard to translate scriptures, especially Buddhist scriptures. By his time, after generations of translations and annotations, the content of scriptures had become broader and deeper. Especially in terms of interpretation, whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, the different opinions given by later generations were the most precious. In terms of debating scriptures, Li Yi could use the scriptures of that time to debate the current monks. He believed that the pig farmers would be satisfied if he took time to copy 1 or 2 scriptures a year. Just like medical books, if he gave out medical books, the learner would have to treat others for free as tuition. Only acupuncture, massage, and medicinal herbs could earn money. Brother Yi, thank you. Li Longji thanked him. Starting from the beginning of spring next year, the temples and monasteries in a large area would start to raise pigs. By the end of next year, when the results were out, they would be promoted to further places. Li Yi ate a mouthful of vegetables. There are many lazy monks and Taoists. The fields belonging to the temples and monasteries do not cultivate themselves. Instead, they rent them out to other people. Li Yi mentioned another thing. The monks and Taoists in the temples and monasteries lived a happy life all day long. There was a hierarchy. The lower the level, the more tired they were. At the top, they ate well and slept well every day, but did not work at all. There was no such thing as cultivating and watering their own crops. They rented the land to others and collected a lot of rent. At the same time, they did not pay the rent. There was no such thing as mediocrity. They were equivalent to landlords who did not pay taxes. Some of them had frequent contact with the royal family and aristocrats, and even had illicit relations. Li Yi was thinking about continuing to change. There were so many tenants working for the monks and Taoists. It was better to work for the Li family Zhuangzi. Move the people who work for them to me. The people are too poor. I will take care of them. I don't want their rent. After Li Yi finished speaking, he looked at everyone. Everyone looked at Li Yi and nodded, meaning that he could take them if he wanted. Chapter 1281. Li Longji and the others didn't look surprised at all. They were used to it. A few years ago, when they met Li Yi, Li family Zhuangzi said that he was collecting rent, which was a lot cheaper than others. It seemed like he was disrupting the market. In the end, collecting rent was just a name. From the beginning until now, he hadn't collected it. The people who worked all became Li family Zhuangzi's farmers, the kind that they couldn't leave for the rest of their lives. They even had descendants. Now that they heard Li Yi say that he didn't collect rent from the people he robbed, it was very normal. The people who worked for Li Yi wouldn't suffer losses, and Li Yi also had benefits. Where are the benefits? Wu Jieyu knew, but she still wanted to ask for details. The benefits are in the priority to buy and the discount on the rent handed over to the imperial court. Li Yi gave the answer. Everyone looked at each other. Very well, they didn't understand. Li Yi explained, the imperial court wants to collect rent, and the people have to pay this rent. If the people want to sell the crops, they have to sell it to me first at the same price. I take over the rent collected by the imperial court and don't give it to old Bai. I convert it to money. The grain is in my hands, and I process it deeply. I don't rob other people's grain market. Also, I have the final say on what kind of crops are planted. He told everyone how to operate without desperately chasing after profits. He would find other wastelands to enclose, and the land would belong to Li family Zhuangzi. The farmers would improve the soil while farming, and after a few years, the wastelands would become good fields. The farmers' income would increase, and the pressure to survive would decrease. The people in other places saw Li family Zhuangzi's operation and found that they could get more good fields, so they followed suit. In the process, Li family Zhuangzi earned very little money. The farmers earned more, and their lives were better. They would spend more, and it would increase the tax revenue of the Tang dynasty. From a personal point of view, Li Yi's gains didn't make up for his losses. If he had the energy, wouldn't he benefit more from doing other things? From the Tang dynasty's point of view, the Tang dynasty benefited more. Li Yi felt that with the power he enjoyed now, there should be corresponding obligations. He didn't like the prime minister, so with a single word, the prime minister had to step down. The Tang dynasty's imperial court's revenue had increased because so many people were living a better life. The prime minister was valuable, but his value was less than the contributions of the Li family Zhuangzi. Whether he could continue working or be fired depended entirely on Li Yi's considerations. Okay. Wu Jieyu looked at her son, Bao Er. Bao Er was asleep again. She wanted Li Yi to teach Bao Er so that when he grew up, he would at least have the means to settle down. It was impossible for Li Yi to teach his son how to usurp the throne. The crown prince had already been decided, but Li Yi would teach him other aspects of knowledge. This included conflicts between people, such as bullying aristocratic families and large clans. From the beginning, there was no direct confrontation. By the time others wanted to fight head-on, it was already too late. The appearance of the winged knights borrowed Yao Chang's power. He even borrowed Li Longji's momentum to deal with Princess Taiping, implicating a large number of people. The timing was too good. The old power had not disappeared, but the new power had already been formed. Will we enter the county early tomorrow morning? Li Longji listened to the lively sounds of the people outside eating and drinking with a smile on his face. We'll be eating hot pot tonight. The winged knights helped cut the meat. The chefs have already eaten and rested, Li Yi replied. What does the chef's rest have to do with entering the county tomorrow? The little boy was a little sleepy, but he was still holding on. He wanted to eat more. During the day, he was tired from running, so he played with the other children. Li Yi poured a little vinegar into the little boy's plate. If we enter the county tomorrow morning, we have to provide breakfast for the people. The chefs have to wake up in the middle of the night to make breakfast, so they rest early. Ah! The little boy thought carefully and nodded. He felt that he had learned something. He waited for Datang to help him dip a piece of meat into the seasoning and eat it. The sour taste of the vinegar made him suddenly energetic. Eat half a bowl of rice before you go to sleep. Don't drink too much soup. Li Yi looked at the little boy and instructed. Okay. The little boy agreed. After Datang scooped the rice, he ate it with a spoon. His ability to take care of himself now was better than some children from ordinary families. He was similar to the children from poor families. The children from poor families, as young as 4 years old, knew how to cook for the adults when the adults were sick. It was not just for show, like frying in the pot or recording a video. Because it included a complete process of making a fire, stuffing the stove, washing the pot, washing the rice, and so on. Everything was for the sake of survival. The flourishing age had nothing to do with it. The little boy did not need to learn for the sake of survival. He was taught to learn. In the Li family Zhuangzi, the adults cooked, made a separate stove, and taught the little boy step by step. The little boy learned it as a game and felt that it was very fun. As a result, he learned it. One day, when he needed to face difficulties alone, he knew what to do. Moreover, this kind of learning was equivalent to training the brain and cerebellum. It was helpful for intellectual development. The people outside were eating in full swing. They ate as much meat as they liked and drank the hot soup in the hot pot when it was cold. With the surrounding tent to block the wind, they did not feel uncomfortable at all after drinking 2 mouthfuls of hot white wine. They could eat too much. The food they brought was not enough for them to eat so much. One person could eat 5 to 6 kilograms of meat and then eat the staple food. Otherwise, they would be hungry. Just like the people in the 60s and 70s in Li Yi's time, 17 or 18-year-old women worked in coal pits and ate 7 or 8 big steamed buns in a meal. There was little oil and water, and the work was tiring, so they could only increase their appetite. 18 yuan per person, plus seasonings and other things, a total of 25 yuan of paper barbecue and pot buffet. If people went to eat now, there was basically no possibility of continuing to open. They would all eat and close. It also depended on the situation. At that time, Li Yi had a box lunch that cost 10 yuan and opened it next to the construction site. The workers would never add more dishes after they were done. They would only eat the steamed buns and rice and then drink the soup. The workers were afraid. They were afraid that if they ate too much, they would finish the shop. Where would they go to eat then? If they made it themselves, it would waste time and the taste would not be good enough. The people nowadays did not think about how much money Li Yi would have to spend. They ate as much as they wanted. They knew that Li Yi was rich and did not care about such things. Old Zhang's family really escaped a disaster. If it were me, I would let their entire family be dealt with. So you are not Li Dongzhu. There are more than 1,000 people, and there are pregnant women and children who are breastfeeding. At least let his family pay more. Li Dongzhu still cooperated with his family. He is too weak and not satisfying. When you hit your wife, I heard the noise. Beat her to death, coward. Who are you calling a coward? Say it again. Let's not talk about it. Go, let's stay away. Let's talk. I don't want to. You want to find a place where there is no one to hit me. I know. Trash who only knows how to hit his wife. I am not talking to you. If you dare to hit me, I will shout for Li Dongzhu. Bah! The people argued as they talked. Those who were capable did not need to be hit. Their wives were docile and considerate. Some even coaxed their wives at home and washed their wives' feet. When they said something outside, no one dared to disobey. Those who were not capable were bullied outside and went home to hit their wives. What else could they do? Some people had to rely on bullying their families to gain a sense of existence. Chapter 1282. The noise gradually disappeared, and the people who had eaten went to sleep in their tents. The tents were warmer than the outside. There was a furnace inside with a tin chimney to burn coke. There was a special tent with the same furnace, which was guarded by people. If there was a problem with the wind direction and pressure, the furnace in the other tents would be extinguished. If there were no accidents, the furnace would burn normally. Li Yi's time, many southerners who went to the north to do business did not burn coal at all, but firewood. They were afraid that if they didn't press the furnace properly, a large amount of carbon monoxide would be released and they would be poisoned. Pressing coal for the furnace was a skill. Later, there was a carbon monoxide alarm. It was small and cheap, so everyone bought it. When the carbon monoxide concentration reached a certain level, the equipment would alarm, and people would get up to deal with it. At most, it would be a little cold, but it was better than dying. Li Yi's car also had a furnace. His ambulance was more advanced. There was a generator that burned gasoline for Empress Wang and the others. It was not an air conditioner, but a resistance wire. There were people specially guarding it. This electric furnace could be used for cooking, and the guards put a kettle to boil water. After boiling a kettle, they poured it into a thermos. A lot could be boiled in one night. When everyone woke up the next morning, everyone would drink a cup of warm water. The Yulin flying cavalry on the lookout outside wore thick clothes and wore cotton gloves. 2 gloves were tied with a rope and hung around their necks. They stood with their backs to the light, so they could see the situation. Of course, they were exposed. The lights were behind them and above their heads, so it was too obvious. So they wore helmets that were connected to their necks, and below them were large shields. Anyway, they could block arrows from the front. In theory, there was no possibility of a successful sneak attack from 100 steps away. There were surveillance cameras outside. Like in the movies, one would cover the mouth, one would slit the throat, and one would twist the neck to deal with the sentries. It was impossible for the feathered forest-winged cavalry to sneak in. Because there were also hidden sentries. Open sentries, patrol, and hidden sentries were all one. You want to touch the open sentries, but do you think the hidden sentries are dead? The Zhang family of Hong Nong was celebrating. Everyone was eating and drinking. In the past few days, they had been scared out of their wits. Some of the family members had run away with their money. Now, he could finally relax. First, he had to celebrate. Then, he had to act according to the cooperation requirements. County Magistrate Guan Yinda was also hosting a banquet for other people, all of whom were the clan heads of the various villages or families in the county. Everyone, I haven't heard of any of you hitting your wives recently. I'm very pleased. Guan Yinda was very grateful. Wasn't it normal for everyone to work together and hit their wives? It was the same for beating children. Ever since the people in the county knew about Mrs. Huang's situation, they stopped fighting. They were afraid. God knows how many people Li Yi would kill when he came over. Guan Yinda's intention was for everyone to maintain their composure and not make any mistakes at the crucial moment. In any case, before he was unlucky, he would definitely deal with all of them first. The sky brightened when it was snowing, and the temperature outside was even lower. Although Hong Nong was located south of the Yellow River, it was still cold. The team set off at this time to rush to the county town and have breakfast with the people there. Li Yi was reading the intelligence report given by the Winged Knights. The contents of Guan Yinda's banquet last night were all written in the report. Princess Yongmu was reading at the side. Li Longji and the rest didn't care. With Li Yi around, it wasn't a big problem. Li Yi didn't look for them. Don't hit your wives, don't hit your wives. Li Lang, why do they always say such things? Princess Yongmu was in a bad mood when she read the report. She felt that it was an honor for the entire county to not hit their wives. Then, they should have hit their wives in the past. There are a few patterns when people interact with each other. Usually, when people interact with each other, it's either the east wind suppressing the west wind or the west wind suppressing the east wind. For example, if I cook red braised pork for you every day and suddenly don't cook it for a day, what would you think? Li Yi gave an example. It was just a problem of human nature. When Princess Yongmu heard red braised meat, she started to swallow her saliva. She said cutely, Li Lang is sick and not feeling well. He was delayed by something. I will eat something else. The food in the canteen is fine. Li Yi, shouldn't you be thinking about why Li Yi doesn't cook for me? Am I angry? Li Yi reminded her. No. I am also practicing, but I can't control the heat well. Wait for me to practice more, and I will cook it for you. Princess Yongmu gestured with her hands to show that she is working hard. Li Yi slapped his forehead. Xiaolan, what about you? Me? I will be unhappy. Why don't you cook meat for me? I must teach you a lesson and let you know that you are wrong. Xiaolan gave another answer. Yes, this is the normal reaction of an ordinary person. Then, there is another kind. If I hit you every day, what will you think if I don't hit you for a day? Li Yi was satisfied. Xiaolan knew how to cooperate. I will think that you are too good to me. You actually didn't hit me today, Xiaolan said. Look, Wen Tian, Xiaolan is smart. You know why I said this. Therefore, you are the best in my heart. Xiaolan, don't you think so? Li Yi knew that Xiaolan was acting. Princess Yongmu had been living a good life recently and had forgotten the struggles of the past. Xiaolan pouted. She had said it herself, but the result was inferior. I will pretend not to know next time, she muttered. Then you're not Xiaolan. Xiaolan should be smart. This is the situation when most people interact with each other. They are less tolerant, bullied by the weak, retreated when they see the strong, feared difficulties, and like to shirk responsibility. Therefore, people must know self-respect, self-love, and self-improvement. They must not be moved by small benefits and stop because of the long road. Li Yi talked to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan about the quality of human nature and how they should treat things. Li Yi's actions belonged to the Qi family. As they spoke, the team entered the county city. The people of the county city also carried their things and prepared to eat with Li Yi. The team stopped and placed hot water in a basin. Everyone washed their hands and faces with soap and brushes. Then, they wiped their faces dry and applied vanishing cream. They surrounded the fire and warmed themselves. Breakfast was millet porridge and steamed buns, plus pickled vegetables. There were too many people, so the chef and the team couldn't make more dishes. The steamed buns weren't snow white either. The brown steamed buns weren't white enough for free. The noodles that were made last night were placed in a warm place. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rise at all. This way, there was no need to add alkali, which was Li Yi's baking soda. If they didn't rub the alkali, the steamed buns wouldn't turn yellow. That was called too much alkali. In the Li family Zhuangzi, if this was the only thing he had for breakfast, it definitely wouldn't pass. However, the people of Hongnong County City thought that it was good. The steamed buns were soft and a little sweet. Children could eat them as snacks. Li Longji also ate this. Empress Wang, Wu Jieyu, Lu Jieyu, and the others had changed their meals. They ate pies and steamed eggs. Empress Wang had a child in her stomach, so Wu Jieyu needed to feed the buns. There is a cake with high sugar content. It can be stored for a long time. It can be eaten even when it hardens. Li Yi looked at the children eating the steamed buns and thought of a cake. It was a cake that didn't pass the food requirements. Chapter 1283. Li Yi thought of the cake he had when he was young. It was very hard. He added eggs and sugar and then made it. It could last for more than 3 years. In the past, it was used as a gift. The cake itself did not rot because it was coaxed dry when it was made. When eating this kind of cake, the crumbs would fall off with one bite. It was usually used as a gift. Because it contained more sugar, there were relatively fewer bacteria. It was not a cream cake, including shortbread and other things, sold together. Later, it was used as an offering to the grave. In the past, it was eaten and given as a gift. These things were like Xinjiang cakes. There were actually a lot of bacteria. When it was stored for a long time, it would not rot. It was similar to the fried noodles of the Tang dynasty. It was not made noodles, but oily tea noodles. The bacteria test would definitely exceed the limit. It was fine as long as it did not rot and could be eaten. Including the sushi that he learned from the Japanese Empire when he went to sea, there were a lot of bacteria in it. After getting used to it, the body would have antibodies to resist it. The whole wheat rye bread from World War II had sawdust in it. According to Li Yi's bacteria test, it was still eaten. Should I bring cake or oily tea noodles when I go to sea? Or should I bring flour, sugar, and honey? When Li Yi was eating steamed buns and millet porridge, he began to think about seafaring food. Brother Yi, I have an idea. Li Longji was also eating big steamed buns and salted vegetables. Today's salted vegetables included spicy cabbage. Proper spicy cabbage had shredded pears, radish shredded, honey, sugar, and chili powder. The cabbage was peeled layer by layer, and the shredded vegetables were stuffed in. This was the real Korean pickled vegetables, also known as Korean kimchi. The Koreans did not make this during Li Yi's time. There was scientific evidence that fruits had a high sugar content, which would dehydrate the bacteria. Honey was even more amazing. Many foods had a shelf life. Honey and salt had it. In fact, salt had a shelf life of 18 months, 24 months, and 30 months. Honey also had to be written. The shelf life of the food was not qualified if it was not written. In fact, the shelf life of salt was a joke. Unless it was damp and tasted bad, it would not spoil. Honey was similar. Pure honey could last for a few years. The most interesting thing was that aged vinegar had a shelf life. 3 years of aged vinegar had a shelf life of 18 months, 5 years of aged vinegar had a shelf life of 18 months, and 10 years of aged vinegar had a shelf life of 8 months. 2 years out of 3, wasn't that just 5 years? Sell it according to 3 years, and when it expires, change it to 5 years. However, there were some special cases where liquor with a certain alcohol content could not be labeled with a shelf life. For example, the flying Mao Tai that had been in the cellar for 15 years could be produced from the factory. Li Yi knew that there was a problem. The person who set the standards was human, and human, he did not consider all aspects. It belonged to metaphysics and dogmatism. Just like when he first started learning piano, the teacher said that the knuckles must be raised so that there would be strength. He followed the teacher's instructions. Only later did he realize that it was bullshit. Knuckle protrusion was just one school. When a great pianist played, his fingers were like chicken claws, scratching here and there. Knuckle protrusion. It didn't exist. It was just like archery in the Tang dynasty. Under the guidance of a master, you had to form a line with your eyes, arrow, and hand before shooting. He seemed to be very good at teaching archery. When fighting on the battlefield, what was a line? It was all based on instinct and intuition. Aim? The cavalry on both sides shuttled back and forth, circling around to find the wind. You want me to aim? Now let them get used to the bacteria and then go out to sea. Yes. Just like that, add tea leaves. Li Yi's mind was not on breakfast at all. What did he eat for breakfast was the same. He was thinking long-term. After the new year, the fleet would set off one after another. The food and health of the sailors were the most important. The so-called hard work only meant that the logistics could not keep up. In other words, under the premise of survival, the so-called health standards were secondary. They could not eat food that was cooked overnight. There was too much nitrite, and eating it would cause problems. Which of the elders could throw it away? Didn't they continue eating the next day? Then, those who were particular about food safety would fall ill and die before the age of 50. And those elders who were not particular about food could still work when they were 80 or 90 years old. Wasn't this a great irony to some of the so-called science? Li Yi thought about it, and it was quite difficult. He did not know which method he should follow. Should it be pure modern medicine's bacteria quantity, or the mutual restriction of Chinese medicine's theory? What should I do? If the bacteria exceeds the limit, I will have diarrhea, unless the person is already used to it. For example, the Ganges River water. But the Ganges River water is not good either. Cow dung is useless. Li Yi was in a dilemma. Going out to sea could not be so clean. It was not like his time. No, his time was not clean either, including the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Princess Yongmu was watching from the side. When she heard Li Yi's muttering, she thought for a moment and asked, Li Lang, will it kill people to eat something that exceeds the limit? Yes, but, no, it won't. There are only a few problems in sailing that can kill people. When we select people, we can eliminate a high probability. As Li Yi spoke, he looked around. Then, he pulled Princess Yongmu over and kissed her face. Princess Yongmu lowered her head. Her face and neck were red. 2 breaths later, she also looked around and kissed Li Yi back. Then, she covered her face with both hands. Li Longji, who was more than 600 meters away, put down his binoculars. You saw me, but you didn't say anything. 600 meters away, he saw Li Yi through the binoculars. When he looked around, he suddenly stopped at his position. This meant that Li Yi could see here without binoculars. It could be said that he had good eyesight, or it could be said that he had a strong sixth sense. There is a big pond where 4 rivers converge. Why didn't anyone plant lotus flowers in it? Li Yi did not even look at Li Longji. Li Yi was looking at the terrain and terrain. There was a place where 4 rivers converged, but it was full of wild reeds and duckweed. If there was water in, there must be a way out. This pond was frozen. It looked overgrown with weeds, but after the ice, there was still grass. It was dried up. This meant that there was an underground river. At the same time, this place was permeable. Ordinary people would think that there was a serious water loss and that it could not be used for economic development. What Li Yi saw was water flowing out. It was flowing water. Was the permeable area below a large karst underground water basin? No, he had a choice. Yes, he still had a choice. This place was not bad. The small canal was stable and the water level was high. There were too many places where he could operate. I'll stay here for 2 days. I'll take a look. Put on a warm diving suit and go down to take a look. Li Yi decided to stay for 2 more days. In any case, he would go back before the new year. If there was a karst cave, it could become a natural safe warehouse. The tourism industry was not expected to develop, but the thermostatic warehouse could be developed. A karst cave like this would generally be at a temperature of 4 or 5 degrees above zero. That was the temperature of a watermelon placed in a well. Why else would it be said that well water penetrated the bones? It had the same effect as spring. The temperature and humidity played a role. Chapter 1284. A large group of people were shaving ice and permafrost in the low-lying area. The people in the county said that the pond was not good. It ate people and other things. Many years ago, someone's child swam here and disappeared. They couldn't be found even if they pulled nets from boats. Sometimes, big fish would appear in the pond and disappear after a few days. The families didn't allow their children to play here or draw water from the pond. They were afraid. When Li Yi heard that there was a big fish, he decided not to go down alone. If there was a big black fish, it would bite people. At least a few people had to cooperate and cover for it. There might be a big underground lake below. Fish grew there in winter and went up when there was water above in spring. If he didn't make good use of the place where the four rivers converged, he would be letting down the special geographical structure. There is a big karst cave in Luonan County of Shangzhou. Does anyone know about it? Li Yi was waiting for the entrance when he remembered that there was a karst cave next to it. The fragrant mountain karst cave was said to have a bad view. There were no facilities, and one had to climb the mountain for a long time. It was a private development. They wanted to invest more money, but the local hardware couldn't keep up. There weren't many good roads or cable cars. Whoever went there would climb the mountain, then go in for a walk, spend some money, and come out. The tickets were cheap. One only needed to pay for electricity. Food and beverage couldn't keep up. There were few tourists. Li Yi was thinking about the value of the place. Tourism was out of the question. Few people went there in his time, let alone in the Tang dynasty. Who would go there for fun? Everyone shook their heads. They hadn't heard of it. Luonan had heard of it. It was a county. It's better to use it to grow mushrooms. No, if you want to grow mushrooms, you can just dig them out on the Lus Plateau. Why go to such a high mountain? Li Yi considered the idea of mushrooms and rejected it. Then, he realized that the fragrant mountain karst cave had no value. He considered other karst caves. For example, the Coxcomb Cave in Hunan Province. It had a constant temperature. There is the Wan River south of Guizhou. Who knows about the Coxcomb Cave there? Li Yi asked again. Are there any signs of human habitation there? Li Longji thought hard, but he couldn't remember anything. Li Yi's eyes suddenly became sluggish. After a few breaths, he shook his head and said, No, but there is a hole there. Let's go back and take a look. Maintain the temperature. Li Yi knew the use of a constant temperature of 18 degrees Celsius. In the winter, there was no need to light a stove, and in the summer, it was even cooler. Shiitake mushrooms are not suitable to be planted inside. Enoki mushrooms can be used to cultivate mycelium, especially in winter. In the summer, they would be placed outside in a cool shed to maintain the temperature around 20 degrees Celsius. Shiitake mushrooms require a high temperature, so they can be grown in summer or in a greenhouse. The best one is the monkey head mushroom, 18 degrees. Yes, 18 degrees. Li Yi felt that he had found a treasure. Coxcomb Cave was a large place with a constant temperature of 18 degrees Celsius, which was the best temperature for cultivating Hericium arenaceus. Moreover, the Hericium mushroom did not require much light. A few kerosene lamps were enough for the Hericium mushroom to grow. The Li family Zhuangzi had made quite a bit of money from the monkey head mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. Even the imperial plantation above them didn't make much money. Where is it? Li Longji thought that the commoners would have work to do. They needed manpower to grow a large number of mushrooms. It is less than 20 miles northwest of Laojun Mountain. It is a straight line distance. If you take the mountain road. Li Yi said according to the map. Oh, Li Longji knew the location. His great-grandfather Li Shimin had given it the name. His great-grandfather had also created the Xuanwu Gate. He was also fated to do so. At the same time, he was not the first prince. He was able to become the crown prince because of his strength. Okay, let's take a look at it on the way back. We will also go to Laojun Temple. Li Longji finally came out. He just had to return to Chang'an during the new year. I will send someone back to get the mycelium and prepare to plant a large number of mushrooms. Li Yi rubbed his hands. Then, He looked at Li Longji, third brother. Do you think His Majesty wants to invest? No, His Majesty doesn't care about such a small amount of money. Li Longji did not want it. It was not much money. Oh, right. 1 million a year is indeed not enough. Then I will do it myself. Li nodded and agreed with his third brother. How much? Li Longji asked in surprise when he heard the number. 1,800,000. I will mainly export it and promote it. I will make up stories about how good it is. The price is high. There are not many wild mushrooms in the first place. Li Yi made it clear that it could not be sold at that price in the Tang dynasty. It was exported to Japan, Southeast Asia, and other countries. It was all about promotion. For example, maca. At first, it was sold by the gram. 1 gram could be sold for more than 20 yuan. Later, everyone tried their best to grow it and sold it by the kilogram. 1 kilogram was more than 10 yuan. Other people did not know how to grow monkey head mushrooms. There were very few wild ones. Was it expensive to sell it for 100 caddies of rice? Did they know how much benefit eating a monkey head mushroom had? This was eaten by the Tang emperors. Li Longji frowned. I think that His Majesty does not care about money. Growing mushrooms together is for the people. Brother Yi, think about it. How is it for the people? I think it is to encourage the people to be self-reliant and provide them with ways to improve their quality of life. It solves the problem of sales channels. Li Yi said seriously. Yes, Brother Yi, you have thought it through. I will write a letter to His Majesty. How should we split the profits? Li Longji decided to invest. So much money. Li Yi looked at Li Longji. His Majesty must have thought about it. For example, 5% of the profits. After all, the main purpose is to make the people. Brother Yi, how can you ask for 5% of the profits if it is too little? 10%. Li Longji interrupted Li Yi. I mean 5% of His Majesty. Li Yi did not back down. The present was not like the past. He was not afraid. Why should he give you so much, 80%? All right. Li Longji said, half as 8. In the future, the money earned here will be given to Wen Tian. I am not short of money. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu again. The money earned from the monkey head mushroom farming in Coxcomb Cave would be given to her. Li Longji also looked at his daughter and sighed. His Majesty probably only needs to give her a title. Give her 10% of the profits. He did not want 80% of the profits and changed it to 1%. His eldest daughter suffered a lot with him when she was young. After he became the emperor, his life was better. However, he was always at war and could not take out too much money. Now that his daughter could make money and live a carefree life, he could not compete with her for another business. Besides, his daughter had no place to spend money. Last time, she supported the soldiers at the border with a large sum of 180,000 yuan. The soldiers all said that Princess Yongmu was good. He did not want it. He did not want it. Brother Yi, where else can we find a cave? If the temperature is about the same, I can arrange it. Li Qingqi said. He was smarter. There was no need to fight for Coxcomb Cave. He could find another one. He could export it. If it was not possible, he could make a cave and a shed. Brother Yi would operate to deceive people. No, to advertise, he would sell the goods. He would exchange a lot of things for the people to use and increase the country's strength. Let me think. There are many caves. It is better to build a cave. It is not easy to live there. Li Yi said there were caves, but the temperature was not suitable. Different mushrooms required different environments. The temperature in the caves in the Lus Plateau was better. Now, the people living in the caves in the Tang dynasty were lacking in economic resources. Chapter 1285. Li Yi and Li Qingqi came to an agreement. Li Qingqi would find someone to dig a cave, while Li Yi would provide the mycelium and split the profits. The people of Hongnong County didn't care about national affairs. They only cared about the pond. The pond was their sore point. They always felt that it would affect the feng shui. They wanted to fill it but couldn't. For small rivers converged and filled the pond. Where would the water from the 4 rivers flow to? They couldn't use it. It was dangerous. There were big fish. If someone fell in, they wouldn't even be able to fish up a corpse. Especially when outsiders came and were disobedient. They told people that they couldn't go inside. Some people were curious and disappeared. Everyone said that the pond was greedy and there would be scapegoats every year. The monks and Taoists invited said that the yin qi was too strong. They should set up a Buddhist shrine or a Taoist cup next to it and burn incense. Li Dongzhu came. It was said that Li Dongzhu chased after judges, black and white impermanence, and the king of hell. Those people from the underworld were beaten black and blue. They covered their heads and ran away like rats. They were battered and exhausted. They knelt and begged for mercy. Burning incense for Buddhism didn't work. It was more effective to burn incense for Li Dongzhu's longevity tablet. Wasn't it here now? Dig, I must dig it out. I'll ask Li Dongzhu to solve the problem. I'll never go to the temple again. No, I have to go. There's free incense there. I'll take the incense and bring it back to light on the longevity tablets of His Majesty and Li Dongzhu. At noon, they finally found the entrance. There was water at the entrance. After the ice was removed, the water was about 3 inches below the ground. There was a big hole about 3 feet in radius. They also dug out many loaches, eels, clams, river snails, leeches, and other things. Eat. After eating, continue to work. Clean up the sludge and pile it up. It's good fertilizer. Li Yi shouted with a loudspeaker. At noon, they ate bacon stewed, fried, and steamed. It was almost the new year. If they killed pigs in advance, what would the people eat during the new year? Other than the new year, some poultry had to be saved for laying eggs next year. It was the same for sheep. A large group of people ate it. When there was no more food, they would buy it from other places. It was expensive. Li Yi was eating steak, cooked steak. Well. A cow was killed by a rich family in Hongnong County. The cow was not old, but it was disobedient. Sometimes it would lose its temper even though it had a piercing on its nose. However, when it was time to eat, it ate more happily than other cows. The owner always wanted to find a reason to kill it, but didn't dare to. He was only 5 years old, and he was registered at the yamen. Even if he wanted to sell them, no one would want to buy them. Who would want to raise livestock that didn't work hard? The price was very low, so his family continued to raise the cattle, thinking that after a while, the cattle would suddenly become easy to order around. When Wang Xing heard about this situation, he went to buy it. He bought it at a very good price. Then, he gave a reason. Wasn't there a pond here? The feng shui of the pond was not good. Something unclean had attached itself to the cow. The county yamen immediately gave them proof. Yes, it was all because of the dirty things. Just kill them. Therefore, a cattle that did not work properly became a delicious dish. The little fellow did not practice much with knives and forks, so he could not cut it. The well-done beef was hard. The palace maids helped to cut off a little, cooled it down, and then fed it to the little guy with chopsticks. The fork had a sharp point, so they were afraid of hurting it. Needless to say, the knife was not a serrated knife, and the blade was very sharp. The other adults were familiar with it. Princess Yongmu cut a strip, used a fork to dip it in the garlic mushroom chili sauce, and ate it. There was white pepper in it. Li Lang, give me a sip of wine. Princess Yongmu found it difficult to swallow. Li Yi poured half a bowl of warm yellow wine for her and Xiaolan. To be precise, it was turbid wine, and the alcohol content was very low. Li Yi took a bite of the meat. It was indeed hard. Fortunately, he ate it while it was hot. It could be chewed, and the little guy could bite it. In a few years, the number of cattle will increase. Choose a good breed and cultivate it manually. Next, the cows will be separated. I will study the milk powder manufacturing process, full-fat milk powder. When the time comes, mothers who don't have milk don't have to ask for milk everywhere. Just use boiling water, and the baby can drink it at any time. When Li Yi talked about full-fat milk powder, he was helpless. He couldn't add other nutrients to the milk powder, and could only use full-fat milk. The skimming process was more complicated. When he was young, he drank full-fat milk powder. When he grew up, he found that the milk powder didn't taste good. When he was young, and now in the Tang dynasty, the milk he drank was also delicious. It was more fragrant and tasty than when he was older. When the milk was boiled, there was a layer of milk skin on it. If it was mixed with water, there would be no milk skin. The most important step of milk powder was to sterilize. The children couldn't get sick from drinking it. The laws of the Tang dynasty were different from those of his time. If a group of children drank it and had problems, or even died, the family's property would be confiscated. Li Lang, I want to eat cream cake. Xiaolan loved cream and cake. The Li family Zhuangzi had made it before. It was fresh milk and freshly made cream. In the summer, she had eaten a cake with ice cream, and now she wanted to eat it again. When we leave, I will collect some fresh milk and make it for you. Li Yi was also greedy. The cream made from fresh milk had a short shelf life, but it tasted good when made into cakes. Li Lang, there is water over there. Do you want to go down? They said there are big fish that eat people. Princess Yongmu didn't care about what to eat. She was worried about Li Yi's safety. Li Yi waved his hand. Don't worry. We have a lot of people. It's okay to be bitten by the fish. There are no small piranhas here. They are all big fish. I will bring a set of electric fish equipment down. Li Yi knew that there was no need to use the electric fish equipment. The underwater searchlight above their heads. Fish were attracted to light, but when their eyes were illuminated by the light, they were also confused. The reason why fish were attracted to light was that they thought it was closest to the surface of the water, which meant winter. In summer, some fish were willing to hide in the dark. In winter in the north, it was all ice. When the river fish saw the light, they thought that the ice was broken and hurried over to breathe comfortably. The orientation of sea fish was different from that of the river fish at high latitudes. In winter, the fish at high latitudes pursued oxygen, while the fish in other places pursued food with light. In the north, it was very easy to drill a hole in the ice and put bait on it to fish. One was to be able to breathe, and the other was to see food and promise to eat. There were even some big fish that stuck their heads out of the water in order to breathe. People reached out, grabbed the gills, and pulled the fish up. Some lakes can be frozen for fishing. Now they are still using poles. I will find a way to make an underwater threading device. Li Yi thought of winter fishing. To a certain extent, winter fishing did not hurt the reproduction of the fish population. The number of fish was large. After a winter in an area, many fish died because of lack of food. If a batch of fish was caught in winter, the competition between the fish would be small, and the population would continue. However, winter fishing did not harm the number of fish. There was a time when he thought that everyone was using poles to walk under the ice. Later, he saw that there was an electric under-ice threading device that could be used for 10,000 meters. There was a stabilizer inside that moved in a straight line with gears hanging on it. It moved forward under the ice. Li Yi wanted to make a batch to facilitate winter fishing for the people in the northern part of the Tang dynasty. Fish were meat. It froze quickly when it came out of the water and did not rot. Countries like Khitan, Xi, and Bohai all needed it. They would only be safe when they were full. Chapter 1286. Li Lang, whenever you talk about the common people, have you never thought about yourself? Princess Yongmu not only felt love for Li Yi, but also a kind of worship. She found that no official could compare to Li Yi. From the beginning to now, Li Yi had taken care of the common people. If he wanted to usurp the throne, he could kill anyone in the palace who opposed him at any time, including his own father. He was never interested in that position, and he was more willing to play the support role. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. Wen Tian, I'm just thinking about myself. If the common people don't have a good life, how can the Tang dynasty develop? Society must improve. Li Yi was speaking the truth. Why am I such a saint? Because I like longevity. Do I want money or life? If I don't have money, I'd rather give up decades of my life in exchange for a billionaire. When I have money, I'll quickly spend it to buy longevity. If I usurp the throne, at least the Tang dynasty will be in turmoil. People from all over the country will revolt with different thoughts, and then the common people will suffer, and their lifespans will instantly be reduced to zero. I already have enough power, why should I usurp the throne? But if you always give, others will think you're stupid. Xiaolan told me so. Princess Yongmu sold Xiaolan out in a blink of an eye. Xiaolan next to her, she rolled her eyes. Li Dongzhu, I'll sleep with you tonight as an apology. Bah! What are you thinking? If you're naughty again, I'll spank you. Li Yi patted Xiaolan's head. Go ahead, go ahead. Spank me in the car later, I promise I won't scream. Xiaolan said mischievously, turned around, and ran away. My Qi clan has been crippled. I didn't succeed. Li Yi was depressed. Princess Yongmu smiled and poured wine for Li Yi. What's the situation down there? It doesn't matter what the situation is, the main thing is to make use of this place. The common people are afraid. If I don't come out, it will take many years for this place to change. The convergence of the four waters, coupled with the horizontal pressure underground, indicated that the passage was relatively long because it was now a flat area. Only the high ground that was also connected to the underground river could reach their current position on the water surface. In fact, according to the current level, the pressure ratio and the height of the underground river at the source could be measured. Unless there are tributaries to the underground river, and at the same time there are geothermal influences, including a special U-shaped structure. Li Yi felt that the pressure at this location was balanced. There was an underground lake below, not an underground river. If it was an underground river, it was impossible for large fish to appear in the same place for a long time. They would follow the flow of the water. From the top to the ground, they could go through a karst cave, or they could go through another underground rock layer. As for why he didn't record it at that time, he could tell by looking at the geographical changes in Lianyungang, Shanghai, and other places. After more than 1,000 years, the Yangtze River was still the Yangtze River, and the Yellow River was still the Yellow River. However, the 9 bends were different. The size of Dongting Lake was also changing. Thousands of years passed, generation after generation. Many things could not withstand the erosion of the long river of time, but civilization still existed, and the lights from 5,000 years ago had not been extinguished. In the entire world, the other regions had become ancient civilizations. Only China was not called an ancient country, because it was not an ancient country. From eating raw meat and drinking blood to knots to record things, and then to the oracle bone inscriptions, so many civilizations bred by the rivers had become history. The rivers were still there, but civilization was hard to find. The Yangtze River and the Yellow River had always been surging. It was so awesome, and there was no need to explain. Just like the immigrant country in North America, while trying to find ways to attack the Chinese civilization, they also remembered things in their own hundreds of years of history. For example, Kola, this was the capital that could become the pride of others. Oh, it had been so many years. Once when the military and the economy were not good, Li Yi's people also worshipped Kola and felt that their beliefs were stupid. It could only mean one thing. Some people did not read the doctrine of the mean and did not understand the greatness of their own people. People worked hard to spread their hundreds of years of history, but abandoned thousands of years of history because of a little money and force. A country's Tao would not change, and it would be strong. A country's Tao would not change until death, and it would be strong. A place with hundreds of years of history of a new country wanted to clean up a country with thousands of years of inheritance. Wasn't this a joke? The Chinese civilization had fallen several times, and each time it was suppressed, it would erupt more fiercely. Sometimes, it would be suppressed for hundreds of years. How many years had it been since Li Yi's country was founded? Some countries in the Eight-Nation Alliance still felt that they should have lived 100 years ago. And the country that they wanted to bully, 100 years really did not matter, because this country had lived for 5,000 years. From now on, they won't have a chance to speak, because I'm here. Li Yi thought about the problem of the terrain, and his thoughts wandered. The terrain was a small matter, and he was thinking about civilization suppression. I have the system, come out. System, Princess Yongmu did not know about Li Yi's thoughts, and she felt happy. In the past, she was afraid of this and that, and she was not sure about her future husband. If the other party did not treat her well, should she look for her father? In the past, her concept of marriage was that when she reached a certain age, her father would arrange someone for her, and she would live with that person. There was anticipation, and also helplessness. It was different now. It was decided. She would live with Li Lang in the future, and it was so interesting. The thoughts of the people were simpler, and nothing could happen to the pond. Then, they would eat more, and they still had to work in the afternoon, so there was so much meat. Guaninda was also eating, and he was allowed to eat near Li Longji, not Li Yi. Li Yi did not have time to care about them, and Li Yi was accompanying Princess Yongmu. He was the county magistrate, and he had seen Li Longji. On this point, the Tang dynasty did well. The emperor had to at least see the county magistrate, and the county magistrate was equivalent to the county secretary, the county mayor, and the county armed forces minister. There were so many counties, and every county magistrate had seen the emperor. Unlike Li Yi's time, not to mention the county magistrate, even the mayor could not see that person. It was normal for the county magistrate to see the city magistrate, but if he wanted to see the provincial magistrate, he could only see it on TV or through documents. As for running around in the capital, you had to be at least 100 counties to be qualified, and they still had to take care of you. This was the bureaucracy. After so many years, not only had it not weakened, it had become more and more intense. In the Tang dynasty, when the ordinary people risked their lives, they could hear the drums. When it came to Li Yi, you did not even know who to look for, and you would be caught. If you did not give in, you would be sent to a mental hospital. Guaninda had seen Li Longji before, and he had a deep impression of him. There was no class problem in the socialist family. Yes, the county magistrate in ancient times could see the emperor. Under the socialist system, the county magistrate could not see the elected chairman. That was how interesting it was. What did that mean? This was called the superiority of the system. There was nothing wrong with it. Superiority was also beautiful because of class. Guaninda was very excited to see His Majesty again. The last time he saw His Majesty was after he became a grand scholar. Chapter 1287. How's the transportation going in Hongnong? Li Longji began to ask about the situation. He had some impression of Guaninda, not because of Guaninda himself, but because of the geographical location of Hongnong County. Hongnong was a place that military strategists would fight for. In history books, there were many ways to address a place. The most common ones were top, middle, and bottom. Others were Wang, Jiang, and Xiong. Wang referred to the local cultural heritage and big families. Jiang was the most important. Xiong meant that the economy was developing well, and at the same time, it could provide resources for the war. Hongnong's name was Xiong. Xiong meant Xiong. Li Longji didn't ask how much land was planted or if there were many livestock. He directly asked about the transportation. This year, the roads were repaired, and part of the silt was removed. We want to build a water network like the government. It's more convenient to use sleds in winter. Guaninda didn't show off his literary talent and answered in the most simple words. Li Longji nodded. He had chosen a good official. He asked again, "Is there enough money?" Guaninda was nervous. He secretly clenched his fist. Tax collection. Tax rate. Li Longji carefully looked at the county magistrate. How dare you collect taxes without permission? We started collecting greenhouse vegetables last year. 10% of the tax was collected. The people who were exempted from paying the tax were mediocre. We collected 30,000 liang. This winter, it will probably double. Guaninda's eyes were like a quail's. He didn't dare to avoid Li Longji's gaze, but he also couldn't stare at him. Is it enough to share? Li Longji asked. He asked how much money everyone had embezzled. No one reported it, which meant that those who were qualified to report it had received benefits. We got 5,000 liang in the beginning and another 3,000 liang in the end. We will divide it again next year. Guaninda lowered his head. 5,000 liang was divided among everyone. Why? Li Longji found it interesting. Why did they give back the money they had already received? If it's not enough to repair the roads, we told the people that the taxes collected would be used to repair the roads, and the roads would be repaired. In the end, we took out 5,000 liang, and it's only a short distance. Guaninda was helpless. He wasn't the only one who was greedy. Guo province had a provincial governor, and he took a small share. He promised the people that part of the roads would be repaired. If it wasn't repaired and the people went to Chang'an, how big would the crime of secretly changing the taxes be? Today, they set up their own tax laws. Tomorrow, they will establish their own country. When everyone saw that, they were almost there. They hurriedly took back most of the money and used it to repair the road. They agreed that starting from next year, all 6 counties in Guo State would collect taxes and try to build a water network. When that time came, the imperial court would probably expand the tax collection area. As soon as the imperial court said that it would collect taxes, he would quickly join. If he had calculated everything, he would take this opportunity to make some political achievements and gain some personal benefits. As long as the land and water roads were repaired, the commoners would not say anything. The commoners would enjoy the convenience. Guaninda didn't dare to hide anything and reported everything in detail. Okay. Li Longji didn't think Guo province would dare to rebel. He was waiting for the provincial governor. The governor of Guo province was called Zheng Fei. He had left his post and gone to Hunan province. There was no need to guess what he was going to do. Now that he knew how to collect taxes, he was definitely going to seek scriptures. Hunan Prefecture was collecting taxes, and they were also collecting taxes. Guozhou knew that when Li Yi came, he should have sent someone to look for Guan Fei. However, there was not enough time for Guan Fei to return before Li Yi arrived. The other soldiers didn't dare to come here for fear of being questioned, so they hid from Li Yi. Li Yi said that he wanted to solve the problem of the Zhang and Huang families. Did the people from the prefecture have to accompany him? Didn't they know that the people from the prefecture wouldn't see Li Yi and the county magistrate when he, the emperor, followed him? Didn't he see her now? He saw her. Your Majesty, can I lose my position and exile my family? Guaninda was very scared. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke. Fangchu County Magistrate. I am Fangchu County Magistrate now. Li Longji addressed himself as, Your Majesty, and, Fangchu County Magistrate. Guaninda was speechless. How will you deal with us? Guaninda changed the way he addressed him. Go find Li Yi and tell him what happened. Ask him. Li Longji didn't know what to do. If the chancellors know about this, the officials will be finished. They won't tolerate it. Li Yi is different. You can only listen to him. If he says he will protect you, you will be safe. If he gets angry, sigh. I want to help, but I can't. Li Longji spoke honestly. He couldn't go against the chancellors. If it was Li Yi, it would be different. Li Yi had ways to make the chancellors agree. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will go find Dr. Li now. Guaninda thought it through and was about to stand up. Li Longji stretched out his hand and pressed on his shoulder. Don't go now. Li Yi is with Princess Yongmu. Ah. Ah. Guaninda was happy. So that's what happened. Then, he became nervous. What will Li Yi think? They are all out to have fun. Can he bribe Li Yi? He can ask him to help him. That's not possible. He doesn't have enough money. He had less than 300 renminbi. If he gave all of it to Li Yi wouldn't even look at him. Unless he added 10,000 renminbi to the 300 renminbi. After lunch, Guaninda found an opportunity and quickly ran over. When he reached in front of Li Yi, he bent his knees. Guaninda, do you want to practice ice skating by squatting and bending your legs? You might end up kneeling and injuring your knees. Li Yi already knew the situation. When they were eating, the people in the greenhouse told him that they had paid taxes and used the money to build roads. Li Yi's reply was, Thank you for your contribution to the local construction. Your names will be recorded on the road. Li Yi didn't say anything else to the people. He knew that someone would definitely benefit from it. After hearing Li Yi's words, Guaninda stood up straight. Li Dongzhu, what do you think we should do? You are really making things difficult for me. You are asking me what to do. You want me to protect you. I have to take care of a group of civil officials, not just 3 chancellors. Although Li Yi said that, he agreed with Guozhou's decision to use Hongnong County as a test subject. Huaxi village used to be like this. At that time, the overall environment didn't allow for some independent economy. Why didn't anyone catch them when they did it secretly? It was as simple as that. He had done a good job in public relations. Now, Hongnong, how much did you get? Li Yi didn't ask about the details at all. He seemed to know everything. I got 265 liang to buy new clothes for my wife and children. We have enough meat and vegetables to eat this winter. Guaninda didn't dare to hide the amount. He was the county magistrate, so he got 265 liang out of 2,000 liang. According to the purchasing power of all aspects, this amount was equivalent to Li Yi's 10 million. Was 10 million a county magistrate getting more or less? How much are you planning to get this year? You got a large proportion. You can get 50 liang. It's enough to buy clothes and good food. Li Yi didn't say whether it was right or wrong. He just said that it was a matter of the amount. Guaninda was confused. Was that so? 50 liang was enough. He was asking about the punishment for collecting taxes privately. What did it have to do with the specific number? You might not understand, but listen to me. Why 50 liang? There are accounts to calculate. It mainly depends on how much you invested. Li Yi was very patient as he explained to Guaninda. Chapter 1288. Guaninda studied seriously, and he was relieved. You are not the one who made the people rich. The people grew greenhouses and learned their skills from the newspapers. It has nothing to do with you, Li Yi tried to reason with them. Why did he say that they took too much money? The technology of growing greenhouses was provided by Guaninda and other officials. Guaninda took 265 yuan, which was too little. They did not actually make the people rich. They only learned administrative methods and used them. The ones who contributed the most were the people who grew the greenhouses. But with the improvement of logistics, the greenhouses could be exported, and the price was also higher. The local officials only used administrative methods to take money from one side to build infrastructure, and the money they earned seemed to be a little more. All of you will split 500 taels in my heart. Since you have taken it, don't take it back. You are not allowed to take money next year. Li Yi was still talking about money. He did not talk about whether it was right or wrong to collect taxes. Legally, there was nothing wrong with arresting a group of people. In practice, the local officials took the benefits themselves and repaired the infrastructure while they were at it. The pros and cons needed to be clear. If they dealt with a large group of officials today, the other officials would not dare to take the initiative tomorrow. The world was not black and white. There were interests involved. We have already taken back 3,000 yuan. If not, it would not be enough to build the roads. The people can eat a lot, Guaninda mumbled. The people work hard. The people trust you, so they worked hard to build the roads. Do you think the people don't know that you took money? Li Yi shook his head. He felt that some people thought differently from normal people. They always thought that others were fools and they were smart. When they spoke, they had to take advantage of others. They were obviously in the wrong, but they still quibbled. When they saw that the other party did not say anything, they thought that they had succeeded. In reality, the other party had seen through them. What did they say? The people did not understand the situation of the officials. The people just could not find the officials who could really help solve the problem. The departments kicked the ball around. The people did not understand. The people were helpless. The officials of these departments thought that they were capable and successfully shirked the responsibility. Whether they could shirk the responsibility or not, their credibility would definitely be damaged. They. Guaninda only repeated they twice. He could not say anything else. County Magistrate Guaninda. Li Yi called him by his name and position. Dr. Li. Guaninda addressed Li Yi as an official. Being an official is all about doing business. If you think that the salary is too little and you're capable, you can just tell me how much income you need to run a place properly. The price can be negotiated. Once both parties have reached an agreement, the money will be given to you. Now, tell me how capable you are and what kind of life you can lead the people of Hongnong County. Then let's talk about the price. I'll think about it. Money is not a problem. But since you've taken the money, the matter is resolved. Do it. Until. Li Yi was like a businessman. He did not say that he was loyal to the emperor and loved the Tang dynasty. Don't you government officials like money? Sure, he could earn as much money as he could. I'll hire you to help the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. This was the first time in Guaninda's life that he had encountered such a situation. Shouldn't he be more reserved? Li Dongzhu, you are also a cultured person. Princess Yongmu was blinking her long eyelashes. This was also the first time she knew the benefits of speaking directly to an official. Li Dongzhu, I don't know. Guaninda was terrified. Once the benefits were quantified, he could not give out the data. He looked at Li Yi with fear in his eyes. Scared. He realized that he was not even qualified to get 50 taels. How would he know how to calculate the increase in the people's income? How much can the people earn from road repairs? Guaninda's legs buckled again. He finally knew how powerful Li Yi was. He could not answer any of Li Yi's questions. Let me make a chart for you. You can compare and operate according to the data on the chart. Li Yi had discovered the shortcomings of the current government officials. They were not sensitive enough to the data. When he was selling medical equipment, there were specific data on how much the distributors earned. The government officials could also use data. In the future, when the tax collection was fully implemented, they could look at the total amount of local taxes. Then, they could look at the price of goods. The price of different goods showed different development conditions. The price of food was cheap, which showed two problems. One was the purchasing power, and the other was the food production. When the purchasing power dropped, the price of food would not rise. If it rose, the people would not have the money to buy it. The food from other places would have to be replenished. If the food production was high, the sales would not be good, and the local price of food would be low. The price of food could not directly reflect the living standards of the local people. What should they do in this situation? Look at the non-staple food. The price of non-staple food was also low, and it was not a consideration. The pigs could be driven to other places to sell. It was the same for the sheep. When the price was low and there were no problems with the logistics, it proved that the local people had a lot of food and could use it to raise livestock. When the time came, they could do statistics on the scale of the farmers, the amount of stock, the yield per mu after the autumn harvest, the cultivated area, and the variety of crops. Li Yi did not need to worry about these data. He had a ready-made formula. For example, the Statistics Bureau was generally under the control of the provincial government. The city was not. It was under the control of the provincial government, but it had to listen to the city. The local government's position was based on the actual position, and the national government's position was based on the position. The national bureau chief was the city bureau chief, and the local city bureau chief could let the national bureau deputy be the bureau chief. The treatment they enjoyed was at the same level. These were the two sets of standards. Li Yi was very familiar with this. The city wanted results, and the economic data was produced. The performance was very good. In the second month, the state wanted subsidies. The total economic data could not be changed, and they still had to take this subsidy. Then he had to create another set of data to target the weak points of the subsidies and get the subsidies. How to do it? The data had to be good, and the data had to be bad. The overall data had to be improved, and the state wanted to subsidize 3 industries. The subsidies were not given at the same time. There was a time difference. When the subsidies were given to the first industry, the industrial index rose, the service industry index rose, and the agriculture index fell. In the blink of an eye, the state wanted to subsidize the second industry. Quickly change the data. The industrial index was affected by the increase in R&D investment, and the profits fell. The subsidies were given. Half a month later, the state wanted to subsidize the third industry. The data was given. The tourism, finance, and other service industries had increased investment in infrastructure. The cost pressure was too high, and the future was promising. The subsidies were given. Then the overall economic development of the region would be stable. The state would actively invest in infrastructure and technology reserves. The GNP would increase during the conversion process, and the shortcomings would be made up. This was the process. Data. Did they think that data could not be manipulated? Ha! What a joke. Li Yi was willing to use data. He wanted to show the officials. Under the same rules, no matter how the data was changed, Li Yi would be able to see the problem. This way, it would be easier for him to supervise. There was nothing wrong with you faking the data. But when it came to Feng Yu, he wanted to look at the people's livelihood. If the people's livelihood was not good, the data would deviate. The local officials did not understand and were still happy about faking the data. Li Yi looked at them. Those who should be arrested would be arrested, and those who should be killed would be killed. Chapter 1289. Guaninda was the county magistrate of Hongnong County in the Tang dynasty and not the county secretary during Li Yi's time. He was at a loss as he did not know anything about forms. He also did not know how to cheat. In the future, he might be able to cheat a little. If he cheated once, he would think that no one would find out. If it was Li Yi who looked at the data, he would laugh his head off. It was too fake. Couldn't he be more serious? At least let me see the level of excellence of a fake. A fake is a fake, there is no way to turn it into reality. Li Dongzhu, I have dug it out. There is water here. Dig down a foot. When the ice comes out, the water will be full. Shouts could be heard from the people working. They sounded very excited. Guanming residents, do you know what is going on? A foot of ice. Li Yi did not look at it. He had to dig a little longer to make the hole big enough for a person to enter. Guaninda was stumped. Li Dongzhu, you mean, the current terrain, the current season, a foot of ice, what is the situation below? Li Yi changed his words. How would I know? Is there a reason? Guaninda was anxious. He really did not understand. It is already the 12th lunar month. How thick is the ice in the other rivers? Is it that the higher the terrain, the thicker the ice? Li Yi asked. Yes. Guaninda nodded. Yes, my ass. The water in the higher ground flows downwards. This is a small river. Where is the thick ice? The ice in the lower ground is thicker. Be normal. Don't think about other things. Don't feel pressured. I will tell the chancellors about your greed for money. As long as you don't use the money to gamble and spend it on your wife, parents, and children, I will forgive you. Li Yi reassured him. He guaranteed that the logistics of the place would be better. The promised roads would be repaired. The people who worked would benefit. The people who paid taxes would be less mediocre. They would even carve their names on the road. This was enough. He, Guaninda, wanted to get some money for his family. From a human's point of view, there was nothing wrong with it. Yes. Don't do that. Calm down and think about it carefully. How thick should normal ice be now? Is there any problem with the thickness of the ice in front? Li Yi said, don't lose your judgment because of my identity. You're the county magistrate, so you can't be a yes man. I don't need you to bow and scrape in front of me to show respect. As long as you raise the standard of living of the people, I will toast you. Guaninda took a deep breath. The newspaper said that taking a deep breath would increase the oxygen content. But he could not take too much deep breath as he would get drunk. Guaninda wasn't drunk on oxygen, but he had a stomach full of cold air. Li Yi considered giving him a bowl of ginger and sugar water before dinner. It was brown sugar. Li Dongzhu, I know. This is where yin and yang converge. Guaninda took a full 5 minutes to give such an answer. There's a low-temperature hot spring below. The water temperature is maintained at 12 degrees all year round. There's a large underground lake inside. Li Yi said it himself and didn't ask Guaninda to analyze it. I'm talking about the geological and hydrological structure, and you're talking about feng shui with me? Of course, if feng shui can explain this situation, it's obvious that you don't understand feng shui. You should say that the 4 yin converges. Extreme yin produces yang. When the earth is deficient, the water increases. Winter and summer flow. This is called feng shui. What are you talking about? To put it bluntly, the temperature of the underground water is as high as 0 degrees Celsius. At the same time, the pressure level of the water is 1 foot below. When the water is not frozen, this position can be connected to the river above. When the water is high, the pressure will be strong. When the water is less in winter, the pressure will weaken. The pressure of the surrounding underground water is not enough to push the water out. So the water below is maintained at the same height, and it's impossible to form thicker ice. It's a special geological structure. What's the use of it? Sampling, testing, and according to the current water temperature, it can be filled directly. Many of the mineral water from Li Yi's era, the most common sweet mineral water, can be filled at a temperature of -4 degrees Celsius. The density of water is the highest at -4 degrees Celsius. After filling, any change in temperature will cause there to be no more air in the bottle. Many people will find that when they drink this water, the water will come out when they open the bottle. There's no problem. It's because of the temperature. People have considered this problem when they are filling. There are no bubble holes in this mineral water. Any mineral water, purified water, soda water, cold water, etc. with bubble holes will not be qualified. Take that pressure well, take the water out and water the greenhouse vegetables. It contains a lot of minerals. It's like cucumbers and eggplants. It's sweeter. As the county magistrate, you have to promote this kind of water-irrigated vegetables at a high price. Li Yi is slowly explaining and teaching. As long as you are willing to learn, I will tell you how to do it. Li Dongzhu, I will return all the money I took. Guaninda is ashamed. He found that he is much worse than Li Yi in the specific matters of governance. This is the crushing of knowledge. It is said that there is no ice at a depth of 1 foot in the low-lying areas. Li Dongzhu immediately gives the answer. Obviously, the ice in other places is not 1 foot thick. It should be 2 or 3 feet thick. Through the thickness of 1 foot of ice, he can judge the local situation and give the development and promotion methods. Is this the knowledge of seeing a leaf fall and knowing the age of a person? No, it should be hearing the thickness of the ice and understanding the root of the water. Guaninda admits that he can't compare. He is so strong that it is unreasonable. One side shouted and the other side even thought of how to earn money. How can a person reach such a level? What did he say when he came over? The other side knew what he wanted to say and at the same time expressed their understanding. Li Dongzhu. Guaninda wants to be apprenticed. So don't worry. I will take care of Old Bai and the others. Keep the money you earned this year. You can't earn any more next year. If you don't want to be promoted, do well for the people. When there is more money next year, I will tell you how to do it. Your methods have too many flaws. According to the form I gave you, if you double the standard of living of the people, I will give you an additional income of at least 1,000 taels the year after. The key is that no one can find a problem with this money. I will arrange it properly. Li Yi is arguing with Guaninda for the people. Because no matter how you do it, the people who execute it are still the local people. You can't go around it. The local people have to do things according to the local people's methods. There is no saying that the local people will do what you say. This is not realistic unless you are living in a dream. His Li family Zhuangzi is already utopian enough. It looks very arrogant. Huaxi village was the same at that time. But the situation changed, and there are always mistakes. The imperial court's policies have to be implemented when people are ruling. From Li Yi's point of view, Guaninda is not bad. Earn some money and do things well. I support you. People hate those who take the money but don't do things. For example, the country with the kangaroos. At that time, they agreed to buy all kinds of things and then invest. There are also funds for travel and study. In the end, the kangaroo country got a lot of benefits and then turned around to bully you. They must think that you are afraid of me and that it is right for me to earn your money. When I scold you, you are not allowed to talk back. When I hit you, you are not allowed to fight back. Because of what? Because I am nobler than you. You did not make any mistakes, so I found fault with you. You have to explain to me. When I made a mistake, you cannot say anything. Do you understand? That's why there are too many people living in a dream. Li family Zhuangzi, this dreamlike place, wants face. Chapter 1290. Li Dongzhu, the cave entrance is big. The water is warm, it's not cold at all. A shout came from the other side. Not cold. Your hands are frozen outside, and you feel hot when you touch cold water. Let's go, put on the diving suit with me. Li Yi didn't feel warm, so he still chose to exchange for a diving suit that kept him warm. If the temperature under the ice was really too high, there would be no ice layer above and it would melt. However, there could be ice layers around it, like a hot spring in the snow. Li Yi entered the car and took out 5 sets of diving equipment. The diving suit prevented shark bites, but Li Yi was still worried. What if the taser gun encountered a big fish and hit him? Guozi put on 1 set and gave the other 3 to the 3 winged knights, who were the best swimmers in the team. The 5 of them were ready. A rope was first lowered so that it would be easier to pull when they came back. At the same time, there was also a light that could shine underwater. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find their way back. The 5 of them stood at the side of the cave. Someone lifted the gills of a big carp from the entrance of the cave. The big carp looked to be more than 15 kilograms. It probably found that this place was brighter than other places and came to get some air. Jili, the chefs are making fish slices. Let's go down. Li glanced at the big fish and didn't plan to let it go. He went down first, turned on the light, observed the surroundings, and swam for a distance. Guozi was the second and made way. He carried an underwater light and the 5 of them went down to explore the bottom. Li Yi looked at the depth chart and slowly descended. 35 meters, the bottom. He made a hand gesture and asked the 4 of them about their condition. The 4 of them returned a set of hand gestures, indicating that there was no problem and that they were not nervous. He made another hand gesture, indicating that they had to disperse and come back in 30 minutes. Guozi put down the light, and the 5 of them spread out with the diving light, each looking for a position. Every 10 meters underwater, there was a pressure of 1 atmosphere. The physical requirements were relatively high, and breathing in nitrogen was uncomfortable. If they only went down and stayed in this position for 10 seconds, the winged knights didn't need to wear an oxygen tank. Powerful freedivers could take the initiative to exhale air when they reached the depth of pressure and complete the decompression operation during the rapid ascent. In any case, Li Yi wouldn't know how to do it, but he guessed that Guozi would be able to learn it. Li Yi swam and observed the surrounding situation. He confirmed that it was an underground lake. The thermometer showed that it was 8 degrees above zero. It was a hot spring. As for why he did not discover it at that time, it was probably because of the geological changes that caused it to disappear. However, there was a hot spring and the water temperature was not low. This place would belong to Lingbao City in the future, a county-level city. The current 8 degrees was obviously not suitable for hot springs, not even in summer. They needed to take a sample of the water and test it to see the composition of the water. It was high in minerals and was not harmful to the human body. It could be drunk and watered even more. The royal family had a hot spring planting area and a field watered with hot spring water. The cucumbers grown there tasted better than those grown in greenhouses. Black fish. According to what they said, there should be a big black fish over 2 meters long. How many years has it been growing? Li Yi muttered. He wanted to find a big carnivorous fish and kill it. Only then would it be stable on the surface of the water. It would be safer for people to play, but it was unrealistic to raise fish. The seedlings were all drilled into the underground lake. The underground lake was also connected to the underground waterway. God knows where it would lead to. However, they could make the mouth a little bigger and then put down the net to catch the fish. There should be a lot of fish in the underground lake and the underground waterway, naturally breeding. If it were not for the black fish, there would probably be a lot of other fish. They thought that fishing would replace the black fish and help the number of fish in the underground lake to maintain the balance. Li Yi thought about how to make better use of the hot spring while swimming. It would be convenient if he could find the water outlet. Make a big net at the water outlet to prevent the fish from going out. They would stay in the underground lake and throw things down to feed the fish. Catch as many carnivorous fish as possible. When the other fish grow up, they would go up to live in the summer. Fishing. When fishing, use a big whole net and leave the other small fish. The water at 8 degrees Celsius in winter could be used in the surrounding vegetable greenhouses after the water pipe was insulated. It was not a problem to lead it to the livestock trough. Poultry and livestock all needed to be replenished with minerals. Find a place to make a pressure well and let the people eat the pressure water. It would be best if it was weak alkaline. Let's see the test data. Li Yi muttered again. He thought of many ways to use the underground low-temperature hot spring to help the local development. He came in person to develop the local economy and take Li Longji and the others to sightsee. He also wanted to go out for a walk. It was annoying to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi all day. Li Yi, who was looking for the black fish and wanted to electrocute them, continued to swim. The visibility underwater was not far. As he swam, he found a wall in front of him. There were holes of various sizes on the wall. It seemed that they were formed naturally and not artificially. He swam along the wall. The big holes were about 1 meter in diameter and could easily swim in. He could not see if the small holes were permeable or not. He did not dare to go in. He did not dare to go in any of them. Natural weathering. Water erosion. So it was weathered on the surface and then sank. Li Yi was analyzing the formation of these holes and where the holes were connected. He did not intend to explore today. After swimming for more than 20 minutes, Li Yi began to run back in a straight line. It was almost time. He did not encounter any big black fish, but he did not regret it. He planned to stay here for a few days. Anyway, he would go back to Chang'an before the new year. When he returned to the rendezvous point, the other 3 people had also returned. There were still 3 minutes left before the half-hour deadline. The 3 winged knights did not want to take the risk. This was not a war where they had to risk their lives. After swimming 1 round and understanding the situation, they had to act according to orders. There was no need for individual heroism here. Li Yi looked at his watch. It was almost half an hour, and Guozi had not returned to the team. Li Yi gestured to the 3 people, indicating that they should not be anxious. If they were anxious, their oxygen consumption would increase. If they could not handle it, they should go up first and change their oxygen and nitrogen cylinders. Once or twice, it would not affect their health. After half an hour, Li Yi gestured again. There were only 5 minutes left. The 3 people also looked at their watches. They felt that time was passing so fast. It was as if the second hand was ticking. They hoped that it would slow down a bit and wait for Guozi to come back. They were not allowed to look for Guozi now. It was discipline. Li Yi looked calm. He had confidence in Guozi. How could Wu Zhi and the others have any problems down there? 4.5 minutes had passed. It was almost 5 minutes. Everyone was going to go up. A spot of light appeared in the water. The 3 winged knights smiled. No one could see it. Sure enough, the spot of light gradually became bigger and started to dazzle their eyes. Guozi came back with a big fish that was even longer than his body. The 3 winged knights went up. Li Yi picked up the lantern on the ground, shook it, and swam up first. When they reached a depth of 20 meters, he stopped. Guozi and the other 3 people with the big fish also stopped. After about 2 minutes, they swam up again and stopped at a depth of 10 meters. After a minute, Li Yi went up first with the rope. He said, "Quick, prepare a big net. No, tie a thick rope with a stick." Chapter 1291. The skewers and ropes were pulled down, and the people below started to thread the fish. When the people below pulled the rope to indicate that it was done, they pulled it up. A 2.5-meter long black fish appeared in front of everyone. "Oh," the commoners exclaimed. "So big?" Without anyone asking, someone went to get the scales, poles, and ropes. Guazi and the other three were pulled up. Guazi took off the respirator and panted. He was not used to using it to bite his mouth. There were many holes in the fish's head, and its eyes were already soaked. It was obvious that Guazi had fought with the fish underwater and lost at the cost of the fish's life. "How did you fight?" Li Longji asked. He looked at such a big black fish and was afraid. In the water, such a big fish could take a person's life. "It was faster and more agile than me. My reaction was faster, so I gave it an arm to bite. The arm that was holding the lamp, and then I stabbed it to death," Guazi said as he touched his right arm. He was used to fighting with his left arm. It was not that he was left-handed, but that normal people were not used to their opponent's left arm. He did it on purpose. When he met a big black fish, he did the same. "Oh." Many commoners looked at his diving suit. They could already see the black fish's teeth. If it bit, its bones would probably break. Why was it fine? What kind of suit was that? "Aren't you afraid of your arm being bitten off?" Guaninda reached out and touched it. Dongzhu said that this suit could block a bite of 3,000 kilograms. I believed Dongzhu. As expected, the black fish could not bite through it. Guazi's expression was calm, like it was not a big deal. What if Dr. Li was wrong? Guaninda looked at the dead black fish and did not dare to put his hand near the fish's mouth. Impossible. Dongzhu would never lie about such things, much less joke about it. Guazi trusted Li Yi. It is probably because of the light. When the temperature is low, the black fish is not willing to move, so its appetite is low. Li Yi looked at the black fish. It was around 230 kilograms, which meant that there were many fish in the lake. This was not the only black fish. If they wanted to use the underground lake to raise fish, they had to clear out all the black fish. Not to mention the underground lake, even if there were only a few black fishes in the pond, the harvest of the fish pond would be ruined. However, he thought of the various big and small holes inside, and the other fish would hide. The little black fish could eat small fish, and they would eat each other as well. When they gradually grew up, it would be difficult for them to eat small fish. They could not go in and could only guard. Nature was so magical that it maintained a kind of balance. The chefs came over again. The fish slices of the big black fish were even better. He took the big pole and hung it up to weigh. It weighed 231 caddies. With this, he could make a lot of sashimi. It was impossible for one person to eat half a kilogram of sashimi. 1 or 2 slices would be enough. You have to pay for the fish slices, 5 cents per slice. Sign up if you want to eat it. Li Yi shouted. The surrounding citizens, why did Li Dongzhu want money? Wasn't it free? Li Dongzhu, are you short of money? Li Yi continued to shout, the money from selling the fish slices can be used to build pressure wells to serve the local people. Even the ditches can be dug, so the money is enough. I'll take a look at the water first. If possible, everyone can use this to water the vegetables in the greenhouse. The newspaper will write that it is confirmed that this spring water is used to water the vegetables, and the price will be doubled. Okay. A citizen shouted first, and the others followed. That's right. Li Dongzhu will not make money from us. The rich people signed up one after another and asked to eat the fish slices. They had never eaten fish slices made from such a big black fish. In fact, Li Yi did not want to eat it himself. The fish was too big, and the meat could not be chewed, especially the black fish. To be honest, when it came to eating a rooster that had been raised for more than 10 years, it really could not compare to a rooster that had been raised for 8 months. Moreover, the head of the chicken could not be eaten. It was poisonous. Of course, the citizens did not eat it for their taste. The little guy ran to the side of the big black fish with his short legs. With his hands behind his back, his legs together, he held his waist and blinked his big eyes. He tilted his head and looked at the black fish's mouth, then turned and ran to Guazi. "Did it bite your arm? Let me see. It won't hurt after I blow on it." Guazi hurriedly bent down on one knee and stretched out his arm for the little guy to blow on. The little guy blew a few times and looked at Guazi. The two of them laughed. Wu Jieyu was speechless. She turned her head and looked at the baby sleeping in the thermal pram. She finally knew how big the gap was. She knew Guazi's family well, and she knew even more about Guazi's fighting ability. Not only could he fight, but he was also proficient in the art of war. He also learned a lot of skills from Li Yi. In the future, he would be a key person to be trained. The entire winged knights would be under his command. After Li Yi changed his clothes, Li Longji looked up and down and asked, "What's the situation down there?" "I have a camera on my head and recorded it. The underwater terrain is complicated, so I took a water sample. After the test, we will know the result. I have to stay for 2 more days, then I will return to Chang'an." Li Yi went back to business. He went down once and exchanged for 5 sets of good equipment. He could get oxygen by himself, but he had to exchange for nitrogen. Of course, he could do it without nitrogen, mainly because he didn't know the depth before. It was more than 30 meters. Without nitrogen, the winged knights could withstand it. He had no problem himself. He used to freedive 40 to 50 meters, but he didn't do it often. He wore an oxygen tank and didn't add nitrogen. He had gone to 50 meters many times. Nitrogen was mainly used to resist pressure. He held the world record and went down so deep. Danger? Li Longji didn't care about the underground lake. He was worried about Li Yi. How much was the underground lake worth? Could he not want it? Li Yi was in trouble. Could it be measured by money? Ask others to go down later. I won't go. Ask them to wear my underwater camera. I will watch from above. Li Yi didn't want to show off. He knew his position. He couldn't always take risks. He had to take responsibility. Some people went into dangerous places to pursue themselves, while others were weak because of social and family responsibilities. So, which was more important to society or family? Obviously, it was the latter. Humans were not other wild animals. They were social. Human reproduction and growth had never been achieved because of adventurism. Whether it was Magellan or Columbus, their adventures were not the root of human development. With or without them, humans would know about America one day and use its resources. Even if it was 100 years later, it really didn't matter in the long river of time. However, for Li Yi's country, 100 years was still very important. In North America, he suppressed other countries through the economic, political, and military status obtained from World War I and World War II. At the same time, he wanted to suppress Li Yi's country in culture. It was useless to weaken, dilute, deny, and ridicule the history of Li Yi's country as much as possible. Then he made a cola himself. The first batch of cola had to be recorded properly. What first canned food, the first warship, and even the history of the natives. This showed that the so-called countries of the 50 states with more than 200 years of history were envious of Li Yi's country's history. Previously, they wanted to destroy Li Yi's country's civilization through cultural invasion. Unfortunately, they failed. Because it was simply impossible. The cultural inheritance of Li Yi's country was not the inheritance on the surface. It was the bits and pieces of life. Li Yi's entire people lived like this. What can you do to change it? Language, writing, environment, etiquette, ethics, and morality. Can you cut them off? Why are you so awesome? Chapter 1292. In Li Yi's opinion, some countries were nouveau riche and couldn't see through history. How many civilizations had disappeared in the past 5,000 years? Why was his own civilization still there? There had never been a religion or dynasty that stood proudly forever. There would be more and more religious factions. The tendency of regime change was that they had no roots. One moment, they would lean towards one system, and the next moment, they would lean towards another system. The ruler was at a loss. He only considered Li Yi in front of him and never thought about the foundation of the nation. This was the tragedy of those countries. They were not as good as Li Yi's country. The orthodox nation was the Han. In the end, the Han people were not purely the Han people. They had long been integrated. Genes could be integrated, and civilization would always be there. In the beginning, the Central Plains was only a little bigger than the Hunan province of the Tang dynasty. It was called the Central Plains. Later, it was not called the Central Plains, but China. If one only looked at the current situation to define a civilized country, in the entire world, no country had the right to speak. The Han people lost their political power time and time again, but what they did not lose was their tradition. It was normal to lose it for hundreds of years, but in the end, didn't they still integrate? So what if he had sunk into depravity for decades? Therefore, they could not learn from others. Freedom, all kinds of adventures, the more dangerous it was, the more they would go up. To put it bluntly, this kind of freedom was selfish and did not conform to the theory of human development. Humans defeated other beasts in the battle of nature. Could it be because of selfish freedom and the sudden emergence of democracy in the status of the white-skinned population? The reason why human reproduction was at the top of the food chain was because of unity, sacrifice, dedication, struggle, and hard work. When a pride of African lions and hyenas were fighting over a prey that had been put down by a lioness, an African walked over with a big stick and dragged the prey back. At that time, the lions and hyenas watched helplessly as the food was dragged away by others. They did not dare to snatch it. It was not weakness. It was something in their genes that told them not to snatch it. If they snatched it, they would definitely be dealt with. It was all engraved in their genes. One could imagine how humans in history united to fight against lions and hounds. When lions and hyenas bit the cubs in the zebra herd, the other zebras would dodge. When they bit the cubs of humans, humans would not dodge. Humans would fight crazily and not even give you a chance to bite the children. Adults would rush up to block for the children, even if they died. Turning around, they would immediately think of a way to organize people to destroy this pride or hyena pack. This was responsibility. Li Yi really wanted to continue playing, but when he discovered that there were so many holes, he held back. Continue to send the winged knights down. There's no need to add nitrogen, there's enough oxygen. The depth is less than 40 meters. Li Yi chose to stay on the shore. He looked at the people around him. A large group of people had been worried about him. He was unable to pursue freedom, and many people's lives became better because of him. At this moment, any risk he took would be selfish. Only it seemed to him that he had been a little sad at the time. People who quietly contributed to their families and society and worked hard every day would not be focused on. Those who abandoned their families, went on adventures, went to dangerous places, and didn't take good care of their safety measures, became internet celebrities. Then, he died because the safety measures were insufficient. Many people praised him. Is this freedom? In Li Yi's view, this was self-centered, selfish, irresponsible, and not beneficial to the development of society. People who praised such existences were full of themselves. They should be sent to war-torn countries or South Africa. If you praised them, you wouldn't even be able to eat and would starve to death. In this country, if you could eat your fill and give likes to people who did not have a family and social responsibility on the internet, it was definitely not because the person you liked provided the status quo for you. The father of hybrid rice would risk going to the glacier. What? The social division of labor was different? Then what kind of work did the adventurer get? A worker who ignored his parents and family responsibilities. He hadn't contacted his family for many years. Was he awesome? Was he more awesome than a street sweeper who earned living expenses for his parents and children? If he really admired such a person, then his outlook on life, the world, and values would be completely destroyed. What was the difference between him and the president, who knew more about everything than he did? Oh, yes, he was the president, and he had fooled tens of millions of people to follow him to another civil war. Sigh. Li Yi thought and sighed heavily. He didn't want to think about his past. He looked at Wang Wei and Meng Haoren. These two people had nothing to do with administration in history. Both of you, what do you think? Li Yi asked the two people who would go to Lantian County to be the second and third deputy after the new year. Wang Wei and Meng Haoren looked at each other. Meng Haoren took a deep breath and said, "The water flows deep in spring and autumn, the shore is far away looking for traces. The ox's hooves are not there, the fish falls in the net and sinks." The pastoral style was directly put out and improvised. Just as Meng Haoren finished speaking, Wang Wei said, "For rivers converge, the grass is green and the clouds are reflected. The sun is cold and the frost is gathering, the water is warm and the mist is steaming." He was also improvising. There was a painting in the poem. If the two of them were to paint, Meng Haoren would paint the pastoral, and Wang Wei would paint the poem. Li Yi nodded. There was nothing to say. The two of them were like this. He was looking forward to Li Bai. If Li Bai was next to him and wrote an improvised poem, it would be absolutely different. Li Bai would probably write, "The sky is full of goose-feather snow, the pool is 1,000 feet deep. Leisurely fishing for fish, fine carving for ink." If it was Du Fu, it would be a different style. Du Fu would probably write, "Fishing in winter at the Vermilion Door, leisurely and cheerful. If you look at the neighbors, food and clothing are hard to come by." Li Yi listened and thought about it. Based on their style, if they did not write a poem, they would not be good scholars. It would be impossible for officials not to write poems. In fact, Li Yi was particularly disgusted by officials who wrote poems. Were they too free? In his time, there were still leaders who wrote the so-called pear blossom style poems. After they finished, they could even be proud of it. How could people who had been studying Chinese literature since they were 3 or 4 years old endure it? Did you think that these people could not write modern poems? A person who could write poems, lyrics, songs, poems, songs, modern poems, and prose, could not write the pear blossom style. It's almost Chinese New Year. Old Bai did not write a letter. This is not his style. I have already prepared delicious food for them. Li Yi did not comment on the improvised poems written by Wang Wei and Meng Haoren. He thought of Baigu. Isn't it almost Chinese New Year? What do you want from Baigu? Hurry up and say it. You used to write a jingle for me. I miss it now. No. Princess Yongmu naturally held on to Li Yi's arm. She did not care about the improvised poems written by Wang Wei and Meng Haoren. She could also write them. She was more concerned about the lives of the people. The children were very happy today. They were also watching and saw the big fish. The carp and snakehead fish were big enough for the children to try. Chapter 1293. Not bad. The mineral content meets the drinking and irrigation standards. It's not weak alkaline water. Li Yi's test results came out when a new batch of winged knights went down to investigate. It was not weak alkaline water. Weak alkaline water was suitable for watering acidic soil. People had a lot of stomach acid. Drinking weak alkaline water could neutralize it. However, there was also a saying that weak alkaline water was suitable for bacterial reproduction. Therefore, if the bacteria content in the water exceeded the limit, it could not be drunk. Now that the water was neutral, it could be used for anything. It was indeed geothermal. Some of the minerals in it were high. It was not hard water if used for drinking. We should raise livestock and poultry locally on a large scale and drink the water from the underground lake. Li Yi considered raising fish locally on a large scale. Mineral water had a lot of trace elements. It was good for the animals' bodies. Some pigs would gnaw on bricks when they lacked food. Domesticated geese usually did not eat fish or shrimp. They would occasionally eat small ones. Another big fish. Cheers came from Li Yi's car. Li Dan looked at the screen connected to the underwater camera. He saw a big black fish being killed by the winged knights under the light. There were many other fish around that were coming toward the light. The water temperature is high, and then, Li Yi was thinking about what to eat when he suddenly froze. He got into the car and said to the winged knights with the camera, "Turn off the light. Turn it on in 20 seconds. The man gestured, and the others turned off the light with him. The moment the light went off, a weak light appeared on the screen. A treasure. Li Yi thought of a science fiction novel. As long as the light was turned off, the surrounding stones would glow. It looked like the light was not coming from the stones. It was refracted from somewhere else. Go find the source of the light. No, send the fish up first and change the oxygen tank. Li Yi thought about eating first. The fish looked to be about 2 meters long. It was not easy for a big black fish to grow so big. It was said that some big black fish could stay on land for a while and then swim in the water like crocodiles. When they saw animals drinking water, they would twist their way to the shore to eat. Anyway, Li Yi had never seen it before. It was theoretically possible. Another big fish was brought up. The diver changed the oxygen tank and went down again. The commoners were all curious. It was a pity that they didn't have phones, otherwise, they would definitely take pictures and post them on social media. The diver dived down again to search for the source of the light. About 20 minutes later, when he was about to return, the light in front of him suddenly became brighter. The winged knights swam towards the light. When the lights were turned on, a dazzling golden light appeared. Gold. Li Dan swallowed her saliva. Turn off the lights and continue forward, Li Yi instructed. The heartbeats of the 5 of them almost became chaotic. They swam forward again, and their surroundings were filled with light. It was even brighter. As he swam down, the light in the tunnel gradually became stronger. He swam again and went up. The passage was U-shaped. Then, they saw a thin layer of ice on the ground. They used the drill in their hands to prick it. The ice cracked, and it shone brightly. 2 of you, bring down the oxygen tanks and pass them to the other 3. Leave the cameraman behind. 2 of you, go up and find your way back. Li Yi knew where the light was coming from. A U-shaped channel had appeared somewhere, and the area was very large. This should be a cave. The sunlight shone in through various scattering and refraction, entering the underground lake. It provided the creatures inside with the necessary light for photosynthesis. Then, the fish and prawns grew inside. Xiao Yi, is that gold? Li Dan was still staring at this matter. The others also shone brightly. There was a lot of gold. Li Yi shook his head regretfully. Sulfur iron ore, definitely not gold. But this mine, Li Yi was conflicted again. In order to ensure the light in the underground lake, the ore in this U-shaped channel could not be mined. It was not a problem to dig in other places, but he would need to send people to protect it. If it was him, this would become an underground lake diving area. Everyone would come here to play diving, but the prerequisite was that the black fish were cleaned up. Why is it not gold? Li Dan could not accept this result. Li Yi smiled and patiently explained. The place we live on is called Earth. Many years ago, he explained to the people around that gold was very dense. At the same time, there were platinum, tungsten, iridium, osmium. Among these things, tungsten was the most abundant. The other metals were also quite abundant. However, a long time ago, Earth was full of lava. The metals that were dense and not as abundant as tungsten sank. Therefore, the underground was full of lava. There was a lot of gold there. Anyone who could take it out could use it to build a house. And what they saw now was definitely not gold. According to what they saw, there should be millions of tons. Li Yi's explanation was very straightforward and detailed. Everyone listened very carefully. Xiao Yi, how do you know? Li Yi was not thinking about the gold now. He was thinking about Li Yi. It was all taught by the masters. About 30 years ago, Li Yi began to push the blame to the masters again. No one believed him. You were only 20 years old after the new year, okay? But they believed what Li Yi said. The earth was round. Even without Li Yi's explanation, they already knew. It turned out that there was a time when the gold fell down on earth. Can gold be taken out from the ground? Wu Jieyu was more concerned about the practical problem. Lava, volcanoes, there is a saying in the Book of Northern History, there is a volcano in the southern border of the country. The rocks beside the mountain are all red. The ground is 10 miles long before it solidifies. When people take it into medicine, it will flow yellow. There is a little bit of it in a place hotter than this. Only then can gold be taken out. Who can go down? Li Yi told Wu Jieyu that the volcano was just the beginning. After that, it would be flowing and boiling metal. What would it feel like to be poured with molten iron? From head to toe, one would not feel anything in an instant. Li Lang, who wrote the Book of Northern History. Princess Yongmu did not have any impression at all. Li Yanshou, Li Xiaoling, History of the Country during the Jingguan period. Li Yi gave the answer so skillfully that he could find out what he wanted to find out in an instant. This showed that his speed of searching for information was fast and he was familiar with the use of the system. Everyone believed him again. The name was given and there were also words. The words given by Li Yanshou were quite interesting. It complemented the name. When they went back to check, they would definitely be able to find out if it was written during the Jingguan period. You are so knowledgeable. Lu Jieyu looked at her daughter and then looked at Li Yi. She was satisfied. She felt that Xiao Yi was a good child. She was rich and talented. Most importantly, she was beautiful and delicate. Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance, and she could fight. She was good to her daughter and doted on her all day long. Moreover, she was not restricted to the Li family Zhuangzi. She even set up a fragrant orchid pavilion outside. In the future, when she planted monkey head mushrooms, the income of 800,000 to 800,000 yuan a year would also belong to her daughter. Most importantly, he did not go outside to find other women. Nothing happened when the Nanchu's big family from Pyeongkang Square came over. As for Xiaolan belonged to her daughter and would not compete with her daughter for favor. Such a son-in-law, compared to, Lu Jieyu thought about it and looked at Li Longji. There was nothing to say. Li Longji had too many women. Fortunately, he did not continue to look for women now. She followed him. That was quite good. Empress Wang and Wu Jieyu were not suitable. She could have another child. Chapter 1294. The three divers were quite disappointed. Li Yi was afraid that they would be too excited and run out of oxygen, so he told them that it was not gold. They brought 2 more oxygen cylinders back and tried to adjust their breathing so that they would not consume too much oxygen. Li Yi actually wanted the cameraman to go ashore so that he could observe the surrounding situation. He chose to leave the cameraman in the water because he was afraid that the oxygen supply would not be enough. In that case, he would have to exchange for new diving equipment and call for help. He needed positioning. Life was more important than anything else. Li Yi stared at the screen. If you encounter a big black fish again, don't kill it if it doesn't attack first. Come back quickly. If it attacks first, kill it quickly. Don't bring it along. The winged knights with the cameraman made a gesture, and the other 2 signaled that they understood. Empress Wang stood behind Li Yi and rubbed her stomach as she watched. Uncle, can the explosives be waterproof? Li Yi turned his head in surprise and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's very simple. In a naval battle, wear a diving suit and nail the explosives to the bottom of the enemy's boat. It seems like a good idea. Empress Wang found a good weapon. Li Yi continued to nod. Yes, put a few more explosives and float them in the water. Ignite the explosives that blow up the boat first, then ignite the other explosives. Then swim away as fast as you can. The farther the better. When the enemy falls into the water, the other explosives in the water will explode. He moved even more and used the vibration of the water to kill people. It was like a deep water bomb. If a person was in the water, the explosives would explode hundreds of meters away. Good idea. Empress Wang expressed her support. That was the right thing to do. It's mainly used in naval battles. No one dares to fight the Tang dynasty on the inland rivers. Li Yi did not focus on land. More and more guns were being manufactured, and there were also many new skyscrapers. Plus, there was a complete logistics system. On land, they were only unwilling to destroy others for the time being. The longer the peace, the more the Tang dynasty's military technology would improve. It was best not to fight now. Every month, a new batch of guns would be produced. When the weather was warmer next year, anyone could fight. The 3 divers were the first to return. Many fishes were chasing after them on the way. They chased them all the way to the exit. When the winged knights were pulled up, the fish's head popped out to catch its breath. Then, someone grabbed its gills and pulled it up. What did it look like? It popped its head out of the water. When its head came out of the water, there was a pause, and then it could only go down in free fall. In this state, the fish was in a situation where there was nowhere to hide. When one fish was taken away, the other fish jumped up and was taken away again. The children were amused and couldn't stop giggling. The adults also smiled happily. What they cared about was not the black fish and the other fish. Their hearts were completely at ease. In the past, they had regarded this place as an ominous place. He was scaring the child, but at the same time, he was also afraid. He would always overinterpret things that he didn't understand. Adults and children would occasionally dream of this pond. They would sink deep into it and desperately try to climb out. He woke up with a start and realized that he was sweating all over. Now, Li Dongzhu had taken over. Li Dongzhu had personally gone down, and the winged knights had also gone down. In the future, this place would become a paradise. The people were very superstitious. Not only the people of the Tang dynasty, but everywhere was the same. Even at that time, Li Yi dared to go to the graveyard alone at night. Even the gravekeepers could not do it. Many people in the crematorium deliberately made their eyebrows stand up to the sky. Those who dared to go were usually grave robbers. Grave robbers were also particular. They burned paper that should be burned, and worshipped temples that should be worshipped. Grave robbers were particular about worshipping temples and not temples. They respected ghosts and not immortals. In fact, there was a small temple here. It was a temple made of stone that was not more than 3 feet high. It was less than a meter high. They would burn incense or something and get some food. They would get whatever was cheap. The food in the temple would not be taken home to eat, for fear of bringing unclean things home. The ancestral temple would be taken home. The ancestors hoped that their descendants would eat well and wear warm clothes. Monks and Taoists could not solve this problem. When the people saw Li Dongzhu's arrival, not only did the problem solve, but also turned a bad thing into a good thing. The fish were pulled up one by one, like a tug-of-war. Li Yi and a group of people came over to take a look. They waited for the other two people to return from the land route. Li Dongzhu, you are really godly. Some people saw that the mud was cleaned up. Everyone was happy and shouted to Li Yi. Because I am an official conferred by His Majesty. His Majesty is the true dragon son of heaven, blessed by the heavens and blessed by the heavens. An official conferred by him would naturally be virtuous. He would touch the Tao of the heavens and walk the path of the mortal world. Li Yi did not even blink. He opened his mouth and said sensible words, pushing His Majesty to the front. Li Longji listened and nodded. Good, very 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 good. After the new year, Brother Yi would be 20 years old. He had to quickly marry off his daughter. Even if they did not hold a wedding, they had to live together. At that time, he would not be Brother Yi, but father-in-law. He would have to call him father. Why not each of them talk on their own? Could this be discussed separately? When Li Longji was happy, he was actually conflicted. He was eager to marry off his daughter. When it was close to night, the two winged knights came back. Dongzhu, it's not far, about 6 miles. The key is at the cliff. If we did not learn rock climbing from you, we would probably only be able to rescue them. One of the winged knights reported the situation. The exit was at the cliff. The two of them climbed down slowly. The key was in winter. In summer, there were many vines, but in winter, what was there? The two of them took off their belts and used their bayonets to cut their clothes into strips. One of them protected from above, while the other went down for a distance and then stabilized himself. The one above would then go down. Just like that, they successfully landed on the ground. They also used the technique of rock climbing. In winter, their hands would be painful and numb. Sometimes they would lose feeling and would have to cover it with their hands. Only the winged knights could do this. If it was someone else, they would definitely fall to their death. Stretch out your hands. Li Yi did not ask where they were and looked at their hands first. The two of them stretched out their hands. They were swollen but not broken. They were not broken not because the rock was not sharp enough, but because the calluses on their hands were thick and trained. Put on the gloves first. I'll go get something. Li Yi looked and went to find something after giving the order. He found radishes and ginger, chopped them up, and roasted the radishes on the pot first. It was not roasted, fried, or stir-fried. Then, he mixed it with the ginger and used medical gauze to apply medicine to their hands. Then, he gave each of them 2 tablets of nitroglycerin to expand their blood vessels. When there's no medicine, drink some alcohol. Strong alcohol, the higher the alcohol content, the better. Don't use alcohol to apply or wipe, and don't use snow to wipe. Li Yi said to the nurses who followed him. He still did not ask where the two of them came back. Humanistic care was reflected in every little thing. At this moment, if he asked about the content of the mission, it would hurt the two of them. Unless it was a state of war or rescuing civilians, then there was nothing about the ginger and radishes. They had to report when they came back. There were priorities. The place was there, and it could not run away. Dongzhu, we also found a place, Honglu River. There's a place that looks like a cliff that can be connected to this underground lake. When the 2 winged knights were receiving treatment, one of them explained the situation. Good. Later, the two of you will be given big black fish. The two of you will go down and catch them yourselves. There must be a lot of black fish down there. In an hour, catch as many as you can. When the time comes, take them out and freeze them, send them to your families. The other winged knights are the same. Think of a way to get something. It's almost the new year. Together with the New Year's gift from His Majesty, send it to your families. Li Yi looked at the two resolute faces. He was gratified and filled with endless emotions. This was the soldier in his heart. He had always trained the winged knights to be in the People's Liberation Army. They were the special forces of the People's Liberation Army, with absolute combat power and political ideology. Now that he had succeeded, the winged knight's hands were as cold as carrots, but they were still so resolute. Well, Li Yi thought that he had done his job well. He did not do a good job in the logistics department. He did not think that there would be a U-shaped hole, and he did not consider that there would be a cliff outside the hole. Just this time, if they encountered the same situation again, the result would not be the same. Li Yi blamed himself. If he did not do a good job in the logistics department, he should have thought of all possible situations. The two winged knights were receiving treatment. They did not force themselves. Only by treating their frostbite could they be able to fight. With their hands swollen like this, drawing a bow and shooting would be affected. As for compensation, the two of them also wanted it. Dong Zhu said that when they went down again, they would catch fish and bring it home. A big black fish, even if their families did not eat it, they could sell it for a lot of money. Black fish were most suitable for fish slices. They had few bones. Next time, when the depth is less than 50 meters, do not add nitrogen. Try to leave some space for oxygen. It will last longer and can bring more emergency supplies. Li Yi found the problem and immediately solved it. If he did not apologize, it would be meaningless. Compensation was the most important thing. Then, he would prevent similar things from happening again. Is the water cold? Li Qingqi wanted to compare. He had been bathing in cold water recently. It's much warmer than playing water polo in the Ba River, the winged knights replied. They liked to play water polo now and dive into the water. The temperature of the ice water was 0 degrees Celsius, so the temperature of the water was definitely higher than 0 degrees Celsius. The scariest part of playing water polo now was to step on the water with the upper body above the water. If there was a wind, it would feel like a knife. Water knew that under normal air pressure, it would not freeze. It was guaranteed to be higher than 0 degrees Celsius. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, there was nothing wrong with it. He was a winter swimmer. The scariest thing was not in the water, but before and after the water. The temperature in the water was higher than 0 degrees Celsius. Once out of the water, the temperature outside was negative 30 degrees Celsius. What the skin felt was not cold, but pain. It was like being pricked by needles. Let's put it this way. Within 20 minutes, a small number of people in the northeast took off their clothes. They could grit their teeth and persevere on the icy ground. They had to exercise. If they did not exercise, they would be transported to the morgue. It was no longer a problem of the cold. It was an injury. The cold would cause the skin to blister and become red and swollen. Li Yi's feet, hands, and face when he was a child had experienced it. It was all for fun. In his era, it was normal for the northeast to be negative 30 degrees Celsius. There was no air conditioning or heating. It was just a brick bed. We will stay here tonight. 2/3 of the people are allowed to drink. When Li Yi took out the big jar of glycerin, he made a decision. Whatever he said, no one objected. Those who were qualified to object did not object. What was the use of those who were not qualified to object? The people were here to eat, not to protest. Chapter 1295. The sky was dark, and the water had lost its light. The people ate fish, not only black fish, but also other big fish. Big-headed fish and carp were all caught. They were big and ate small fish and shrimps, which were not suitable for raising fish in the underground lake. The hole was enlarged, and a large net was placed. When the light was turned on, the fish swam over, and a winch was used to tie a thick rope to the net. This was the winter catch, but there were no rods. Instead, a hanging net was used. Every time a net was collected, the people happily picked up the big fish and threw them aside. Someone cleaned up, but the internal organs and scales of the fish were not thrown away. The location of the light was determined, and the outlet of the lake was also known. The remaining matters were related to raising fish. Li Yi wanted to build a fish pond next to the pond. The fish pond was used to raise small fry. Before winter, they would be placed in the pond. When the weather turned cold, they would be placed in the underground lake. A large number of red worms need to be raised with feces and then fed to the fish. The water contains minerals, so there is no need to use other fertilizers. Li Yi weighed the drinking water of the people and the raising of the fish. In the end, he chose the latter. The people could drink other water, such as boiled river water or well water. Fish meat and other meats had similarities and differences. They both contained protein and fat. The red worms referred to the larvae of chironomid mosquitoes. Chironomids were harmful to plants, but they did not suck blood. Li Qingqi was eating sashimi, which was cut thinly. Seeing that Li Yi was not eating, he smacked his lips impolitely. The local people will have a lot of fish to eat in the future. Li Yi was eating braised carp. He added a new thing, beer. Hops, were taken from the Anshi Jidushi to grow. Now that there was enough, he began to use them to make beer. The bitterness of hops could suppress the fishy smell of the fish. It was better than yellow wine. After swallowing the fish meat in his mouth, Li Yi said, "The local people can't eat it. The local people can make a lot of transportation tools, such as," Li Yi said his arrangement. Fish were raised in spring water. He would advertise it and sell it to the rich. Even Chang'an could be transported there. Fish food could be put in and air could be manually pumped in. Was it expensive to sell a 3-catty carp for 100 coins? The brand had to be protected. After we make money, we will come back to provide infrastructure for the local people. The pond belongs to Hongnong County, and I plan to cooperate with the people of Hongnong County. Li Yi spoke of a different model. He did not want to cooperate with the Hongnong County Yamen. They were changed to commoners. Commoners would receive dividends, and commoners would help with maintenance and work. After selling the fish and prawns, part of the profits would go to the Li family Zhuangzi, and the rest would be used for public projects. The rest of the money would be distributed to the commoners according to the number of people. Even the babies would get some. Li Lang, the number of live-in son-in-law and women who are willing to marry into Hongnong will definitely increase. Princess Yongmu thought of the influence on the local economy from the fish farming and fish sales cooperation. She believed that in a few years, the local people would receive a lot of money. Then everyone would try their best to have children, and the children would be counted as heads. If she could give birth to 6 or 7 children at once, she would be rich. Li Yi nodded. Subsidies for childbirth should belong to the welfare category of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty is still poor at the moment, so I'll come up with a model first. Li Yi needed population. The Tang dynasty currently had tens of millions of people, with few men and many women. Because of the war, the slightly wealthier families would have wives and concubines. At the thought of having children, Li Yi frowned slightly. After the new year, 16-year-old girls can get married and have children. I will continue to emphasize in the newspaper how to exercise before childbirth and precautions during pregnancy. Because of the war, the Tang dynasty was in urgent need of population. 13. and 14-year-old girls had to get married and have children. The risk of having children was too high because they had not developed well. Li Yi wanted all married women to be able to do horizontal and vertical cross-training. In fact, he had been using this since he was a child. Generally, starting from elementary school, boys and girls were required to do sit-ups to exercise their abdominal muscles. After that, the boys had to do push-ups, and the girls had to do shoulder and elbow exercises and exams. In junior high school, the girls had to do one-leg hang-ups on the horizontal bar, and the boys had to do pull-ups and vertical leg flips, which required high abdominal muscles. This showed that the girls were always training flexibility, and the boys were always training muscle strength. After thinking about it, he understood the purpose of these physical education classes, which was to have children in the future. The posture of men and women and the posture of the essentials of physical education were compatible. Li Yi thought that the country would not say it out loud. For example, Empress Wang, why was it so easy to have children? She was usually too active. At present, the war is not a problem. The Tang dynasty needs to improve the quality of childbirth and try to reduce the probability of death during childbirth. Li Yi wanted to change the childbirth age. 13 and 14-year-old children were children in Li Yi's heart. Princess Jincheng was married at the age of 13 for the sake of the Tang dynasty. She had never been to the plateau, so she had to go out. Therefore, a general asked for the land of the 9 bends of the Yellow River for her, and the Tang dynasty gave it to her. Unfortunately, Tubo was too careless. After taking the land of the 9 bends, they used it as a springboard to attack the Tang dynasty. When they couldn't win, they asked Princess Jincheng to write a letter to ask for peace in the name of country to country. In history, Tubo still asked for peace in the next year. Li Longji did not agree. In the winter, they asked for peace again. They said about his nephew, but asked for a prime minister's letter. If he signed the letter, would it have anything to do with his nephew? Li Longji refused. In the year 719, they still asked for a pledge letter. Li Longji continued to refuse. Send some beer to Princess Jincheng. I need to kill it first, or it won't last long. Li Yi's heart had already floated to Tubo. In Tubo, Princess Jincheng was looking at herself in the mirror. It was not dark yet. Zanpu with a ruler and pearls helped Princess Jincheng comb her hair. Princess Jincheng was pregnant. The medicine Li Yi gave her worked. She was not pregnant last month, and she was not pregnant this month. The imperial physician who followed Princess Jincheng to Tubo felt her pulse. It was a pregnancy pulse. Princess Jincheng's status instantly rose, and she was treated better than the queen. Other women with pearls were not pregnant. According to historical records, they only had a son when they were 39 years old. But there was a lot of controversy about who gave birth to this son. It was said that Princess Jincheng died at the wrong time, but the important local documents recorded that the son was born to Princess Jincheng. In theory, that son was not the biological son of Princess Jincheng. Before the age of 39, there were so many women, but none of them could get pregnant. Princess Jincheng said that she died a few years ago, so it was not her son. Why was it recorded as her son? Could it hide the fact that she was infertile? In history, it was not important who the son was. Now, Princess Jincheng was pregnant with a child through medicine. She hoped that it would be a boy. She also hoped that the child would be a boy. So, when more than 150,000 soldiers of the Tang dynasty seized the source of the Yellow River and were eyeing it covetously, the whole of Tubo felt that Princess Jincheng's status should be higher. Now, her meals were cooked by her own people. She did not want any supplements. She wanted to protect her child. Once it was a boy, humph. Chapter 1296. Princess Jincheng enjoyed the treatment of being served by her husband. She followed Li Yi's ideas and medicine and successfully obtained absolute status. She was not sad at all when the dowry of the 9 Ben's land was gone. She was not sad when the sisters' lake was lost. Today, the Tang dynasty was fighting fiercely. The Abbasid Caliphate, Tukashi, and Tubo were all defeated. The fiercer the Tang dynasty was, the higher her position would be. Kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, mirrors, bicycles, clocks, chili noodles, medicinal herbs, pure cotton clothes, and glass accessories, she had them all. She also had the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons, which could be used in Tubo. Li Yi sent her 100,000 yuan worth of exchange coupons of various denominations. When she spent them, the value would double. 1 yuan worth of exchange coupons could buy at least 2 yuan worth of things. She had never spent them before, so she kept them. Looking at the patterns on the money, she felt the power of the Tang dynasty. In addition, many good pieces of coal were sent, including coke and gasoline. She could finally eat steamed rice with a pressure cooker. She had once contributed to the Tang dynasty by marrying far away. Now she had the support of the Tang dynasty. Now she was sitting in the bed, looking at her husband in the mirror as he combed her hair. Her bed reflected the top technology of the Li family Zhuangzi of the Tang dynasty. It had springs and shock absorbers. If one could make such springs and shock absorbers, they could make guns. Including tiles, log floors, and countless steel pipes with 3 and 4 connections, the whole palace was geothermal. The boiler was welded by the Li family Zhuangzi and had a pressure gauge. He didn't even have a palace. If Li Yi didn't give it to him, he could always snatch it from Princess Jincheng. The craftsmen of Princess Jincheng had studied her things. The craftsmen of the Tang dynasty all shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't make it. Tubo's own craftsmen's eyes were filled with stars. Just the welding technology was enough to stun them, let alone the pressure gauge. I will stay here tonight. Qi Dai Zhu Dan helped Princess Jincheng comb her hair and admired his masterpiece. Let Feng, and Xi, accompany you. Princess Jincheng happily agreed. Feng, and Xi, were the palace maids she had brought with her. The name comes from the fact that Huma is in the north wind, it is difficult to cross a bird's nest. She was pregnant and could not sleep with Qi Dai and Zhu Dan, so she arranged for a palace maid. It would be even better if the palace maids were also pregnant. They were all on the same side. She used to think that the Tang dynasty was too far away from her and that she could not go back. She was just a sacrifice, but she had to stay strong and live on. She was Li Xian's adopted daughter. Unlike the other princesses who were sent out, she grew up in the palace. When she got married, Li Xian sent her off very far away. Where should I send him? They were sent to Sichuan, which was the land of Shu. They drove all the way from Chang'an to Sichuan and stopped at Shiping County. According to historical records, the emperor wept and wailed. In order to pardon Shiping County, all crimes and death were exempted. He granted the people a year of tax and changed the county to Jincheng. The township was called Fengqi, and the village was called Fengbi. Li Xian couldn't bear to part with her. He drank in the tent, crying as he drank. The local prisoners on death row were pardoned, and the people did not have to pay any rent for a year. The county was renamed Jincheng, the township in the county was called Fengqi, and the village in the township was called Fengbi. Fengbi was a sad separation. This place was called Fengqi Township, Jincheng County, and Fengbi Li. Putting aside love, it was in line with the practice of redoing it and parting with Junsheng. More than 10,000 miles away, each with the meaning of the poem in the world. At that time, Princess Jincheng was lonely, even if she brought a lot of people. Not now. She felt that she was very close to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty's army directly reached the source of the Yellow River. Every few days, things were sent over, including seafood. 3 days ago, they actually sent live sea crabs. Live. 1,000 crabs were sent, and less than 100 of them were alive when they arrived, but they were alive. Princess Jincheng did not know there was a word called will. What she felt was the warmth of home. It was really a distance of 10,000 miles, from the seaside of the Tang dynasty to Tubo. Even dead crabs could be eaten. They were frozen hard and were rewarded to other people in high positions. They had never eaten dead sea crabs. Then, the chef she brought with her followed the cooking methods sent over before: stir-frying, braising, and steaming. The pressure cooker was so useful that it could even cook millet porridge. Princess Jincheng understood. Sending live crabs was not sending crabs, but showing the strength of the Tang dynasty. Money could not be measured. It was technology. It was to tell the people of Tubo how much the Tang dynasty valued Princess Jincheng. If she was wronged, the Tang dynasty could use more logistical resources to take revenge. Princess, there are more things. There are cucumbers, eggplants, cherries, cold gourds, green beans, bean worms, and a lot. They sent them together with seedlings and greenhouses. Ji hurried in, clenched her hands into small fists, and shouted excitedly. Princess Jincheng gently looked at the Qi Dai pearl pill. Husband, you gave us something. Her husband could only nod. He had been scared out of his wits in the past year. The army of the Tang dynasty attacked like a tide, and all kinds of advanced weapons appeared on the scene. Let's go and have a look. Her husband was now most afraid of Li Yi of the Tang dynasty. Then, the bed went out. There were wheels under the bed, but the Tubo craftsmen shook their heads because they couldn't make the bearings for the wheels. The glass of the bed was double-coated with oil and sealed with no water vapor. It was the best technology of the Li family Zhuangzi. The disadvantage was that it had to be replaced after a year, otherwise it couldn't be maintained. There were also boxes of light bulbs and foot-operated generators. The entire palace where Princess Jincheng lived would be brightly lit at night. Once the bed was pulled out, it was beautiful under the illumination of the colored lights. That was why she felt that she was not far away from home even though she was in Tubo. Li Yi's logistical support directly hit her heart. She was a daughter of the Tang dynasty, so her family would not let her suffer. They waited for less than 5 minutes. There was a clock in the bed, so they could see the time. The Tang dynasty's delivery team approached. The double-glazed greenhouse with soil was protected by sleds and wheels under the double protection. The winged knights escorted the convoy here. In the whole world, not only the Tang dynasty, the first to use this technology was Wentian Lan's Xiang Pavilion. The glass was not ordinary glass. The temperature difference changed, so no water vapor remained and frost formed. Why? Because there was heating equipment, not the technology of space. Heating was enough, just like the front windshield of a car. When the hot wind blew on it, it would not frost. Sleds accompanied by large carriages with wheels came over. The greenhouse plants were in the glass boxes. Together with the soil, watermelons, short cherry trees, cucumbers, eggplants, cowpeas, in fact, these things could be transported by fast horses. Couldn't watermelons be preserved for 5 days? One person rode 4 horses and ran. They could be sent from the greenhouse of Longyu Jidushi to Tubo. According to the speed of the cavalry's surprise attack, it would take less than 5 days. But no, this team set off from Chang and with soil and roots, as well as heating and lighting equipment, all the way. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would understand that this was not a gift at all, but a show of strength. The Tang dynasty could send things from Chang and to Tubo. Think about it, if I beat you, what would my logistics be like? Chapter 1297. Princess, Dongzhu ordered us to give you dumplings as soon as we see you. We've prepared the beef and onion stuffing. We steamed them before we arrived. They're delicious now. The people of the Winged Knights set up the big tent in less than 3 minutes. They invited Princess Jincheng and the others to go in. Their attitude towards Princess Jincheng was just as gentle. They were neither servile nor overbearing. They treated the other party as the son-in-law of the Tang dynasty. The nobles of Tubo who were qualified to come and watch were basically staring at the cherry tree. Cold melons would grow if you planted them. Cherries were different. They belonged to the tree. If it bore cherries once in summer, how could it bear cherries again in winter? Princess Jincheng was curious. There were cherries to eat. He was only 14 years old this year, a nominal age. Princess Jincheng was 6 years older than him. Princess Jincheng's palace was the richest. The beef and onion stuffing dumplings were served. Those who were qualified to eat together picked up their chopsticks. The cow was not a yak. It was a yellow ox from the Tang dynasty. For Princess Jincheng, a calf was specially killed. At the same time, there were also a lot of dishes cooked on the way. Many of the dishes used chili. Tubo people loved to eat them. Princess Jincheng ate elegantly. She understood that this was not a meal. It was a deterrent. To ensure her position in Tubo, and at the same time to tell Tubo not to think about fighting with the Tang dynasty again. You can't beat them. Tubo people were not in a good mood, especially Qi Lishu. He had been thinking about how to get the territory of the Tang dynasty. His style of doing things was different from his mother's. He wanted to develop the internal affairs of Tubo first. He always adopted the attitude of seeking peace with the Tang dynasty. He was ready to make the pill grow up. Qi Lishu wanted to take advantage of the fact that Qi Dai Zhu Dan was still young to obtain more rights. Waging war against the Tang dynasty could ease the internal pressure. He had presided over many meetings of the alliance, and his authority as a Qi bead pearl was very small. The more powerful the Tang dynasty was, the more pressure he would have. After eating a dumpling, Qi Lishu bowed slightly to Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng, there are many technologies in the Tang dynasty now. If I, Tubo, can learn them, the people of Tubo will be very grateful. In the name of the people, he forced Princess Jincheng to ask for technology from the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had sent a lot of good things. If they didn't know how to make them, they couldn't make them even if they dismantled them. The pressure cooker looked quite simple. One pot, one lid, and with a twist, it could boil water, cook rice, and make soup. But what about the exhaust valve? Why couldn't the pot lid and pot be fastened tightly when he made it himself? He had used a demolding technique. Princess Jincheng nodded slightly, but showed a regretful look. The technology is not owned by the Tang dynasty. It is owned by the Li family Zhuangzi of Bahui, east of Chang'an. The imperial court of the Tang dynasty can't seize people's technology. She was mature and knew how to deal with it. Can I give you Tubo the technology? The Tang dynasty even made guns, hot air balloons, sky-piercing monkeys, and explosive packs. Do you want it too? Humph. Qi Lishu was depressed. What do you mean by seizing people's technology? Don't you know Li Yi's position in the Tang dynasty? If it weren't for Li Yi, would my Tubo have been defeated again and again? Chili is good. Princess Jincheng, can you help me ask for seeds? Qi Lishu asked for the next best thing. The local weather was cold. It was best to eat chili. Unfortunately, there were only chili flour and chili that had not been ground into flour. Not a single seed could be found in it. No, there were seeds that could be seen in chili oil and chili sauce. They were all ripe and could not be planted. Wait for me to write a letter to ask for more chili flour. The seeds are what the Li family Zhuangzi wants to keep alive. They are never sold to the public. Without the seeds, the Li family Zhuangzi will not be able to survive. Princess Jincheng refused again. Don't think you can get good things from me. Chili flour is good. If you want to eat it, exchange. The Tang dynasty needed medicinal herbs. Tubo needed medicinal herbs. Yaks were also good. There were also sheep. If you don't want to hunt, you can exchange fur and animal bones that can be used as medicine. She liked chili, especially chili sauce. She cooked noodles in a pressure cooker and scooped a spoonful of chili sauce. It was refreshing to eat. She also brushed chili sauce when she barbecued meat. After eating, she felt warm all over. Qi Lishu regretted again and asked, "Can cotton be planted?" Princess Jincheng did not refuse this time, because it was planted elsewhere. Cotton seeds were probably collected by the people of Tubo. But she was not sure. She did not think it was successful. "I'll write a letter to ask for cotton seeds. If they can be planted well, it will be a blessing for the people of Tubo." Princess Jincheng agreed. "I want seeds that can grow cotton. Some businessmen have brought seeds here. After planting them, it will be difficult for them to survive." Qi Lishu finally told the truth. He did not want any random seeds. He wanted seeds and technology that could be planted in Tubo. Princess Jincheng nodded, "Ask and see if it can be done." After dinner, Princess Jincheng began to write a letter. She mainly wrote about her pregnancy and the current situation in Tubo. Then she made a request. By the way, she asked what the Tang dynasty needed from Tubo, including the issue of land cooperation at the source of the Yellow River, so that the Tang dynasty could make money faster. Qi Lishu also asked Princess Jincheng to ask if there were any good coal mines in the local area. He had already heard of it. Li Yi seemed to know about the mines in various places. Now there were only coal and coke sent from the Tang dynasty. Princess Jincheng gave them some to use to make a kong, which was very warm. It was so far away that transportation was inconvenient. Anyway, Tubo would not send a team to carry coal. Princess Jincheng agreed to ask. Even if there was, Li Yi would not tell her. The winged knights who sent the things camped outside, and the alert level was the highest. They distributed things for Princess Jincheng's people in the name of sending gifts. They could not directly give to Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng took a lot of things and naturally had to give them to other Tubo people. The things given by the winged knights to the people of Tang dynasty as dowry belonged to them. It had nothing to do with Princess Jincheng. Chili noodles, chili sauce, soap, skincare products, military coats, quilts, spirits, enamel sets of utensils. Tubo people were actually very good at eating spicy food, especially chili in the sky. Now it was still part of Tubo territory in the future. In the future, Li Yi's kingdom of Buden, they ate chili as a main dish. They ate chili every day, every meal, and as a snack. If there was no chili, they would not be able to live. Hongnong County, Li Yi finished his meal and ate fruits. He ate a frozen autumn pear. It was frozen black. When soaked in cold water, the pear would form an ice shell. It could not be soaked in hot water. Li Yi had soaked in hot water when he was a child. The speed of defrosting was not faster than cold water. And after soaking, the pear was soft and not sweet. The team who sent the things to Princess Jincheng should have arrived. This time, they sent a lot of chili products. As if they were telepathic, Li Yi could guess the speed of the winged knights. Princess Yongmu squeezed the pear with her hand and broke the ice shell. If she continued to soak it, the ice shell would form again. Li Lang wants to sell chili to Tubo. She thought. Yes. Next year, we will increase the planting area and find a place where others can't sneak in. Once the seeds flow out, our family won't be able to make a lot of money. Li Yi would rather plant a lot of chili on his own land than let others plant it. Not eating chili won't kill people. In the future, chili can even be exported together with other things. Do the Turks like chili? Chapter 1298. Indians eat curry, so do the Southwest barbarians. Li Yi was once again thinking about exports. Others did not have it, but he could exchange it for many things. There were many other spices in India. They were not worth much locally, but they were very expensive in the Tang dynasty. The southwest barbarians referred to a large area, including Thailand. After the Tang dynasty, it was called Siam. Could a caddy of chili powder be exchanged for 100 caddies of various spices? Pepper, yes, especially pepper. They would have to wait another year for Cheongzhou to bear fruit. How much did India earn in this year? No, the Indians did not earn much. All the money was pocketed by the barbarian merchants. When Princess Yongmu heard Li Yi mention India, she continued to pinch the ice shell on the frozen autumn pear beside her. Are there many good things in India? Yes, I have to admit that the climate there is good, and the river is not bad. It's just that, dead people are thrown into the river. Li Yi suddenly trembled. The floating corpses in the Ganges River were frightening. He was not afraid of corpses, but of hygiene. When the Tang dynasty fought, they also knew to dispose of the enemy's corpses. They could not be left out in the open, or there would be a plague. Every day, when the people saw a floating corpse in the river, they would fish it out and report it to the officials to find out how it died. Then, they would bury it. Corpses found in the wilderness were dealt with in the same way. The laws of the Tang dynasty stipulated that corpses must be buried and the cause of death determined. Those who died of natural causes, such as the elderly, were buried on the spot. Therefore, there were many missing people. Even if they were murdered, such as those who were poisoned to death, the average person would not be able to tell and would just treat it as a normal death. Water burial. I heard that there are many wild burials in Tubo. Princess Yongmu had become eager to learn after meeting Li Yi. Yes, wild burials. There's no other way. Tubo is the same as the frozen soil in winter. Moreover, after being frozen for many years, the frozen soil is very thick. It's not easy for ordinary people to dig. Li Yi analyzed from a technical point of view. There were no sky burials now, only wild burials. Because the relevant teachings had not been passed down, there was no such thing. All the places that could be dug were planted. Generally, they were planted with barley. Where they could not dig, they had no choice but to leave the corpses there. Oh. Princess Yongmu replied and asked, Tubo is cold, can we grow cotton? Yes, now that the climate is warmer, we can grow cotton in some low-altitude areas, but how can cotton be compared to wheat? Li Yi knew where to grow cotton in Tubo. It was in the southeast. If they could not grow food, Tubo would not have the ability to wage war against the Tang dynasty. Li Lang, will Princess Jincheng's aunt believe in Tubo's teachings? Princess Yongmu suddenly thought of something. I wasn't sure before, but now I don't think so. She trusts the Tang dynasty more. As long as a country was strong enough, the people would believe whatever they advertised. Therefore, we can't blindly advertise it in the newspapers, including planting and breeding. Different regions will treat it differently. Li Yi said as he got up to get another basin of cold water and changed the 3 frozen autumn pears from the previous basin into the new basin. Xiaolan was also there. She did not speak and was trying to record Li Yi's words. In the past, when Confucius spoke, there were people who recorded it. In addition to the real records, there were also people who organized and fabricated it, and it was all written in the Analects of Confucius. Confucius spoke about politics, economics, humanities, military, and other aspects. It was indeed good, and many aspects could be applied by later generations. However, the Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty and Li Longji were more willing to record Li Yi's words. Li Yi's words were like suggestions, and they were very practical. It was very likely that Li Yi's words inadvertently had a way to benefit the people. It was not important whether he thought about it or not. Everyone would look at it and analyze it. When they found out which one was useful, they would quickly ask him. It was like the technology of artificial impregnation of livestock. If when the technology of hatching chicks came out, they asked, "What can you do with horses?" Wouldn't they know in advance? Li Yi himself did not know. Li Longji sent people to set up a separate department to look at Li Yi's words. Li Longji felt that it was 100 years late after the inoculation of the stallion, and he was distressed about the time. He wished that he could lock Li Yi in a small dark room and do nothing but think for him. Think of all the things and technologies that he should think of. "Dongzhu, can I come in? I think the thing you told me last time can be used." Guozi's voice came from the door. Li Yi looked up. "Did you bring your own frozen autumn pears? They are already soaked. I can eat them in a while, but there are only 3. I don't want to eat." Guozi was helpless. "Please come in." Li Yi was relieved that he did not have to give his pears to Guozi. Princess Yongmu covered her mouth and laughed. She felt that Li Yi was very interesting. Officer Guo had a serious matter to ask, but Li Yi was actually worried that there were not enough pears. Guozi entered the house. "Dongzhu, I think the method of locking people in a small dark room can work." "Small dark room?" "Ah. Actually, it's not very useful." Li Yi admitted that he had said that before. "How is it not useful?" Think about it, if a person stays in a place for a few days, and no one talks to him, and the room is dark, ordinary people would not be able to bear it. Guozi analyzed and agreed with this method. "Then you have not met any web novelists. As long as they have food and toilet facilities, you can lock them up for a month, and when they are released, they will have a complete outline of their novel." Li Yi shook his head. "You don't understand. Some people are not afraid of a small dark room." "What?" Guozi did not understand. "I mean, for example, if you lock me up for a month, there will be food. Black bread will do. If you do not want me to be malnourished, Rujiamo would be better. Then you will give me water and toilet facilities. I don't need any light in there, so I will just lie down, sit down, and think about what other technologies I can bring out. After a month of confinement, I estimate that I can bring out at least 20 technologies, and a lot of internal and external planning." Li Yi put it in another way. He was not afraid. "Really?" Guozi stared into Li Yi's eyes. "Really?" Li Yi was certain. "I will tell the others to lock you up," Guozi said and was about to leave. "Stop," Princess Yongmu said. "If you lock Li Lang up for a month, what should I do?" Guozi slapped his forehead. "Yes, I forgot. If I can't lock Li Yi up for a month, who will Her Majesty talk to?" Li Yi gestured for Guozi to sit down. "The people of Buddhism don't care about being locked up in a small dark room. Our winged knights teach tactics and command. Once you are locked up, you can simulate all kinds of battles in your mind. When you go back, tell the brothers and give it a try. Lock him up for 3 days as part of the training. The brothers of the Winged Knights want to thank you. You are the one who provided this idea." Li Yi was very happy. Look, he found another way to cultivate willpower. It was all thanks to Guozi. He was indeed a capable person. Guozi was speechless. He felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. "Dongzhu, are you going to tell them that it was my idea?" "Yes, you are a good person. The Tang dynasty needs people like you. The more, the better." Li Yi praised again. "Didn't you suggest it?" Guozi asked. "I don't want to take credit. It was you." Li Yi waved his hand. "This is called credit. They will hate me." Guozi looked at Li Yi with those eyes. "Do you really not understand, or are you playing dumb?" Chapter 1299. The next day, after breakfast, the team began their return journey. Someone would take care of the specific management and use of the pond. Li Yi didn't have the energy to finalize the details one by one. The people of Hongnong came out to send them off. The Zhang family was the most enthusiastic. Guaninda stood at the side and watched as the oldest man in the county personally delivered the book of 10,000 people to Li Yi. The real book of 10,000 people was the same as the previous one in Jing County. The people, including the babies, all put their fingerprints on it. Every time the team stopped at a place, Li Yi would receive the book of 10,000 people. The people knew that Li Yi was rich and couldn't give Li Yi money. Then, they heard that whoever held the book of 10,000 people could smash the book on the Prime Minister's face and make him lower his head. The people then provided Li Yi with weapons. "We'll give you the book of 10,000 people. If you don't like the Prime Minister, you can smash him. If you can't smash the same copy twice, we'll send someone to inform you and make you another copy." Li Yi accepted the book of 10,000 people and the team set off. The people began to cry. "Li Dongzhu, have a safe journey. Li Dongzhu, watch the road when it's dark. Li Dongzhu, watch your step. Li Dongzhu, we'll always remember you. Li Dongzhu, we'll burn incense for you every day. Li Dongzhu, don't be afraid when you go over there." Li Yi, he smiled awkwardly. The people are too enthusiastic. The over there, they're referring to is Chang'an. Burning incense belongs to the longevity tablet. Everyone laughed. The people's cries were very interesting. "Stop shouting. Why are you crying like this? What are you shouting for? Li Dongzhu isn't dead." Someone finally reacted. "Yes, Li Dongzhu isn't dead. That's great. Li Dongzhu is alive. You're the only ones crying. Li Dongzhu can breathe. There's a shadow. Li Dongzhu isn't afraid even if he's dead. He'll come back after beating up the king of hell. Oxhead and Horseface, use a sliding pole to carry them back. There are also gifts from the black and white impermanences." The commoners stopped crying. Instead, they said all sorts of encouraging words. "Li Lang, you've collected quite a few book of 10,000 people. What's the use of it?" Princess Yongmu sat beside Li Yi and asked after waiting for the commoners to send them off for a few miles and the Yulin flying cavalry stopped them. Normally speaking, using the book of 10,000 people to smash the Prime Minister wouldn't work. Would offending the Prime Minister have any good consequences? With the book of 10,000 people, you can meet His Majesty. Li Yi knew how important the true book of 10,000 people was. He did not become a local official. If he had become a county magistrate, when he left office, the people would have sent him the book of 10,000 people, and the emperor would have to summon him. There was a lot of pressure on the successor. The previous one left with the book of 10,000 people, and the new one did not. His career was about to come to an end. Under normal circumstances, the successor was smart and would follow the previous district magistrate's policy and arrangements. At the same time, he would promote the previous one. When the commoners saw that he was so sensible, they would also give him one when he left. The more impressive successor would not promote the previous one. He would improve the previous one's policy and come up with something of his own, increasing the commoners' income by several times. But usually, the new district magistrate who left with the book of 10,000 people could not do either of these things. Li Yi said these words to Princess Yongmu. The other people in the carriage listened, and some of them wrote it down. Li Tan touched the place on his face where there used to be a scar. He asked in confusion, "Li Dongzhu, why can't you do it? If it were me, I would choose to follow the rules. Because there are still the deputy magistrate, the registrar, the deputy magistrate, and other officials. They look down on you, a new district magistrate. You have to deal with them first before you can do anything. In the process of dealing with them, you've wasted too much time and energy." Li Yi gave a very practical answer. This situation was not only in the officialdom, but also in the workplace. Then what should I do? Li Tan thought about it, but he felt helpless. Wu Jieyu should know. Li Yi did not answer and looked at Wu Jieyu. Wu Jieyu nodded gently. If you want to harm the new district magistrate and the outgoing district magistrate, the deputy magistrate and the others will not move. If you want to. She was indeed familiar with such methods. She told Li Tan that as long as they were not collectively transferred, both district magistrates would be harmed. If a district magistrate who had the book of 10,000 people was promoted, he would not be promoted unless he was directly a provincial governor or an assistant minister. Otherwise, when others saw that you had the book of 10,000 people, you were powerful, haha. I'll let you be powerful. After she finished speaking, Empress Wang continued, bring a team to a new place. The new district magistrate will find a new person, or bring a team. Empress Wang was talking about the method Li Yi used. He sold medical equipment. If a district manager did well and wanted to promote, he would ask the other party who he wanted to bring. If the other party did not want to bring someone he trusted, then there was a problem. It meant that the other party wanted to control the district and put pressure on the successor. Under normal circumstances, this did not exist, unless the person he trusted was outstanding. This was because the person who took over would bring a team. How could a person manage a team? Therefore, if he wanted someone to resign, needless to say, he would be fired. If he was fired, he would have to give extra compensation. As long as the other party was transferred to a district alone, the other party would take the initiative to resign. Li Yi was most afraid of the other party not only not resigning, but also completing the integration in a very short time. At the same time, the business volume would increase greatly. At this moment, Li Yi could only sigh. He had misjudged. It was over. He had lost a general. He could not come back. If the other party had the ability, it would be useless to give him any benefits. He would soon be poached by other groups. If his heart was no longer on your side, you would lose the market of a district. He would definitely change his team and find a new owner. All the customers would follow him and leave. Li Yi had made such a mistake once. His mood at that time was that a single slip would cause everlasting regret. If he looked back, he would be 100 years old. From then on, he would never do such a wicked thing again. Everything is predestined. Let's part on good terms. Of course, he also had another realization. Either he did not make a move, or he did not show mercy. He would directly cripple you and not leave you any chance. Scheming people again. Princess Yongmu mumbled. She hated scheming. Li Yi quickly changed the topic. Scheming against people is sometimes considered helping people. For example, if someone is lazy, you scheme against him and make him diligent. His family's life is better. Shouldn't you scheme against him? Can you? Princess Yongmu blinked. She did not expect scheming to help people. For example, if a man is lazy and doesn't work hard, I will send someone to gamble with him. With a little skill, he loses the bet and has no money to pay back. His house is mortgaged and he still has to work for me. Otherwise, I will chop off his hands and his head. He is afraid, so he works hard. I will save up the money he earns. When he is truly diligent one day, I will tell him everything and give him the money. Li Yi's reaction was very fast. Don't you want to steal his wife? Li Tan's previous circle was probably problematic. He was young, but his thoughts were not small. Some people don't care about their life partner. They only care about themselves. Li Yi patted Li Tan's head. You are still young, and your personality has changed too much. You need to re-establish your values. Learn more skills and contribute to the Tang dynasty in the future. Chapter 1300. Don't always touch your face. Your face is healed now. Put away your little mirror. Mirrors are used to fix clothes, not to look at your face. Li Yi put down his hand and made a request to Li Tan. Li Tan used to like to look at his scars in the mirror. He became addicted to it and cared too much about his own face. Looks are natural, clothes are etiquette. Those who judge others by their looks will love them when their looks fade. Judge others by their words. Li Yi taught and paused. Li Tan chimed in, if you lose, you will be rewarded. If you judge a book by its cover, you will lose your son. As he spoke, he stood up and bowed to Li Yi. He took out his small mirror, raised his arm, and thought for a moment before putting it down. Since you've already let it go, why throw it? It can be exchanged for money. Li Yi was pleased. Yes, not throwing the mirror was truly letting go. There was nothing wrong with the mirror. Why should he use it to show his sincerity? But he said, don't throw it. I thought you had 500 executioners in ambush. Throwing the mirror on the carpet and making a sound is scary. The people around laughed. Throwing a mirror on the carpet was an order. How would the people outside hear it? The unique atmosphere disappeared. Li Tan was no longer the main character. He felt less pressure. Keep it. The cost of the mirror is not high. What's really valuable is the skill. Unfortunately, no one thinks my skill is valuable, including His Majesty. Am I right, third brother? Li Yi changed the topic. In order to take care of the child's emotions, he made fun of Li Longji. I think that His Majesty values your person, not your skill. Li Longji was a wily old fox. He solved the problem with one sentence. What skill? You're a good person. Li Yi blinked. You can say that. Ha ha ha, the others laughed again. Princess Yongmu quietly held Li Yi's hand. She liked the atmosphere now. It felt like they were a family. She had never felt like an ordinary person before. Only Li Lang could do it, and so naturally. Princess Yongmu realized that staying by Li Yi's side made her happy every day. Sometimes, when she had a dream, she would wake up in fright when she realized that everything was fake. Xiaolan, who was sleeping next to him, also woke up. The two of them talked and confirmed that it was not a dream. Li Yi also shook Princess Yongmu's hand in response. When it came to relationships, Li Yi did not care about himself at all. He knew that. As someone who sold high-end medical equipment, he knew where his customers were the best. The older the customer, the more they needed to be maintained. New customers were more important. Only the old customers could last. Love and marriage were the same. In his time, many men and women treated marriage as the last thing they cared about. For a person to compromise with outsiders and throw a tantrum at his family, it meant that this person had suffered too little. Some people had a vague idea of what it meant to have a family, including having children. Seeing that the other party was good and interesting, they got married. Then, they naturally gave birth to children. After having children, they suddenly realized that real life was different from what they had imagined. Getting married and having children with a game mentality was also a game. Li Yi could feel that Princess Yongmu was not like that. She was looking for someone to rely on and then dreamed of many things. It was not that she was immature, but she had always been afraid and uneasy. Keep the temperature at about 18 degrees Celsius. Don't wear too much, but the humidity in the cave is relatively high. Wear leather boots. Those who are old or whose knees are uncomfortable, wrap cashmere covers around the knees. Then, when there are rubber trees in the future, I will think of a way to make an airtight film and use it as a cloth for the shed. Li Yi was very dedicated. Whether 18 degrees Celsius was high or low depended on the outdoor temperature and humidity. The outdoor temperature was 30 degrees Celsius and the indoor temperature was 18 degrees Celsius. It was more comfortable. The outdoor temperature was minus 30 degrees Celsius and the indoor temperature was 18 degrees Celsius. It was a little cold. At first glance, that was not right. Wasn't the difference in temperature too strong? Many people thought that it should be minus 30 degrees Celsius outside and 18 degrees Celsius inside. In reality, that was not the case. If it was cold outside, it would be cold inside. If it was hot outside, it would be comfortable inside. 18 degrees Celsius was actually quite disgusting. People in the Northeast felt that it was not enough. It should be above 20 degrees. There was no heating in the South, so why did they think that we did not have it? Xiao Yi, my knees are not uncomfortable now. The plaster you put on them in the summer is good. Li Dan was much younger than when he first met Li Yi. He had a good mentality, exercise, and nutrition. He should have been dead, but now he was living a good life. At that time, there was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. He could not see any hope. He had experienced too much in his life and might as well die. People always thought that they were going to die every day, and their health would be poor. If they thought that they were 18 years old every day, they would feel too shameless. Li Dan did not think that he was 18. He did not know how old he should be, but he was very active. A simple example was the river in the Northeast where Li Yi lived. It was a natural skating rink, but it needed to be poured with ice. What kind of people were skating? Retired old men and women bought their own ice skates and skated every day. Young people with high incomes bought their own ice skates and skated at least twice every 3 days. Children on vacation came over to play. There were people from the South who did business in the Northeast. They brought their children to the skating rink and rented or bought shoes. High school, technical secondary school, junior college, undergraduate, and graduate students bought their own ice skates and rented them. Men and women who came to the Northeast for the first time could skate if they wanted to. There were very few people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. They probably did not have time. At most, they would come over to accompany their children when they wanted to play. Li Yi knew that economic development was linked to social welfare. The social security at his time was not comprehensive, not balanced, and had loopholes. When the country counted the number of unemployed people, it was actually the employed people who were unemployed, not the non-employed. The so-called employed people referred to the employment contract and insurance. If they had this and suddenly lost their job, they would be considered unemployed. If they could not find such a company or enterprise, they would not be able to survive and could not sign an employment contract. Once their employment relationship was terminated, they would not be considered unemployed. It meant that after you graduated from university and could not find a good job, you would return to your hometown and work in a private enterprise. The basic monthly salary was 2,500 yuan, plus 100 yuan for full attendance and 100 yuan for excellent assessment, so the salary was 2,700 yuan. If you could not sign the contract, the company would not sign it with you. When you encountered a situation where you lost your job, you would not be considered as an employee because you were not employed. Many people were like this. There was no greater sorrow than despair. Whether it was the retired emperor or ordinary people, it was always difficult to escape. Li Dan used to be like this, but now it had changed. Li Yi heard that Li Dan said that she was well. He was gratified, but he frowned. He envied the fool. The fool would be happy as long as he was satisfied with something. He knew that there were many people in the Tang dynasty who did not have enough to eat. He had worked very hard. It had only been a few years, but he had increased the income of nearly 10 million people. But he knew that it was not enough. He must continue to expand quickly. Li Yi put his hand on Li Dan's knee and muttered, 10,000 years is too long. We can only seize the moment. Chapter 1301. Xiao Yi, you must let me live for a few more years. Li Dan, who was not afraid of death or wanted to die quickly, begged Li Yi again. When Li Yi placed his hand on his knee, he felt a warm current flowing through his body. Therefore, sometimes a small help can make the people explode with infinite power. Li Yi gently massaged with his palm. His palm did not leave Li Dan's knee. Some girls, young women, and so on would sometimes have waist pain. Men were the same. Many men always felt sore on the left side of their waist. Some were caused by muscle fatigue. For example, there were always needles in the buttocks, left and right sides, and muscle injections. It felt like waist pain, but in fact, it was the buttocks that hurt. After massaging the place where the needles were inserted, one would feel comfortable. Sometimes it was the lower abdomen. Sometimes it was the uterus for women, and sometimes it was the vagina for men. The vagina of a baby boy was not at the bottom, but at the top. It was usually the left side, the groin. Then, the vagina slid down, so many men felt pain on the left side of their waist. For this confirmed symptom, men put their hands in front of them to heat it up. A woman's uterus was placed at the back and covered with their hands. For those who cheated, they would get a tin foil like the cigarette paper in a cigarette box, spit, stick it on their body, and ask, "Is it hot?" The cheated person would feel hot. Yes, hot. Hot was right, because that place was not ventilated, and the other skin was dissipating heat. The place with the tin foil could not dissipate the heat. But the cheater said that he was exerting his power. He was very good at exerting his power from far away to make you feel hot. In fact, it was the same to change it to plastic wrap. Why not use quicklime with iron oxide in it? The principle of the heat paste was very simple. Activated carbon, iron oxide, and quicklime. Quicklime would heat up when it met water, and then become mature lime. It obtained little hydrogen and oxygen in the air, so activated carbon, salt, and iron oxide powder were added as catalysts. The same principle applied to the heat paste. The more developed the sweat glands on the feet were, the hotter the insole would be in a short period of time, and sweat would enter it directly. Many people complained that the socks turned black after wearing the insole. It was normal, because there was iron oxide and activated carbon inside, and they were all black. The problem was the outer packaging. The outer packaging material was not good enough, so it leaked out. For things of poor quality, the material itself was fine, but the problem lay in the leakage of the packaging material. Li Yi understood this very well. He massaged Li Dan and said to himself, "What can I use to make it?" The key was the glue. Under the condition that the strength requirement was not high, gutta gum could be used as a substitute, or even fish gum, tree gum, and tin gum. If our own people don't need it, export costs, profits, publicity, local agencies. Li Yi's mind wandered as he mumbled. At the same time, his hands didn't stop massaging Li Dan. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs were writing. Now, even if Li Yi farted, they had to record it. Then, a special team would study why Li Yi was farting. Was he deliberately farting, or could he not hold it in? What was the central idea behind his fart? What was the gist of the paragraph? As Li Yi thought about it, his mind wandered again. He thought of some of the anti-eight-legged essay articles. Those articles said, first, the form of this eight-legged essay. Second, the structure of this eight-legged essay. Third, the pretentiousness of this eight-legged essay. Finally, the dross of this eight-legged essay. In addition, because of that, the eight-legged essay was criticized to be worthless. Then, criticizing the writing format of the eight-legged essay, was it not another form of eight-legged essay? After Li Yi finished speaking, his mind wandered. The palace maids and eunuchs were overjoyed. Just now, Li Yi spoke quickly, so they were afraid that they couldn't remember it. Li Yi was stunned and quickly wrote, just like when Li Yi was copying the content of the teacher's words. The difference was that Li Yi was a child who quickly recorded what the teacher said and didn't look at it again. Now, after the palace maids and eunuchs recorded it, there was a special department to study it. Dragon slayers will eventually become evil dragons. Because they didn't remember the original intention. Humans, the most terrible thing is to be lost. For example, if they thought that this was the Kaiyuan era, they really thought that the common people's lives were good. When the price of grain in the capital government decreased, when did it mean that it was a prosperous era? Since it was the Kaiyuan era, why were they so afraid of the drought in Guangzhou and the locusts in Shandong 2 years ago? Li Yi was doing logistics for the Tang dynasty, and always kept the development of the Tang dynasty on the right path. He was driving the Tang dynasty's race car. There were no curves and no drifting. He was always taking shortcuts on the line. On the highway, all moving units must go in an arc. Li Yi was driving the Tang dynasty on the tangent line. The line between 2 points was the shortest. This was an axiom. Li Yi took this to the extreme. He took out a series of technology and mineral distribution maps, just like a space jump. People marked 2 points on the paper and then wanted to find the closest distance. Li Yi just marked the 2 points, then folded the paper, and put it on the paper. The locusts in Shandong naturally referred to the locust plague to the east of Taihang Mountains. Li Longji didn't have any feelings about this before. Now that he thought about it, if Brother Yi didn't suppress the locusts at that time, the consequences, Li Longji recalled that his relationship with Brother Yi was not the same as it was now. Brother Yi, let's look back at the past. What do you want? Li Longji suddenly became emotional. He felt that Li Yi paid too much and got too little. What about you? Li Yi didn't answer Li Longji, but turned to Princess Yongmu. Thank you, Buddha, thank you, thank you, Father, for letting me meet you. Princess Yongmu blushed from her face to her neck. Li Yi, was that what I asked? Why did you, oh my God. Me too. When I first met you, I missed you day and night. I thought a lot. When I thought about it, I didn't dare to think about it. When I looked back, it was like a dream. But when I looked back, my heart was still the same. Li Yi spoke from the bottom of his heart. He knew how to cherish. He didn't have a princess in his heart. The imperial power was a joke. He protected the imperial power because it was the fastest way to help the people. What prime minister? What emperor? It all depended on his mood. Only Princess Yongmu couldn't be considered from the perspective of benefits. Some people married a princess to raise their status. Li Yi knew that he married a princess to make some people feel at ease. This was called a compromise between politics and benefits. But he actually liked Princess Yongmu. This was the most important thing. Some people liked a woman's appearance, some liked a woman's family background, and some liked a woman's gentleness. Li Yi felt that Princess Yongmu's happy smile when she ate the red braised pork was the most adorable. At the same time, Princess Yongmu worked hard to learn how to make her favorite red braised pork. Brother Yi, when will we arrive? Li Longji suddenly asked. Third brother, you can ask the winged knights about this in the future. Li Yi was unhappy. So what if he's your father-in-law? I'm trying to improve my relationship with my wife. Do you believe that I will drug you? What? I can't ask you. Li Longji shouted in dialect. You're holding my daughter's hand. Can't I say something? Ask the winged knights. Princess Yongmu told Li Longji. Yes, ask. Guozi, when will we arrive at the karst cave? Li Longji stared at Li Yi. He felt that he had lost many things after more than 100 years. Chapter 1302. When it was close to noon the next day, the team finally arrived at the foot of Crouching Bull Mountain, which was still a distance away from Coxcomb Cave. Coxcomb Cave was in Crouching Bull Mountain. Crouching Bull Mountain contained many mountains. One of them was called Coxcomb Mountain, which was shaped like a rooster's crown. The distance from Coxcomb Mountain to Mount Laojun, which was named by Li Shimin, was less than 8 miles. Currently, there were no signs of human habitation. In Li Yi's time, this place was called Luanchuan County. As the name implied, there were rivers here. According to the information, there were 4 rivers, 3 mountains, 2 rivers, and 9 mountains, half water and half farmland. Half farmland, how could one live? The surrounding roads were difficult to walk on. There were mountains and rivers. From Coxcomb Mountain to Mount Laojun, it was definitely not as short as 8 miles. The road is not easy to walk on. Li Longji looked at the team's formation. The eunuchs, palace maids, and other support personnel walked out in a line. If it were not for the winged knight's protection, the whole team would be easily ambushed. This place is not suitable for farming, but there are many resources. There are silver and gold. We won't dig. Li Yi said first, do not dig whenever you see a mine. There were iron mines here, and more importantly, molybdenum. The information said that molybdenum reserves were the largest in Asia and 3rd in the world. It was useless to him. It was difficult to refine it. Since you won't dig, why mention it? Li Longji was tempted when he heard about gold and silver. When you need it in the future, tell others and ask others to dig. It can stimulate the local economy. For example, aristocratic families. Li Yi did not forget to find opportunities to cheat aristocratic families, no, to help them. Li Longji was satisfied. Yes, with you, I don't have to worry. The temperature here is not low. Li Longji saw the snow and realized that his hands were warmer outside than in Chang'an. The entire Crouching Bull Mountain area has a few types of climate. The place we are at now is warmer. The thermometer shows that it is 0 degrees Celsius. Li Yi did not take his hands out. He was afraid of the cold. If someone fell sick and needed him for surgery, his hands would be frozen and affect their lives. He wore 2 layers of gloves. The outside was made of weasel's skin and the inside was made of sheep's fur. The 2 bracelets were connected by a string and hung around the neck. Li Longji glanced at Li Yi's big hand. Your hand is even more tender than many women's. It's not like a man's. I can feel it when I'm holding a scalpel. My hand is calloused. How can I be sensitive? I protect my patient's hands. This is called professionalism. Li Yi retorted. He was becoming more and more impudent. Dongzhu, some people are being brought here. There are 6 households, all surnamed Feng. They said that they collect herbs and treat illnesses for a living. There are people from their families in the surrounding counties who are doctors. Guozi walked over and reported the situation. Yes, the most suitable agriculture for the development of the local area is the cultivation of medicinal herbs. There are many varieties of medicinal herbs, and because the soil contains a lot of molybdenum, it is suitable to become a medicinal herb base. When Li Yi heard this, he knew that the Feng family was from a larger family. They searched for medicinal herbs in the Crouching Bull Mountain. Their ancestors had lived and prospered until now. He was smart. At that time, Mount June Pharmaceuticals, whose main product was Chinese medicine, was here. It was Mount June of Mount Laojun. You also asked the aristocratic families to plant medicinal herbs. When Li Longji heard about medicinal herbs, he was happy. The common people lacked medicinal herbs. No, I'll be in charge. Send a few farmers here to organize the manpower. I don't trust others. Li Yi refused. How could the medicinal herbs be in the hands of others? 6 households came. In total, there were 41 people, old, middle-aged, and young. Crouching Bull Feng family greets Li Dongzhu. An old man with a head full of white hair led the others to bow to Li Yi. Li Yi followed and bowed. Li Yi greets old man. An 8 or 9-year-old girl with a red face saw Princess Yongmu. She moved closer and raised her head. Big sister, you are so beautiful. You are beautiful too. Princess Yongmu squatted down and touched the little girl's face. The little girl sniffed and moved closer to Princess Yongmu's gloves. She sniffed again and said, honeysuckle, tangerine peel, basil, angelica dehurica, licorice, patchouli, skullcap, poria, atractylodes, euchomia, and. I know, there is also chuanxiong. The little girl listed a series of medicinal herbs. Then she frowned as if she couldn't understand. She muttered, why is it so messy? What diseases are they treating? The eyes of the imperial physicians and nurses who came from the imperial medical department lit up. When they looked at the little girl, they wished they could see the little girl in their eyes. How much effort did you put in? At such a young age, you can know what medicinal herbs are in the sachet just by asking. Snake and insect repellent. Li Yi was happy. This meant that the Crouching Bull Feng family did have a foundation. Since it's snake and insect repellent, why don't you add realgar, pistol, bongi, and lamhorn beans? The little girl didn't even think and directly asked. Yes, why? What kind of person can't use this kind of medicine? Including borneal and musk. Li Yi asked. Huh? The little girl looked at Princess Yongmu's stomach. Her small hand naturally rested on Princess Yongmu's pulse. She frowned and shook her head. No. Dongzhu, I want this child. One of the imperial physicians couldn't help but step forward and reach out to hold the child. The winged knights next to him blocked him and glared at him. The old man on the other side also glared at the imperial physician. There was a look of dissatisfaction on his face. The other imperial physicians and nurses were also tempted and wanted to move forward. Stop right there, Li Longji said unhappily. Have you ever nurtured a disciple like that? If not, why do you want to take someone else's? Li Yi bowed to the old man again. Thank you for cultivating such an outstanding pillar of the hospital. I have another kind of medical skill that can complement our traditional Chinese medical skills. For example, removing blockages with golden needles, cutting the abdomen to remove abscesses, removing pus from sores, reconnecting severed limbs, extracting blood from the cavity, and so on. Li Yi also liked the little girl. She was so young. How did she learn? Apart from being taught by someone, the rest was talent. If she gave up, it would be a huge loss to the medical field of the Tang dynasty. If she trained well, a generation of miracle doctors would appear. Moreover, the Tang dynasty lacked female doctors the most. The little girl had reached such a level at her current age. She was unbelievable. The old man looked at Li Yi and suddenly trembled, especially the beard. He shouted to the little girl, Qing Dai, kowtow to master. The little girl looked at the old man and nodded. Got it, grandfather. She turned her head and knelt down in front of Li Yi. Feng Qing Dai kowtows to master. Bang! 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 She kowtowed 3 times. Li Yi hurried over and picked her up. He took out his hand and wiped the little girl's forehead. Good name. It can cure both internal and external diseases. It can remove all snakes and insects. The green hills are like black clouds. As Li Yi spoke, he shook his wrist, and a medicine box with a cartoon pattern instantly appeared in his hand. There was a small medicine box in the backpack. It was a gift from the master to his disciple. He helped the little girl carry it. It weighed 2 kilograms and was made of special materials. It was the first time Li Yi performed a magic trick in public. Everyone was stunned. The people of the Feng family simply knelt down. The little girl grabbed the straps in front of her with both hands and smiled. She didn't even see how the thing appeared. This master was so amazing. The other imperial physicians and nurses looked at each other and felt much better. Li Dongzhu took the child, and they had nothing to say. Chapter 1303. Do you have enough books? Li Yi was waiting for Madame Feng's people to wake up. He was going to give the books to them and make them his disciple as compensation. Li Dongzhu, you have released 152 medical books. We are short of 39 books. The rest of the books have been bought by the Feng family's people in Chang'an. The old man did not stand on ceremony. The reason why he wanted his granddaughter to be Li Yi's disciple was because of Li Yi's medical books. He did not believe that Li Yi could defeat the king of hell. He did not believe that as long as he was alive and reached Li family Zhuangzi, he would not die. He believed in the medical books. He bought them, learned them, and then gave them to the patients. He found that there were no problems with the medical books. Take out 172 medical books and give them to me. Li Yi added 20 more books. He had finished copying and printing them. He did not have a lot of books to give away. In the future, when the villagers come over, Madame Feng will be in charge. Li Yi instructed again. Since he had made Madame Feng's child his disciple, he had to take her away. He had to let them meet each other. When they come into contact with each other in the future, they needed people to take care of the medicinal herbs. The palace maids and eunuchs ran around, carrying books and new clothes for the 41 people. They wrapped the clothes from the inside to the outside. Everyone can go to Chang'an any time. I will take Qing Dai and Li family Zhuangzi with me. If you miss your family, you can ask the winged knights to send you back within a day. There will be many children playing there. I will teach them other things. I will guide them based on their interests. I will not let Qing Dai suffer. Li Yi promised Madame Feng's people that the children would live in the school. Other people would need a few days to take this route. But the winged knights would only need a day to reach the school. Master, can my parents come with us? The little girl looked up and asked Li Yi. Yes, you can. When you reach Zhuangzi, I will supervise your studies and give you a separate courtyard. Li Yi agreed. Li Yi did not mind increasing the number of people in Zhuangzi. As long as his disciple was happy, everything was not a problem. For example, some countries' youth training teams selected their children to be soccer players. Once they discovered that the child was a good seedling, they would even settle the child's family's housing and job. Not only did they not have to spend any money to train their children, they even paid them. It was much better than the national football selection back then. Back then, he had to have children and wealthy families to get into the team. Otherwise, how could there be a population of more than 1 billion people who had no problems with other sports but were bad at football? He was currently selecting medical talents himself. The little girl was 8 years and 4 months old. She could smell the small sachet worn by Princess Yongmu and tell him what medicinal herbs were inside. With just a slight hint, he took her pulse and found that she wasn't pregnant. 8 years old. In the absence of a pulse pillow, it was classified as a suspended pulse. He could tell whether it was a ball bearing by placing his little finger on it. Didn't you see that the imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Department wanted to snatch her away? Master, tonight when your feet are hot, I'll give you a massage. I know how to do it. The little girl earnestly said to Li Yi. In one sentence, he could see her family upbringing. Medical families had good family upbringing, especially Chinese medicine. To learn medicine, one had to learn etiquette first. To treat illnesses, one had to first treat one's heart. Virtue came before skill, and the rules were strict. It's good that you have such a heart. I value your virtue and skill more. Li Yi pulled the little girl to his side. Whether one respected their master or not was not a matter of words. If one could educate their medical ethics and medical skills well, it would be a success. It was impossible for a person with good medical ethics not to respect their master. The little girl was not afraid of strangers at all. Standing beside Li Yi, she smiled brightly. Prepare to eat. What do you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Li Yi asked his disciple. This was his first official disciple. The other nurses were part of the teaching. The little girl, Feng Qingdai, was part of the teaching. The difference between the two was just one word, and the difference was huge. Han Yu had not been born yet, so there was no such thing as a teacher. A teacher was like a father, teaching and dispelling doubts. This Tao was the Tao of man following the earth following the heaven following the Tao, and the Tao following the nature. And this teaching did not only refer to academics, it included many other things. Imparting knowledge was not only imparting knowledge but also the influence of the Li family's farmstead. They were even more powerful than Li Yi's doctorate instructors. When doctoral instructors taught doctoral students, in many cases, they took the initiative to exploit them. At first, it was not so. Even many foreign doctorate instructors were not like that. They cared more about academics. Only some instructors in Li Yi's country took away the economic and scientific achievements of doctoral students for the sake of economic benefits. Some even needed to be willing to find female doctoral students. This way, there would be benefits in that aspect. Otherwise, they would not let you graduate. Only those who fought with their lives on the line would appear on all sides of the internet. To put it bluntly, the academic community in Li Yi's country was in a foul situation as a whole. You can't say this when you're promoting. When you find one, you say it's different. Ha! Everyone at his time understood that once they were promoted, they would say it's different. How many people were not caught? They all understood. Ha! The medical field was even more disgusting. Li Yi was a student and taught people. Later, he used money and other means to obtain a lot of benefits for himself. He did not think he was a good person in the past, but he was willing to be a good person in this Tang dynasty era. Master, are you going to teach me some powerful medical skills? The little girl was led into the car by Princess Yongmu to change into a new set of clothes. It was made of eiderdown. It was light, warm, and beautiful. There was a blood-red word, "Da," on the left chest. This was what Li Yi wanted to promote. When he was young, he gave this set of clothes to every medical staff in the hospital. Later, when he matured, he did not think about it. If you give this set of clothes to a doctor, you are scolding them. If they want to make money, they must always be in the position of a high-income group. Don't look at an official who talked about anti-corruption in a meeting. If you go and say that corruption is wrong, then your career will be ruined. If you see a secretary talking about anti-corruption in a meeting, you will think that he is not corrupt. Ha! One day, he was talking about this, and the next day, he was taken away by others to explain the problem at a fixed time and place. Internally, this was called 2 rules. Outsiders called it 2 rules. Li Yi could not do it before. He could not fight against the whole system. Now he could. He was the rule. He had copied so many books. As long as his heart was not messed up, all the problems were not problems. Learning medical skills is easy for you. You are too smart. Here, I will make a medicinal herb plantation for you alone. All the income will belong to you. The place is very big. You can make a lot of money a year. The peak of a person's life is never about how much money he has. We belong to the technical category. Our peak is the recognition of the patients. When you chase for money and are not satisfied, you will lose your soul and faith. Li Yi began to teach from this moment. He wanted to cultivate a disciple who was rich and skilled. Master, I know. I will work hard. Master said that the braised pork in the south of Chang'an is delicious. I haven't eaten it yet. Can you take me to eat it? The little girl was still a little girl. She was also greedy. I will make it for you now. After lunch, let's eat braised pork in the evening. The reason why the braised pork is not fishy is not because of the amount of spices used. It is because of the application of water. The best is like water. Water is good for all things and does not compete. If a man does not compete, no one in the world can compete with him. Li Yi was very patient. He taught bit by bit. She had kowtowed, and you admitted it yourself. Otherwise, why didn't you stop it? This was a teacher. A teacher is like a father. Anyone who asks for something in the name of a teacher is fake. Will a father harm his own child? Some teachers will use this name. Chapter 1304. Master, I know where we are going. There are things in my family. Sometimes, when we go up the mountain to pick herbs, we will live in the cave. The little girl, Feng Qingdai, walked beside Li Yi and talked about the situation in the cave. The Feng family opened a clinic nearby. The people who lived here would take turns to pick herbs. How could they not see Coxcomb Cave when they went up the mountain to pick herbs? It was cool in the cave in summer and warm in the cave in winter. However, it was humid inside. Their bodies could not stand it for a long time, so they did not live there. Li Yi listened with a smile. From time to time, he would exclaim and cooperate with his disciple. Although the girl was young, she was his first disciple. In fact, the little girl felt like she was in a dream. She met an immortal master who could make things appear out of thin air. There were so many powerful winged knights. She could eat the legendary braised pork at night. The little girl could only walk around the house. Her family did not allow her to pick herbs alone, even if she was very skilled in catching snakes and repelling insects. There were not only snakes and insects in the mountain, but also wolves, leopards, tigers, black bears, and other animals that ate people. Now, the little girl was talking happily and turning her head back and forth. Master, my father, fourth uncle, and I came up last month and saw several wolves. We were very scared. The little girl was looking for wolves. Last time, she was scared. This time, got it. Li Yi replied with 3 words. The winged knights experts in tracking immediately set out to find the wolves and kill them. The wild wolves in the Tang dynasty were not protected animals. In the future, a large number of herbs would be planted here and mushrooms would be planted in the cave. The workers had to be in a safe environment. Any animals that could harm people would be cleaned up. During the cleaning process, the animals would leave and live elsewhere. Then, the herbivores would have no natural enemies, and their numbers would. Try to tell the workers not to catch too many. Master, I raised a big dog last year. It was very obedient. It ran out and was bitten to death by a snake. My family tried everything, but still couldn't save it. The little girl mentioned sad things again. She was very sad. I will find you a mountain guard dog later. Li Yi thought of Hu Feng. Hu Feng had 3 mountain guard dogs at home. The big dog could not be given to others. Let the mountain guard dog breed with a good dog to see if a new mountain guard dog could be created. Mountain guard dogs are 1 in a million, and they need to be discovered. A fine steed is common, but a beau loup is rare. Some dogs had the genes of mountain guard dogs, but no one discovered it. In the end, they were also raised as slightly more powerful native dogs. He would raise them, and when he needed to eat meat, he would kill them for meat. Generally, the owners of the dogs guarding the house would not eat them, unless they had a lot of dogs, leaving the good ones to guard the house and eating the rest. Looks like I'll have to trouble Master Hu Feng. Li Yi thought as he looked at his first disciple, wondering what else she needed. Qing Dai, do you like to study medicine? Li Yi suddenly asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. He had taken him in as a disciple, but if he didn't like to learn, what was the point of taking him in? Yes. When I look at herbs, I can remember them after looking at them a few times. When others are sick and in pain, I'm most willing to see grandfather, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters heal them. When the little girl talked about treating patients, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Then, she lowered her head and said, "But there are some illnesses that can't be cured. Whenever the adults tell them to prepare for their deaths, they will cry." The little girl's eyes turned red. Obviously, she still wasn't used to the death of others. Li patted the little girl's head and said, "We have to improve our medical skills and try to treat more patients. We also have to cultivate more medical talents." "But master, there are too many people who study medicine. If there aren't that many people who get sick, how are the people who study medicine going to survive?" The little girl raised her head and asked a question about the relationship between supply and demand. "We'll talk about it when that day comes." Li Yi didn't answer directly. Even if he said it, the little girl wouldn't understand. Li Longji followed beside them all the time. From time to time, he would look at Princess Yongmu and Li Yi's hands that were holding each other's hands. He asked, "Will that day come?" "Yes." Li Yi said, "One is income, one is equipment, one is expenses, and one is welfare. One is virtue, one is system, one is status, and the other is support. Tell me the details." Li Longji heard one after another, but he didn't understand the other. The income of people who study medicine is equal to and higher than the middle class. That is, people who have their own houses and jobs in Cheng and city earn at least 60 yuan a day. Li Yi talked about the details. Successful doctors had to have a stable income. At the same time, they had to have corresponding things. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. In his time, some doctors graduated from medical schools, then went to the hospital for internships and worked in the hospital. Big hospitals were also competitive, and they couldn't compete with others. Community hospitals had less competition, but their income was low. At the same time, their equipment was not good. The overall medical expenses of the people increased, and the welfare of the imperial court had to keep up. Medical treatment was free. Relatively higher income required doctors to have good medical ethics, and the system was used to restrict doctors. The social status of doctors was raised, and they were given more support in other aspects of welfare. This was a part of the social system, but it had to be defined early. They couldn't think of ways to adjust after something happened. The detours that had been taken could not be repeated. They believed that everything would be fine. Li Longji listened and nodded from time to time. The palace maids and eunuchs each had a book and were there to take notes. The group of people from the Feng family were confused. They could understand every word. What were you talking about when you put them together? Easy to maintain. Li Longji thought that it would cost a lot of money. The system is important. We have to reduce the number of people in the management class, and at the same time, increase the restrictions on doctors and patients, so as not to waste resources. Li Yi compared to the Rising Sun City in the past. The medical benefits were good, but the financial pressure was greater. The public servants were like eating from a big pot. Will the imperial court support the future taxes? Li Longji also wanted the people of the Tang dynasty to see doctors for free and then collect taxes. The wool came from the sheep's back. He was worried that the taxes would not be enough. What if people frequently went to see doctors, massages, and so on? Li nodded. The taxes themselves are enough, but the future development of the Tang dynasty will not rely on taxes. We will get resources from others through technology. A world map appeared in Li Yi's mind. Good resources were now placed there. When transportation was convenient, they could colonize, but they would not give better weapons to the colonized areas. He was afraid that some of them would be too active and develop on their own, thinking about how to become independent. The leaders sent could be rotated, but how could the people in the middle be changed? After a long time, they would get rid of the leaders and turn around to say that they had established a country. If the weapons were good, it would be difficult to fight. Wouldn't the Rising Sun City's colony in North America be independent? Moreover, after 2 world wars, the Rising Sun City actually became the other party's little brother. Of course, the most important point was that the Rising Sun City had a small population. They could not organize too many people to fight. Their own resources were also small, so they could only mobilize from other colonies. Chapter 1305. Master, what are you talking about? The little girl said the word master very skillfully, as if she had been saying it for many years. She had probably said it countless times in her heart that this immortal was her master. I'm talking about how to make the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. By then, no one will die of hunger, and no one will die of lack of money to see a doctor. Li Yi set a goal that he didn't think was great. At least in his country, people starving to death because they didn't have money to eat basically didn't exist. If they really didn't have money, they could eat and dash. Then, the other party would call the police and arrest them. If it was spread on the internet, the local government would have to find a way to arrange a job for them. Unless they didn't find a way, they would be able to eat anywhere. The little girl frowned and thought hard. After a while, she said, Master, I know. The people in the disaster area will eat at the Li family Zhuangzi. The people around laughed. The Li family Zhuangzi seemed to be more reliable than the imperial court in the hearts of the people. Li Yi nodded. Yes, I still have money to help the people in the disaster area, but it's best if the imperial court pays for it. After the flood, when the flood is over, we can go back. The imperial court will pay for the construction of houses. During the drought, the imperial court will dig wells, open warehouses, and directly send food to the people. At the most critical moment, we doctors should go and stabilize the people. Where there are patients, we should be there. The little girl clenched her small fists. She liked to see others live a good life. Master, if the people in a place get typhoid, miasma, corpse transmission, cold, and sores, and everyone runs away, what should we do? The little girl named 5 infectious diseases: infectious cold, malaria, tuberculosis, leprosy, and smallpox. We'll think of a way to isolate them, and then we'll organize a large group of doctors to go there, Li Yi said very calmly. Ah. Then will we get those diseases? The little girl was nervous. She was worried that she might die. Maybe, but even if we do, we have to go. At that time, we'll be the last line of defense of the Tang dynasty. The soldiers at the border are fighting with their lives. The battlefield of doctors is here. When soldiers fight, those who don't obey orders and retreat when facing the enemy should be beheaded. If it were us doctors, what would we do if we ran away when we encountered an illness? Li Yi patiently guided his eldest disciple. The little girl clenched her small fist again. Slash. That's why we have to research new techniques to prevent ourselves from contracting those diseases. This will be part of what I will teach you in the future. Li Yi encouraged the little girl to study hard. Once she learned, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. Master, what is the recipe for the malaria severance pill that you made? The little girl nodded and asked the most important question in the medical field. Qing Dai. A few people from the Feng family called out together. Will you tell others about your family's secret prescriptions? Li Yi asked. The little girl shook her head. No, I know, but I won't say it. Oh, Master won't say it either, right? Li Yi squatted down, pulled the little girl over, and whispered a few words into her ear. Ah. It's that simple. The little girl's eyes widened. Remember not to say it, just like how you keep your secret prescriptions a secret. Li Yi didn't hide anything. Since his disciple asked, he had to teach her. He asked the little girl about her family's secret prescriptions. The little girl said that she could keep it a secret, so he was relieved. The people from the Feng family were also relieved. The little girl's master could teach her directly. She didn't need to do a lot of work first and then slowly reveal the secret. I know. Master, don't worry. I won't tell my parents. I have apprentices in my family, so I won't tell them directly. I need to see their quality. The little girl suddenly thought of something. Master, your medical book made many apprentices in my family run away. You wrote down the secret prescriptions in my family in your medical book. Don't be afraid. We can improve in other aspects, such as pulse reading and acupuncture. In the future, I will teach you how to perform surgery. Li Yi certainly knew that he had cheated many medical families who had secret prescriptions. They relied on secret prescriptions to survive. In the end, he wrote a lot of secret prescriptions in his medical book. Some of them were even better than the secret prescriptions of the medical families. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven for a disciple to get a prescription. They only passed it on to their sons and not to their daughters. When the medical book came out and his disciple saw it, she said, "Oh, I see. Farewell to you forever. I was your disciple for 15 years, but you didn't teach me. Now, I don't need you to teach me. Master, my fifth uncle scolded you. He said that you ruined my family's business, but he also said that the medical books you wrote were really good and that your morals and skills were unparalleled." The little girl sold out one of her uncles. What she said was the truth. Many medical families had scolded Li Yi and then worked hard to learn. They scolded and praised him at the same time. Have you scolded him? Li Yi asked with a smile. The little girl shook her head vigorously. I don't dare. I'm afraid that I will be punished by the heavens if I scold someone who can write so many good medical books. When we reach the cave, I will reward you with red braised pork. Li Yi held his eldest disciple's little hand and continued to walk up. Fortunately, it was winter and there weren't many plants. The path was relatively easy to walk on. There were 100 winged knights in the team. They were responsible for taking care of a big black pot and stove, which weighed more than 300 kilograms. Including the red braised pork inside. They took turns to carry it, 2 people at the front and 2 at the back, like lifting poles. A pot of meat was given to Madame Feng, including Princess Yongmu and other members of the royal family. When the sky was slightly dark, the team finally arrived at Coxcomb Cave. The winged knights began to set up the tent. It was a canvas military tent used by Li Yi. It was easier to set up than the military tents of the Tang dynasty, and the layout was more reasonable. Diesel lamps were lit and the chefs started to cook. The little girl who fell asleep on the way woke up and insisted on playing with her new sister, Feng Qingdai. Li Dongzhu, your third brother's child is well taken care of. His body is strong. And that Bao, whose family is he? Old man Feng had seen the 2 children and found that they were good. Until now, he still didn't know Bao's identity. Bao is Wu Jieyu's child. The one next to Wu Jieyu is Lu Jieyu. My third brother is known to outsiders as County Magistrate Fang Chu, and the eldest brother is County Magistrate Huai En. Li Yi hesitated for a moment and said the identities of these people. So, Bao is more precious than Bao. Old man Feng came to a conclusion. Li Yi was depressed again and shook his head slightly. No, among the children, no one can surpass Bao's status. How is that possible? Unless he is. Old man Feng compared the status of Wu Jieyu's son and didn't dare to say anything. Li Yi smiled and nodded. It was convenient to talk to smart people. Then. Ouch! I have a headache. I have this disease since I was young. When I have a headache, I forget some things. What did you say just now? Old man Feng patted his head with his hand and looked very upset. It was difficult for a doctor to cure himself. You said that you shouldn't put fennel leaves and Dahurian angelica in the braised pork. I didn't put them in the braised pork. You can just fry it with pepper and other ingredients. You don't need to add soy sauce, but you must add cooking wine. Li Yi looked as if they were just discussing the problem of food. Chapter 1306. Old Man Feng felt that even if he died now, he could rest in peace. This granddaughter of his was going to marry into his family. It was impossible for her to get married. His father, who was still alive, had the same thought. He wanted his granddaughter to be the most outstanding. He did not expect to meet Li Dongzhu when he brought his granddaughter to the mountain to learn how to concoct medicinal herbs in winter. Then, she was chosen by Li Dongzhu and became his disciple. She became Li Dongzhu's disciple. Li Dongzhu had godlike means. He actually had the emperor, the empress, the retired emperor, and the first prince by his side. This girl's life was good. She was also very capable. At the crucial moment, she could distinguish all kinds of medicinal herbs with just a sniff. Was it because the weather was cold and her nose was more sensitive? She was not so good when he taught her in the past. Old man, are there any traces of other wild beasts in the cave? Li Yi changed the topic. There was a tiger, a male. The other wild beasts did not dare to enter. The tiger was killed by my medicine. Old Man Feng said lightly. He could not beat a tiger. He did not know how to trap a tiger either. He knew how to use medicine. It was too easy for a medical family to kill an animal. What medicine did you use? Li Yi wanted to see if there were any more bones and tiger penis. Croton and drunk heart flower. I used croton first, then drunk heart flower. The tiger was hungry and ate too much, so it became numb. The tiger's skin was complete, the tiger penis was dried, and the tiger bones were also here. Li Dongzhu took them with him when he left. I have pickled the tiger meat for 2 years. 20% of the tiger bones were soaked in wine and sold. Old Man Feng knew why Li Yi asked. Everyone wanted good things. I don't want the tiger skin. If you don't want it, I can help you sell it at a high price. If you don't want the tiger meat, I will teach you how to make it delicious. I want the tiger penis. It is not very useful to soak it in wine for others. Give me half of the tiger bone. Actually, this bone itself is poisonous. It is mainly used to treat arthritis, especially rheumatism. Li Yi did not ask about the tiger's gallbladder. He guessed that it had already been sold. Generally, for diseases that required animal gallbladder, including bear gallbladder, the gallbladder of poultry could also be used to some extent. Things like chicken galls were not delicious. Usually, it was fresh. There was a thin film on the outside of the chicken gall, along with the chicken fat. It was impossible to handle the chicken fat so cleanly. If you were not careful, you would break the gall. Ordinary people would not be able to drink without wine. The bitterness of Coptis chinensis was purer. Bitterness was bitterness. The bitterness of Kyuting tea was a little fishy. The bitterness of the gall bladder combined with the bitterness of Coptis chinensis and Kyutingka. Sometimes, Chinese medicine is swallowed raw without baking powder. In Li Yi's previous life, it was prepared with hard liquor overseas. Usually, the snake gallbladder was washed in the hard liquor first. Then, he switched to strong liquor, broke the gall bladder, and picked out the gall skin. In this way, there were fewer people who ate snake gallbladders and more who ate tortoise gallbladders. They also used white wine and drank it in one gulp. Also, don't breathe through your nose when drinking the blood of a turtle. Hold your breath while drinking. Raise bees. Bee venom can also play a role in rheumatism. There are also leeches. Raising leeches requires killing parasites. I'll write it down later. The leeches in the river can't be used casually. It's fine to raise them alone. There are also toads that contain honey. It's a little cruel. Li Yi said that toads were usually caught when winter was approaching. Stuff a piece of honey into its mouth and sew its mouth shut with a thread. Bury it and hibernate. Then, when spring came, remove the thread and take out a piece of honey that was a lot smaller to treat asthma. There were toad crackers in asthma medicine and throat pain anti-inflammatory pills. The effect was very fast. Numbness. After swallowing a few pills, the mouth would feel numb for at least 6 hours. Toad crackers were that powerful. No lozenges could compare to throat pain anti-inflammatory pills. Lozenges were not medicine. The most effective things in lozenges were mint and borneal. Throat pain anti-inflammatory pills were toad crackers. There were drug addicts who couldn't buy drugs, so they raised toads and used their tongues to taste the sweetness. It was poisonous. If they were not careful, they might poison themselves to death. The two of them began to exchange folk remedies. It was mainly Li Yi who was talking and old man Feng who listened. Tao Hong and the others were in charge of recording. Everything Li Yi said had to be recorded down. It was like an emperor's daily life record. No, the emperor's daily life record was not as important as Li Yi's words. He was thinking about how to make the Tang dynasty better. If the prime minister said that this river should be managed, then the imperial court would allocate funds and the local people would deal with it. If it was Li Yi who said that this river should be managed, then the local people would not need the imperial court to allocate funds. They should quickly get it done and wait to get rich. Li Dongzhu made a move. If the prime minister said that a certain official was better, let him be the county magistrate of Lantian County. The people of Lantian County did not care. You are the prime minister, so we have nothing to say. If Li Yi said that a certain official was better, let him be the county magistrate of Lantian County. The people of Lantian County immediately prepared a ceremony to welcome Li Dongzhu's good official. Unfortunately, countless officials wanted to hear a word of praise from Li Yi, but they could not get it. Master, I want to eat sugar-coated haws. After the little girl Qing Dai coaxed her little brother to sleep again, she ran over to ask for sugar-coated haws. Old man Feng sighed. He realized that he did not take good care of his granddaughter in some matters. He had been teaching medicine since she was young. His granddaughter was also sensible. She never cried or made any requests. After meeting Li Yi, his granddaughter suddenly became lively and took the initiative to ask for things. After dinner, if you are not sleepy, let's eat sugar-coated haws, okay? It's made of rock sugar, so it won't be burnt at all. Li Yi agreed. His eldest disciple was more than 8 years old. If she wanted to eat some hawthorn and rock sugar, it was not a problem. Let's put it this way. The imperial physicians and nurses who followed them were not old. Moreover, they were outstanding. Even with the same sachet, they were not as good as the little girl. They only needed to smell it and they were not wrong at all. These imperial physicians could not do it. They needed to smell it for a while. After that, they still could not make a guarantee. Master, I don't want a big piece of sugar. It's not comfortable to rub the most. The little girl continued to make requests. Okay, I'll knock them all down for you. It's just a stick of sugar-coated haws, with the seeds removed. Li Yi agreed. Not long after, the red braised pork was ready. The Feng family and the imperial family were all given a share. Princess Yongmu's face was full of happiness. She loved to eat the red braised pork made by Li Yi the most. This red braised pork was actually called Mao's red braised pork without soy sauce. It was said that Mao did not like to eat soy sauce, so someone used the method of stir-frying sugar to make it. The fatty meat was mainly stewed for a long time. As long as it was stewed for a long time, it would be delicious. This situation began to be widely known in the Song dynasty. Many people said that it was Su Shi, but in fact, it was not. The standard of living in the Song dynasty had improved, and everyone was thinking about how to cook delicious food. At night, the little girl finally ate the red braised pork. "Brother Yi, are we going to the cave tonight?" Li Longji found Li Yi again. He wanted to go in and take a look. "After dinner, let's go. But we can't leave any calligraphy behind." Li Yi still needed to plant medicinal herbs here. If His Majesty said something, then someone would propose to supervise. Chapter 1307. After the meal, Li Yi made candied haws for the first disciple. The little guy also had one, but Bauer did not. He went to sleep. Li Yi brought some people into the cave and lit the lantern. There were no colored lights in Coxcomb Cave, but it was colorful. Li Yi had been here before, and he acted as a guide. The scenery in the cave was not interesting to Li Yi. If he looked at it too much, Coxcomb Cave would not be spectacular enough. What he valued was the temperature in the cave and the mushrooms. While they were playing, a group of people were gathering at Lu Huaishan's house in Chang'an City. Heavenly Earth sent food. Now, not only Lu Huaishan, but also the qualified ministers had a cooperative relationship with Heavenly Earth. For the dinner, everyone only ate half full at noon and took a nap. Steamed meatballs, 9-turn intestines, dried tussa pupa, and other dishes were all served. This old man said that he would not stop when he went out. Sure enough. Yao Chong took a sip of wine and said to Li Yi. Today's dinner was to criticize Li Yi. He went out to play and caused trouble for everyone. Song Jing said, "To catch rabbits, we need to breed rabbits in large numbers. It is said that rabbits eat grass and give birth to a lot of rabbits. Turn the grass into meat. There are also a bunch of methods to breed rabbits. Let the court." He complained that he was a minister, but he was worried about rabbits. Rabbit meat could be eaten, but rabbit skin was more useful. It was just a small matter. Why write a letter to him? Li Yi, which department can't you mobilize? Wei Zhigu helped Li Yi. Xiao Yi directly wrote to the assistant ministers and doctors. You should say that she skipped over you. He was most grateful to Li Yi. Lu Huaishan's problem was money, but he was life's problem. The key is that we thought there were a lot of rabbits. In the end, a letter came saying that people help cows and horses to conceive cubs. A good stallion will give 1,000 maras a year to raise cubs. Do you pay taxes? When he heard the last 3 words, he knew that it was Bai Gu who spoke. He considered the 1,000-mile horse. 1,000-mile horse could produce 1,000-mile horses a year later. Even if some of them couldn't make it, even if it was only 1/10 of them, there would still be 100,000-mile horses. How much was a fine steed worth? The specific technology was actually not announced. It's cows. Farming cows. Raising cows is easier than raising horses. If an ordinary person gives his family a cow, his family can afford to raise it. How can they raise a good horse? Lu Huaishan was also on Li Yi's side. After all, he had taken advantage of Li Yi. Moreover, he also understood that he should be finished. Li Yi had already started to help in advance. A word of criticism was enough to express his attitude. What should be done for Li Yi. Wasn't it just raising rabbits and cows? For the Tang dynasty. He should come back. I can't be at ease if he's always outside. Yao Chong thought of his eldest son. He was worried that someone would suddenly fall sick. Li Yi was not in the Li family Zhuangzi and could not save him in time. His Majesty was not afraid. He followed Li Yi. Old men like us are afraid. Who doesn't want to live? What do you mean by indifferent to life and death? There was no other way. They would die whether they were indifferent to life or not. They might as well die with dignity. It's mainly humid here. The temperature is slightly low. The comfortable temperature is 23 to 26 degrees Celsius. It's 18 degrees all year round. In addition to the humidity, everyone will get rheumatism. People who come here to plant mushrooms must limit their time and wear thick clothes. Li Yi led people to drill a hole. The hole was small, but they really did drill. He had artificially enlarged the hole. Everyone felt very warm. It was just that the road under their feet was slightly slippery. Empress Wang was pregnant, but she walked more steadily than the others. How long is the hole? Li Longji felt that it was very strange. How could the temperature in a hole be maintained within a certain range? It's said to be more than 5,600 meters long. It's not easy to walk. Many roads are difficult to walk. Let's walk around and go out. In the future, we'll go to other bigger holes in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi knew that this hole was not a big deal. The local development of this hole was part of a chain of tourist attractions. For every extra day that a tourist stayed in an area, they would spend more than 3 times the average income of the local area. It did not take much time to enter and exit Coxcomb Hole. However, it took more time to enter Coxcomb Hole than to enter and exit. Where else is this big? Li Longji was interested. He mainly wanted to go out. Who would want to stay in Chang'an all day? He wanted to see the sea and swim in the sea. Huizhou, Qianzhong Road. There's a big hole there. It's the king of karst caves. What a pity. Sigh. Li Yi was talking about Jinji Cave. It was such a good karst cave, but it only had 4 A's. Moreover, the ticket price was not as good as Coxcomb Hole. The difference was huge. It was even more so in Hunan province. Where was Huizhou? Who did not know Luoyang? Chapter 1308. Li Longji stopped and turned to look at Li Yi. What's wrong with Huizhou? Li Longji was unfamiliar with this name. He didn't seem to have any impression of it. Inspector, Li Yi answered with 3 words. This explained the local situation. It was basically not controlled by the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. The local area was called Qianzhou Prefecture, and it was the inspector of central Guizhou. Many years later, it became an inspector. It was even worse than the autonomous region of Li Yi's time. At least the autonomous region listened to the central government and was an absolute administrative planning area. You didn't know how many people there were there now. Li Yi's Guizhou was next to Guizhou, and Guizhou's economic development had always been poor. The roads were not good, so Zijindong was only a 4A tourist area, lacking in all aspects. There was once a CCTV advertisement that said that traveling to Danzhai was poverty alleviation. This showed the per capita income of the local area. There was also cheating, but it was less than in other places. Because the local people knew that if tourists were driven away, the economic development would be even worse. There was very little information about the local area during the Tang dynasty. There was no specific information in the county records. The new Tang dynasty book said that the Jiangnan Road included 51 states, but there were no examples because the states were not listed. Guiyang was not listed. The provincial capital of Li Yi's time was now called Qianzhou Prefecture. The Tang dynasty didn't care about the administration and had very little control over the local area. I see. Li Longji didn't think about it. It was too remote, there were few people, and there was no subjugation office there. There are a lot of medicinal materials and mineral resources there. With my current method, I can mine the local resources to a large scale in 2 years. The per capita income is not lower than Chang'an. But, the industry is single, the transportation is inconvenient, and the investment is huge. The same funds in other places would be more beneficial to the Tang dynasty, so it has always been ignored. Li Yi talked about why Guizhou's development was not as good as other places. The input-output ratio was low, and the national finance was not willing to support it. The local government's ability was limited, and those who had some ability went to other provinces. The local primary industry was the most useless, and the secondary industry was several times the primary industry. The most powerful was the tertiary industry, which was services, mainly in tourism. This showed that the government officials were working very hard. They knew their own situation, which was that they did not have the ability to get a large amount of funding from the central government. However, Li Yi felt that when the income from the state financial support reached its peak, it would tilt to other less developed areas. Do as you see fit. Li Longji didn't have any ideas himself and let Brother Yi handle it. He didn't even know what was going on in the area, so how was he supposed to manage it? Brother Yi is the best. He knows everything I ask him. Even a group of prime ministers added together couldn't compare to Brother Yi. For example, the prime ministers were all present. When he asked about the types of wild herbs on the mountain, the prime ministers all glared at him. Little Brother Yi would tell them one by one, including what diseases each herb was used for and where it was grown. When he asked if there were any mines in the area, the prime ministers were still confused. When asked about the river system and the layout of the mountains, the prime ministers were still asking about the amount of tribute, the type of folk customs, and the prime minister didn't seem to be of much use, right? Li Longji felt as if he was carrying the entire world with him. He felt especially at ease. As they walked, they asked, and they chatted. Li Yi also had to take care of his future wife and first disciple. Qing Dai's grandfather followed beside them. When he heard Li Yi and Her Majesty's questions and answers, he completely understood. No wonder the Li family Zhuangzi's status was so prominent. It was because of Li Yi. He would answer whatever was asked. He didn't hide anything and didn't hold back. Even if they grabbed a handful of soil and asked, Li Yi would tell them what kind of soil it was and what it was used for. The little girl Qing Dai glanced at her immortal master from time to time. Her master was too capable. Step here, it's slippery. The little girl helped Empress Wang spread a handkerchief. Her handkerchief. She tested the slippery spot on the ground first and then spread the handkerchief on it. She already knew the use of the sachet in her beautiful master's wife's hand. It could help a pregnant woman to prevent miscarriage. This was the reason why she didn't use realgar, orpiment, and other medicines. Empress Wang smiled and asked, Qing Dai, you are so good to me. What do you want in return? The little girl went into a daze. She then smiled and said, I want my child to be safe. I don't want anything else. Empress Wang was also stunned. She patted the little girl's head and said, the Empress's palace advisor, Imperial Physician Xia, is a female official. You can be this official. The advisor was an official position in the Qing dynasty. Li Yi would sometimes mention it, and Empress Wang would remember it. In addition to the external duties, she was considered a free person in the palace. If she could go to the Empress's palace, where couldn't she go? At the same time, there were no restrictions on the external duties. Empress Wang thought of this official position on the spot. Ah! The Empress can go to the place where the Empress lives? The little girl actually understood. Yes. Empress Wang nodded her head. Will the Empress let you go? The little girl was still young. She couldn't understand the hidden meaning in Empress Wang's words. Yes. Empress Wang was certain. If I say yes, then yes. I like you. Then, can I bring Tong with me? I heard that the Empress's palace is very beautiful. I want to take Tong with me. I told him that if there's something good, I'll share it with him. The little girl held the little girl's hand and asked expectantly. The little girl nodded her head first and then shook her head. Yes, come with me. Don't go back to the palace. It's not fun there. I'll take you there. Then, I'll stay with you in the Li family Zhuangzi. The little girl comforted the little girl. Okay, I'll go there. The food there is not good. The little girl told her biggest secret, which was hidden in her heart. What rank am I? The little girl was addicted to being an official. Can you be the first rank? Empress Wang bent down slightly and kissed the little girl. Good girl. Master, what rank are you? Ah, I remember. Secondary second rank. I'm the first rank. No, I can't be higher than master. I'll be the third rank. The little girl was clear. She knew the rank and wouldn't make the mistake of saying that the fifth rank was higher than the third rank. Empress Wang agreed. Okay, the third rank. It's lower than the second rank. You can go to court at any time when there's a court meeting. When there's no court meeting, you can also see Her Majesty at any time. Okay. The little boy said. It didn't matter to him what rank he was. He liked this little sister anyway. The two children didn't know what this official position meant. It was an official position. It wasn't restricted. It was an empty position. It could take care of things. It was a salary. The third rank earned a lot. It was like eating the imperial food. Usually, only the fifth rank officials could attend court meetings. There were two kinds of people. One was from the censorate, and the other was from the imperial physician. In fact, there were three kinds. The third kind was eunuchs. Eunuchs were official positions. Eunuchs were official positions for specific groups. Not all eunuchs were eunuchs. Those who didn't have the position of eunuchs couldn't be called eunuchs. There was also the yellow door. The yellow door was an official position. However, it was usually held by eunuchs. There were also many non-eunuchs in the yellow door. The little girl was better than them. She could enter the harem. Empress Wang didn't let her walk in the harem. Instead, she walked in the Empress's palace, which represented the little girl's belonging. She was the Empress's person and Li Yi's first real disciple. With this identity, the little girl Feng Qingdai could go anywhere in the entire Tang dynasty. She ran to Yao Chang's house. Yao Chong had to take care of her and find someone to play with her. Report. The winged knights ran in from outside. Dawan caught a cold and has been cured. Lu Chong was poisoned and has been cured. I see. Li Yi understood. In history, 2 people died this year. He didn't know how they died. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.